Good morning.
Good morning, Kildare. How are you?
I am good. And you?
Good. I'm good, thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Should be exciting.
Here in the States, it's just like 5:45, but yeah, let's go. So that's you'll be awake at this time. That means that you really like what you are doing.
Yes, definitely.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Celia. How are you today?
I am good, and you?
Yes, I'm good, thank you. Are you excited for today?
Oh God, I'm very nervous.
Oh, I'm sure the students are more nervous than you, probably.
Of course.
Thank you for joining us again today. It's nice to see you again.
Thank you. Same to you.
We're just
Good
waiting on
morning.
some
Seeing you.
more.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, good.
Right.
I remember you from your participation in Trinidad for the regional PetroBowl.
Oh, you still remember from Trinidad?
Yes.
It's a long time ago, right? Like, yeah, around 5 years, right? No,
No, no.
3 years.
Yes.
3 years. Yeah, that's right. I went there with Unicamp,
Yes.
but I was also judge. So
Yeah.
yeah. So where are you right now in the world?
I am still in Trinidad, working from home.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And like what time is it now?
It is 10 to 8 a.m.
Okay, that's fine.
7:50. Yeah.
That's fine. Where I am now, I am in the southeast part of Texas. It's 10 to 6 in the
Oh,
morning. But like as I was telling to Ian, if you are awake at this time, it means that you really love what you are doing.
yes, yes. You have a passion, because if you
Oh,
don't
yeah,
have the passion, you cannot do these kind of sacrifices.
that's right.
Yes,
You cannot handle. Yeah, you are right. But when you have a passion, like as you said, yeah, you do whatever.
yes.
Okay, good luck today for all of us, right? And
Yes,
let's go.
yes. Let's wait for the other judges.
Right.
Yeah, we're just waiting on a few others to come in. So yeah, it might give it 10 minutes or so.
Hi,
Hi,
everyone.
Gail.
Hello. Let me just change my background.
Good morning, Gail.
Hi.
Good morning, Gail.
How are you?
I am good. And you?
Good, good.
Nice.
And my name, I always have to change my name.
You know, when you join just with the link, you have to change it. If you join by joining Zoom first and then put in all the information, it will,
Oh,
yeah,
okay. I just joined with the link.
yes.
So this is it.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Hank.
Senor Hank, good morning.
Buenos dias. Buenos dias.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Buenos dias.
Yes.
I'll be back in 2 minutes. I have to do something.
Okay.
No problem, Hank.
Hi, Francis. You're on mute.
Hello. Morning, everyone.
Hey.
Has somebody
Good morning.
Hey, could somebody be kind and change my name? And somehow my
Hi, Francis. I'll do that for you. Bear with me.
my SP background disappeared from last time, so I'm going to have to see if I can get it back again. For some reason, it didn't keep it. I don't know why. So, how's everyone this morning?
We're good, Francis.
Good.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Mohammed.
Nice to see you all.
Nice to see you all.
Hello, everybody. Can you all hear me?
Hi, Mohammed. Yes, we can. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How about you, Ewan? How's everybody doing?
Yes, we're good, thanks. And I'm so glad you made it.
No problem. I apologize for the slight delay. I was facing a few connection issues, but fortunately that was sorted out. All right.
Brilliant.
Almost nearing the hour as well. So just checking if everybody's in the call. We're ready to have the players come in.
Yeah,
So,
I can admit them in. But all the students are in the waiting room, so I'm going to admit them all.
excellent. I believe we're still also waiting on perhaps Amanda to join us in the call.
She's not available today, Mohammed, so it would just be you and I today for as staff.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
Okay.
Sounds good. If you are one of the players who are joining us from either team playing today, please make sure that you have your camera open and ready for the action to begin. We've been playing these games for the last 3 weeks or so, and so I'm sure that you're raring to go and you know how the process works at this moment in time. So we just ask to make sure that you have your cameras on and set up with the software and all that. We have the stream up and running, Ewan?
Sorry. Yes, we're live and running, and we're live and streaming right now. So no swearing.
Fantastic. Okay, so we're a couple of minutes past the hour, 12 p.m. GMT time, and I suppose that's 6 a.m. Central time. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you who are joining us on this live stream from SP YMEC. This is Zoom call 1. There's also another Zoom call 2 whereby the PetroBowl SP channel is streaming their games as well. Sorry, we were going to say something. All right, no problem. So we are joined today by 2 of the Elite 8 teams participating in the final day of the PetroBowl matches. 488 days since the last PetroBowl final took place in the Big 4 Hall in Stampede Park in Calgary. It's fair to say nobody expected it to take as long as it did for the next PetroBowl final day to arrive, but here we are. It's been worth the wait. It's been weeks and months of effort and endeavor and commitment by everybody involved, whether that's the players, the committee members, the judges, and we're so excited and raring to go. We have a full day ahead of us, so I'm not gonna make the introductions very lengthy, but I also want to take the opportunity to present my fellow committee members and volunteers here we have on the call. So I'd give you a moment to introduce yourselves first before we move on to the judges. So I'll first go with the very kind and bright Ewan, who's admitted me to the call and checked in with me just to make sure that I was doing okay. So Ewan, please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, my name is Yun and I'm the Young Member Programs Coordinator for SPE, and it's a great pleasure and I'm really excited to be here to join you guys today and to be able to make this competition happen. It's been tough, but I'm sure it's been worth it for all you guys as well. So I want to wish everyone a very good, big, huge good luck and just basically enjoy the games and have fun. So thanks to you all and thank you for just being here today.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ewan. And I don't think I am underestimating my words when I say that you've been one of the main contributors and a linchpin to what makes PetroBowl this year on a virtual platform possible. Another one of those who has contributed significantly to all committees, but especially leading the software committee herself is Zudi. Please go ahead and introduce yourself for us. Great to have you on.
Yeah, hi everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening for our players. We are so glad to be in here. I am Saudi Galvan. I'm from Venezuela. I've been working with the project for developing a software solution to host this virtual event this 2020, celebrating the competition on 2021. I believe it's been a long journey. We have all excited about this day. Finally, the championship has arrived. So let's enjoy all games and the best wishes for all the teams.
Brilliant. Thank you, Zudi. It's been a lengthy journey, as you've said, but very rewarding, and we're really happy to be here now. I think one of the sentiments that were echoed in yesterday's final call before we start these games were, we can't wait to find out who wins. And so we're as excited as you guys and the players to get this started. I'll round off the volunteers' introductions by introducing myself a little bit. So I'm Mohammed Abloushi. I'm a reservoir engineer currently applying my trade with BP. Before starting my professional experience, I was at IFP school. So I actually have experience of this competition. I've captained my team to the final of the PetroBowl Championship in 2019, which was incidentally the last time that PetroBowl final took place. Before that, I'd started my journey with PetroBowl at Texas A&M University, Qatar. And so like all of you here, I'm really excited to see how this fares out. I've been in your shoes, perhaps not virtually, but I know the nerves that come with playing PetroBowl. And so I'm really excited to see how you guys get on. We have the super judge today as Celia Garcia James. She's joining us as she has been for the past few weeks in the planning and also the execution of the events themselves. We also have 5 other judges. So we'll go ahead first and introduce Celia. Please tell us a little bit about yourself, your experience at PetroBowl so far, and how things have been for you with this virtual experience.
Thank you, Mohammed, and good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone. I am Venezuelan, so my experience with SP started early with my alma mater in Universidad de Oriente in Maturin. And then I also did a master's in the University of the West Indies in Trinidad and Tobago. So my heart has been split here with 2 universities who participated. One of them is in the finals today. So very excited. My experience with PetroBowl started in Trinidad in the regionals when we hosted the regional finals in Trinidad. But at that time, it was only reading the questions, moderating. And this time as a judge, it has been exciting, a different experience. And my recommendation is have fun. This has been unique. We have been able to adapt, and we will be adapting to anything that come at us. So good luck, everyone.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Celia. And I suppose we now all know why she's the super judge in this match, not the other one where UWI are playing. And so this is part of the efforts, of course, to make sure that the judges are assigned as per the appropriate match and to make sure that there is absolutely no conflict of interest. Judge Francis, It's good to see you. It's good to have you on the call. Hopefully not using your daughter's Zoom stream this time around, but it's good to see you. And please go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
No, nice to see everyone. So I'm Frances. I've been working Shell International for 32 years, across all the different types of, mainly in production development, but also exploration, new business and research. And I've been involved with SP. I'm based in Brazil, in R&D here in Brazil, and I've been involved with SP Brazil for many years, and involved with the Super Bowl competition as a judge for a number of years. And I'm always amazed by the dedication, professionalism, and energy and drive of all the teams. And it's so wonderful to see this international competition with people from all over the world. And it's very rewarding and humbling to see, the dedication of these people. So I just enjoy that aspect of it. And I'm in awe of the teams and all the hard work they put in for the training. It's quite incredible. So I'm very, very happy to be here today. Thank you.
Most certainly, and we're very happy to have you as well, Judge Frances. It's great to see you. First of all, we all agree with your words. The fact that everybody's able to join us from all corners of the world, and they're enthusiastic, and they're very willing to even go into the late hours of the night just for the passion of PetroBowl. So it's fantastic to see that. Judge Gail, it's good to have you. I suppose you're a fresh face to Zoom call one. If my memory serves correctly, we haven't had the pleasure of having you on as a judge before. So please go ahead and introduce yourself to everybody here on the call and also the live stream.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening. Yes, my name is Gail Ramda. I am first, it's a first in Zoom call one for me. I've been in Zoom 2 for the last 2 weeks. I've been around SPE for a very long time, over 20 years. But my experience with PetroBowl started in 2018 in Trinidad and Tobago. And last year, I was involved in the regionals as a judge. And I also help in the background with the reviewing of the questions for the different rounds. So that's what I was doing this week with these questions as well. To the teams, I just want to say you've made it very far in this competition, and you're all winners at this point. So please just have fun and enjoy the experience. It's a different experience from in person, but I really think it's bringing a lot of us together, different parts of us. So have fun, everyone. Thanks.
Definitely. Thank you for those words and of encouragement and support to the players, Judge Gail. Judge Gildar, please go ahead, introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about how PetroBowl's been for you so far. We've had you on for multiple times, and it's been great every time. So please tell us about how the experience has been for you, PetroBowl.
First of all, howdy, right? Another Aggie here, right? So good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. So right now I am at Texas A&M doing the last leg of my PhD, almost done. I have been involved with PetroBowl for some years, since I think 2014. So I have played here in the US, in Brazil as a captain. I was, my team reached second place in 2015. I was also a coach of a PetroBowl competition, also judge. So I think I have been all of the stages of PetroBowl. And like, again, I really enjoy this competition, and I congratulate both teams that are right now here. You have done a really good job, okay, and do your best today. So you imagine that you are in the top 8 in the world. So it's like, it's so nice what you have done. So enjoy and good luck and play good today, okay? And let's go. Let's get it started.
Let's get it started. the final introduction, and I've saved this deliberately to the best for last, I would suppose, Dr. Lee, someone who's seen it all and been through all the several, PetroBowl installments and competitions, and someone I'd personally describe as firm but fair. And so, Judge Lee, please introduce yourself to everybody on the call and the live stream.
I was muted. Welcome. I know I can normally just talk in the room and everybody can hear me. Not used to the mute here. So thanks for having me. I've been a PetroBowl judge for the last 6 years or so. I've had the pleasure of judging the finals quite a few times. It's been fun. So yeah, I've been very, very impressed with all the teams that I've been able to judge this year, and also the platform as a whole. Zudi, if that's you did a heck of a job. So I've been really impressed. So good luck to everybody. Have a good, fair, and sportsmanlike competition.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, and you, congratulations to Zudi as well for developing the software. It's been phenomenal. So very sportsmanlike from Judge Lee, and I'm sure that the players will also echo that. I'll now give the floor to the team captain from UTP, Hazik. You've been very vocal, very outspoken on LinkedIn and different social media platforms about the road so far for UTP and PetroBowl and the success story that you guys had. So please go ahead and introduce yourself and your team for this match in the Elite Eight.
All right, thank you for the introduction, Mohammed. It's great to see so many new judges here as well. I think we'll be having a great round coming ahead. My name is Hazik. I am the team captain for Team University Technology Petronas, which in English is the Petronas Institute of Technology. So all of our team are undergraduate students majoring in petroleum engineering. So I'm going to introduce my teammates one by one. If you guys could just wave or give a thumbs up as I call your name. So first player, Jason. Yeah, second player, Felicia. And third player, Hanlun. And also shout out to our reserve player, EJ, who is always ardently supporting us from the sidelines. So yeah, as you said, Mohammed, we did have quite the journey to get here because we were actually, I mean, as far as I know, no Malaysian team has ever made it to the PetroBowl World Championship, as in having qualified through the Asia Pacific Regional Qualifier. So our university was the first one to do it last year, where we attended the ATCE in Calgary, but we were knocked out by University of Houston in the very first round. So for us to be able to come back again the next year, which is, well, this year, and to make it all the way to the Elite Eight, it's really something. So thanks again, Mohammed, for introducing us in that way. And I already exchanged a couple of warm words with Samuel, the team captain of Uni Uyo, and I think we're going to have a great match ahead.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, Hazik, and quite a success story. As I mentioned before, you're breaking new ground, both for Malaysia and the region by reaching the Elite Eight. Samuel, I'm sure you can attest to that, the exchange of sportsmanlike remarks between you and Hazik. Tell us a little bit about how the journey's been for you guys so far, University of UO, and introduce your teammates as well.
Good day, everyone. My name is Samuel Nathaniel, and I'm the team captain for the University of Uyo, Nigeria. We didn't have the opportunity to participate in the previous PetroBowl championships, but we are excited that we are here participating in the first virtual PetroBowl championship. And my teammates, we are all undergraduate students majoring in petroleum engineering, and they are Edwin, Joe, David Amagada, and David Brown. So we hope we'll have a good game.
Absolutely. Hope both teams have a great game and enjoy it. And a little bit of trivia just before we start. The first ever team from Africa, continental Africa, to make it to the PetroBowl final was in 2017 when University of Benin actually qualified to the final and played against UNAM in San Antonio. And so they remain the only team from continent Africa to actually make it to that final. So a lot of history there for Nigeria and also Benin alike. So we're about to start, I suppose. Zudi, if you can give us the heads up, we are a little bit challenged on time today, so we need to go through 2 rounds.
Yes. I will open the first one.
Sorry, I just want to check, Samuel from UNIUYO, are you still having problems with the software, one of your teammates, or are you okay?
My teammate has not been able to log in. David Brown.
David Brown, okay.
Did he install the registry file?
Have you been able to log in, David, since experiencing those issues?
Okay, I'll open the game. So since, as Mohammed mentioned, we are having 2 matches, 2 rounds within the same match. So you will find the first one, it is, the event name is third round championship. Go to the top one, you will see 2, but the first one is the one that is available at this moment. So please remember all the indications you already known about how to end the game. Testing us done, we will go ahead with the evaluation for the first round, and then we will continue with the second one. That's correct, Mohammed?
Yes, I suppose that is correct. Would the judges prefer to evaluate each round separately, or would they defer all their evaluation until the end, so we can just have a short pause in between the rounds and then have the evaluation process in the end? Any preference from the judges? Super judges as well?
This is interesting. In the Latin America, we did not apply this idea. What do you think, Zeudi?
No, I don't know. I just asking because, of course, we have to agree which is the best way. We before yesterday on the meeting, they decide to go with the evaluation after each match. So, however, the judges decide will be best. So it is up to the judges decide which is going to be the best way to evaluate the match.
I think after each match should be easier and more, closer to the time it happens. So let's just do it after each match.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
Okay, sounds good. So we will go ahead with the first one. Please make sure it is open only one, so there is no chance for you to get confused. Just go to the third round championship, go to the top, and it is the game for this first round in this match. Okay, so good luck to all.
Best of luck to all. Please stay on mute. And if you have any questions, use the WhatsApp chat functionality and also here on Zoom. So all the best and may the better team win. Can we also ask players from University of UO, Edwin, as well as the other team players to make sure that they have their cameras on at all times, please. Thank you.
Okay, I just verify with the students who report an issue, but data is available on server now. I verify all players has the information loaded. I will close the game. There is one student from Uniuyo who will try to log in and play next round of this match, okay? So for now, I will close the game.
We have everybody confirming that they finished the first round, including
Yes.
Samuel as well? All right. Excellent. We will proceed to the next.
Yeah, I will close the game now, and judges can, at the time I'll confirm, will be ready to evaluate. So now it's ready for evaluation, Celia. You can go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to log in.
While you do that, Celia, and you're logging in, I'm very also cognizant of the fact that we might have had a slightly delayed joining in by Judge Hank, and I apologize if I wasn't able to introduce you earlier. So Judge Hank, it's good to see you on the call. Really, really lovely to have you on and be one of the judges for this match. Would you mind introducing yourself to us on the call and everybody who's tuning in?
Okay, good morning. I'm Hank Shinalin. I'm from Suriname, working in the oil industry for 25 years. I have a master's in chemical engineering from Delft University of Technology. I will keep it short because Celia is already there. I just want to say good luck, you guys. Oh yeah, and I was in PetroBowl involved, just like Celia and Gail in 2018 when I brought the Suriname team for the first time to Trinidad in the pre-qualifications, and as of this year, I'm a judge.
Brilliant! Thank you so much for that intro, Judge Hank, and pleasure to have you on. And a bit of trivia there as well. So hope if some of the questions come in about that, then you now know the answer to what Judge Hank has spoken about. So Super Judge Celia, do we have the evaluation ready to go?
Yes, please, Celia. Click on evaluation. Double click. Yes. Okay, select the event. PetroBowl event. Yes. Can you please click on that? On the arrow. Okay, so third round championship. The first one. Round 3A1. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Thanks.
Celia, I'm not sure if it's just myself or as everybody on the call not able to see the zoomed out screen. Perfect. Now we're able to see it very clearly. If you can just scroll down to see how many questions have been answered in this particular part of the game. Okay, 36 questions. So we're up to that and we're ready to go for the evaluation. Floor is yours, Celia.
So I click evaluate now here.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes.
Okay. First question. The aim of gas cycling is to increase the recovery of what? The answer, condensate, the faster answer is incorrect. And the answer for the second team is incorrect as well. And confirm, and confirm. If your primary principal stress, largest in magnitude, is horizontal stress, and the least is overburden, what is a resultant faulting regime? Reverse faulting is the answer. We have here strike slip from the fastest team.
It's no.
It's
Yeah,
incorrect.
correct.
Name one key assumption that traditional decline curve analysis, DCA, holds good. Boundary dominated flow and constant operating conditions. The fastest team answer homogeneous formation. That is incorrect.
Well, I think we need to check this. I think homogeneous is right, but maybe it's better to see like the bank of questions just to see if there is like any extra support to check this question, because I think homogeneous is right, Dr. Lee?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't think we have time for that. I mean, we're going to run out of time as it is. I think we have to hurry, but homogeneous and I mean, I think homogeneous we have to accept. I mean, constant operating conditions is an answer, so yeah, I would accept homogeneous and move along.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
I think that's fair.
Okay. Okay, confirm, move on. In a general way, bubble point pressure can be expressed as a function of 4 parameters, including temperature, oil and gas specific gravities. What is the 4th parameter? Solution gas oil ratio, RS. And the answer was reservoir pressure. This is incorrect. Name, oh, nobody answered this one. We move on. What is the surface charge for sandstone and carbonate rocks? Sandstone is VE, carbonate is plus V, minus VE. The answer here is +2. What is the other judges' answer for this? It's incorrect, right?
Well, I see what they were getting at. I don't know. So they're, rather than putting, you know, it's if you're thinking of the actual ion, and I don't know what it is. I don't know what the charge on sandstone or carbonate is. Here it says plus VE and minus VE. I don't really even know.
I think minus V means negative, and for sandstone, and carbonate positive is what it means in the answer.
But do you think V is any number for a charge itself, or is it like you don't?
It's not. So? It's not a charge. There's no +5 or -5 charge if you're talking V.
Yeah.
Carbonate is actually 2+ if you took the carbonate ion. Yeah. So I think we have to accept that.
So but the question is for both, right? Sandstone and carbonate.
I have no idea what the charge is on sandstone. It shouldn't even be charged, really. I don't know. Does anybody else? But I think we have to accept 2+ because the carbonate is a 2+ if you take the ion. I mean, there's no sandstone ion.
Okay.
Yeah, but the question is, what is the surface charge for sandstone and carbonate rocks? They've only got half, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess if the carbonate is associated with the sandstone and carbonate's 2+, sandstone has to be 2-.
I think it's halfway answered.
Maybe go and look up the answer, the source, to see the value.
Yeah, maybe you can. That's right. Maybe some SP member can look at the answer and we skip this question.
And send it to the judges and we will come back. Yes.
So it's question number 6.
6, yes.
Okay. So just before we go to that question or come back to it again, I think because the answer is just one answer and the question is saying that the sandstone having a different from the carbonate, the team assumption was that that both rocks had the same answer and same charge, and I think this is a wrong answer. It's because they have different.
But do you have
if they came up with 2 numbers, then we would have been arguing it that one is +2 and one is -2. But they are coming up that the 2 different types of rock are having the same surface charge, which is not correct. So I think that this question is technically answered wrong.
Yes.
Okay, let's mark it wrong.
Share the link for the answer with you. So if you want to take a look, please.
Yeah, she sent the link for extra information regarding this question.
Please share it. As I'm sharing screen, I cannot see it, so please let me know and be guided for the other judges on this one.
Hang on a second here. Well, the source doesn't have anything about +2 or anything else, so I think we have to mark it wrong.
Okay.
Okay. What is the process of discovering hidden information in large amount of structured and unstructured data using methods such as statistics, machine learning, data mining, and predictive analytics, advanced analytics? The answer here is machine learning.
Yeah, this is not right. Actually, the machine learning name is inside the question.
Yes. What is the measurement that identifies to what extent the proportion of variance in the dependent variable is explained by the variance in the independent variables?
Standard deviation is actually correct.
Adjusted R-square.
What is the measurement that identifies? They are asking about the measurement, right? That identifies to what extent the proportion of variance, standard deviation is related to variance. In the dependent variable is explained by the variance again, in the independent variables. So I don't think it's right, because the standard deviation is another way to say variance.
So
yeah,
as
the answer's adjusted R-squared and the answer's standard deviation. So I think that's not correct.
Okay.
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 Mention two deployment conveyance systems: wireline and tubing, wireline, slickline, tractor, shuttle, coil tubing, DST. We have wireline and tubing.
Yeah.
I wonder if that they meant wireline and coil tubing.
I think we can give
I
it.
can accept this.
Yeah.
I think,
Yes.
yes, my opinion.
Nobody answered this one. In a correct gamma ray log, which element's contribution is subtracted?
Well, but like potassium, thorium, and uranium, all of them contribute to gamma ray. All of them, if I'm not wrong. Yes, all of these three elements, they contribute a lot for the gamma ray.
Yeah, but it says in a corrected gamma ray.
Yes, which one is subtracted?
Corrected. Yeah, in a corrected gamma ray.
Yeah. So no.
I checked this source. Uranium is correct.
Okay.
Confirm is no. And no, thorium is not.
Yeah, this is also, yeah.
What is a completion where technology helps operators to optimize production without costly well intervention and enables operators to collect, transmit, and analyze downhole data remotely control zones and maximize reservoir efficiency? Called intelligent well completion. We have here a smart completion as the fastest team. What do you think?
That's correct.
I think it's correct.
Yeah.
I think it's correct as well.
Yeah, that's okay, but I think like this name is smart. I mean, based on you judges that have experience in the industry, what do you think? This name is used is smart completion.
Yeah, we use it. We call it
Yes.
a smart completion. We never call it an intelligent completion.
Yes,
Yeah, but
call it
actually,
smart.
like in the books, it's called intelligent completion. But that's okay.
Yes. So we confirm. For a well to be classified as high temperature, what is the minimum bottom hole temperature it must exhibit in degrees Fahrenheit? The answer 300 degrees F. We have here production forecast. This is not confirmed. 350.
Hi, sorry. Could we appeal for this, because we had a similar issue in the previous round where like the answer is totally unrelated, which was probably like we were trying to answer the previous question, but because of the way the software works, maybe we submitted at the very last second or something.
Well, a wrong answer is a wrong answer, I'm going to say. I mean, you could do that on every question, right? Oh, the software was bad, so I answered the wrong answer. We have to, you have to go slow and make sure you get everything put in correctly. We can't argue about completely wrong answers here.
Jody?
What we agree is we will take into consideration if at the end of the game they will affect the results. So we can go ahead and see the final scores. And please, Celia, take a remark here. So
yes. Question 13.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe that's good to put in a remark.
Take the time, Jody.
Late typing.
Just a question here. Why is the team appealing to?
Can you go to the previous one? Yes.
Yes, the previous one, and it's still.
Yes. So that's for the player, as Judge Dr. Lee mentioned. They have to take care, and in this case, as you see, can you move to the next one? Okay. Of course, they have it's not related as the student mentioned, but we cannot at this point confirm an extra answer unless the match is tied and we have to go with further verifications. So
yes, but it still is wrong.
Yes, correct.
For the two questions.
Yes.
Both are wrong on this question as well.
Yes. Yes.
And it would have been the wrong answer for the previous question, but we'll have to see if it's related to the next question.
Yes.
But what about Uyo? They're very well 350 as opposed to 300.
Yeah, I think we have to mark 350 wrong too. It says minimum bottom.
The minimum, yes.
Okay, minimum, yeah.
Yes.
They were close though.
Did you confirm the other answer, Celia?
The
other answer was wrong for the previous one.
Yes, I confirm.
Yeah, just confirm yes. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So a term used to express the results of the test that determines the amount of clay-like materials in a water-based drilling fluid based on the amount of methylene blue dye absorbed by the sample. Name it. MBT, bentonite equivalent, and the facet was cation exchange capacity.
That's the correct answer. That's actually a better answer than the previous answers. That's absolutely what you're measuring is cation exchange capacity when you're doing the MBT.
Okay. So
but
I will put it as
the name of the test.
Please, just remember that you are not supposed to compare answers.
Look, I did this for a living. I mean, we would call it cation exchange capacity sometimes too. That's right.
Just to give you guys one thing, I have been on rigs for 8-9 years. I've never did a word of cation exchange capacity. We always call it MBT, methynyl blue test. I've never heard the cation exchange apart from
I think the source says MBT as well. I checked.
Yeah, the answer is MBT. I don't think cation exchange is more of a scientific term. It doesn't reward. What we need here is a term used in the field.
The term that is a cation exchange capacity test. I actually did this test for a living for 7 years. Plenty of us would call it cation exchange capacity if you knew what you're talking about. I'm telling you that is the right answer. You shouldn't.
So let's go through the question. We're asking for the term used to express the results of the test.
The results is the cation exchange capacity of a 3-layer clay.
Judges, I would recommend.
Correct answer.
I would recommend.
It's an MBT test, whether it provides cation exchange or whatever. We don't care. We only care about MBT result in a term of a reference and a scale. We never look at any of the scientifics on the field.
That's the okay. So pounds mass per barrel is the term you use to express the active clay by the cation exchange capacity. I mean, I'm telling you that is the right answer. I mean, this is my, like, right in my wheelhouse. It's what I do.
Mohammed Tarek, thank you for your input. So we will just ask that please, we welcome all comments and inputs, but just the judges will have the final say and decision. And
yes.
So the super judges and the judges will take a vote on this, and then we'll move on to the next question.
Yeah, I agree. It's yes.
Want to hear the other judges? So
yes, but do we need to add a remark that we all agree, or we just say agree? We don't. The remarks only if we don't, isn't it?
Yeah, I think our remark is important.
I think a remark is important because according to the source of the SPE answer, the MBT is also correct.
So we see an MBT bentonite equivalent, or they have it as the pounds per barrels, right?
Mm-hmm.
So these were the three options in the source. When we are saying as well that cation exchange capacity is also considered as the name of the test, of the results of the test.
Yes. Just put that down in the remarks box. Yes. Answer.
In the context of progressive cavity pumps, what does DFL stand for? Dynamic fluid level. The faster answer is fluid level here.
Well,
it doesn't have the D.
It doesn't have the D, but
it doesn't have the D. We asked for all three, right?
Well, we were kind of very in previous when it comes to nomenclature, we were kind of very strict on what was each one of the letters representing, right?
Right.
So we cannot take it.
Yeah. And actually, so it's no. Right. No answer.
What physical property of a material refers to the maximum voltage required to produce a dielectric breakdown through the material and is expressed as volts per unit thickness, dielectric strength? The answer that we have here is really mod and BOP. That sounds not related.
Yeah, no. Oh, confirm.
Confirm.
Yes.
What production rate should be maintained throughout the wellhead during a build-up test on an oil-producing well? Zero flow rate.
Correct.
Name one condition in which a scaffold cannot be erected. Extreme weather, ground not stable, permeable, other. We've seen here weak ground.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
No answer.
According to Reuters,
Go
name
back
one.
Go back one.
No answer.
Oh, that's not no answer. Okay.
According to Reuters, name one of the three oil majors who invest in nuclear fusion startup.
That's good.
Chevron, Eni, and Equinor.
Yes.
What are unstable substances which emit heavy particles, alpha and beta, and higher energy electromagnetic waves, gamma, from their nucleus by decay called radioactive isotopes?
No, because we need the word isotope, don't we? Not just substance.
Well, I mean, it asks for substances. I mean, radioactive substances kind of fits pretty close.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's splitting hairs a little bit. personally. I think we should accept radioactive substances, war materials, or, you know.
But actually, if we accept just team A is going to get the points, you know. Yeah, so it's.
I think it's correct, personally.
Yeah, I would go with it as correct as well.
What are unstable substances which emit heavy particles and higher energy electromagnetic gamma from their nucleus by decay called? Yeah, well, yeah, the question does say substances, doesn't it?
Yes. Okay,
Yeah.
so yes.
Maybe the question should be better worded, yeah.
Can you go back and put like a remark in the question, Celia? Just like better wording for this question.
Yes.
For this question, actually, right?
Sorry, for this question, yes.
Yeah, because if they wanted the specific answer isotopes, then they shouldn't have used substances, I think.
Okay. In the context of hydrodynamics, when cavitation occurs, what effect does this have on the efficiency of the pump?
Correct.
Answer: decrease efficiency.
Correct.
So that's correct. Standard Oil of New Jersey was dominated by a man known as the Boss. What was his name? Walter Teagle.
Yeah, Walter Teagle. That's
so
wrong.
This is no. Confirm. Walter Teagle. Yes.
Way Walter Teagle. Yeah.
In what year did the engineer George Reynolds discover oil in Venezuela? This is correct. 1922. When conducted a polymer water flood, a high molecular weight and viscosity enhancing polymer is added to the water of the water flood in order to decrease what? Decrease the mobility of the flood water. So we have here interfacial tension.
That's wrong. This one is wrong.
Well, I don't know, can somebody check? Because let's see, look, when conducting a polymer water flood, a high molecular weight and viscosity enhancing, a polymer is added to the water in order to decrease what? Now, decrease the interfacial tension.
Yeah, interfacial tension is wrong.
Yeah, the reason you're adding it in there, right, so that you can, it doesn't go through as much, right? Like it's the viscosity is the important part.
Yeah.
I think the viscous fingering might be a correct answer, but I think interfacial tension is wrong.
Yeah, because if we decrease the mobility of water, we are decreasing the fingering possibility. So I think the answer of second team is correct.
So interfacial is no, confirmed.
It's not.
Viscous fingering could be accepted.
I think so.
Yes.
Francis, I might be wrong, but I think it would actually decrease interfacial tension, right? Like they'd have a less of a chance of mixing together. Is that correct?
Well, I think we need to.
If someone can check, can someone?
Yeah,
check?
but
I
don't think it's a direct result.
No, it's not. I'm just saying, that was a side note. I think it's wrong. I think we need to move on. I'm just saying, I think it would actually decrease interfacial tension regardless. It's not.
Yeah, we need to check these. I'm not sure.
It wouldn't change the answer, but I think we can accept viscous fingering because it would decrease that.
Yeah.
So we don't have time. I think we just need to move on.
Yeah, because viscous fingering basically means exactly the answer. They'd just be more specific, which is good.
Right. So that's correct. Did you confirm the other one?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'll confirm it again.
That's okay.
In the context of data science, what does DOF stand for? Digital oil field. And we have here depth of field.
No.
That's wrong.
That is incorrect.
Yes.
What is the material transported and deposited by wind and consisting of predominantly cell-sized particles called?
That's
Low
incorrect.
Low S, yeah, no, it's not.
No answer.
So this is not answer. So I click no. Confirm.
Actually, we need to come back to question number 6. Go ahead, finish this. Go to the four.
That does conclude 40 questions. There were no further answers beyond question 36. So.
Okay. So go back to question 6. We have something to discuss there. One more. Yes, this one.
Okay. So as I mentioned, please share with me as I cannot see the chat.
So I have the abstract for that paper open. I don't have access to the whole paper. There's nothing mentioned in the abstract about +2 charges.
But the question is asking for two, for both sandstone and carbonate, and only one answer.
Yeah, if I look up here, it's talking about the zeta potential, and so it's talking about the sandstone rock surfaces have a negative zeta potential. And so probably, 1 minute, I'm reading down in sandstones. So I think they're talking about the zeta potential, in which case the sandstone's negative and carbonates are positive. And so I think they're not talking about, you know,
The charge itself,
they're
right?
talking about the zeta potential charge, I think.
It's just like a general number.
And then it should be the answer, yes, sandstone's negative and carbonate's positive. So I think
it's wrong.
+2 is not right.
Wrong.
Again, it's not a very well worded question, is it?
Yeah.
It's quite ambiguous, yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Of the answer, I will say.
Of the question.
Question.
Because they should have really asked for zeta potential.
It should be in the context of zeta potential.
Yes.
Should have been added.
Okay, I would like to mention for the question 13.
13.
Yes,
there.
yeah, the one the students raised a point. For the second fastest answer, which is of course the one that they are claiming to have here, is not correct, the answer they provide. So in this case, nothing will affect this question's evaluation that we already did, okay?
Okay. So now do I close here?
No, we still have to go back to the MBT.
To what?
The question on the MBT methylene blue dye test.
I think we were like,
you
can go back, but I think we agree. We agreed the answer.
Yes, we had agreed.
Yes.
Yes, and accepted it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so that concludes the first.
So close here?
Yes.
Yes. Please go ahead, yeah. All right, so at the halfway point of this quarterfinal match, third round championship, we have Team A, UTP, leading by 15 points to 10 points for University of UO. It's neck and neck, it's very tight, and I suppose we will not know for sure who's going to emerge on top until the next set of questions are played. So we can proceed now. So
yeah, since we are ahead of time, I will open the game, the second.
All right, so prepare for the second set of questions to open up.
Yes, it's already open.
All the best to all the teams, or both teams. Samuel, can you please go ahead and turn your camera on for us? We just we've been messaging you on the Zoom chat. Please turn on your camera, Samuel. Thank you.
Okay, I just check. All students has completed their match now.
Yes, that's correct. Seems as though everybody has checked is done.
Yes, close it.
Us to close the game and then hand over to Celia for the evaluation process. Celia, once you get the go ahead from Zudi, please feel free to go ahead and share your screen. We'll start the evaluation for the second set of questions in this match.
Okay, Celia is available for evaluation now. You can log in. Please log out and log in again.
Celia, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Third round. Select please the third round championship. Okay. The second one, number 2. Yes. Double click. Okay, good.
Tier 32. Okay.
You are mute.
Yeah, you are muted. Celia? I don't know why, but we cannot hear you.
No.
Celia, I'm not sure if you can hear us. I believe you're on mute.
She's not on mute, but I think she's having problems with her microphone.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. If we can ask one of the judges in the meantime to just take over the commentating part of the evaluation until
Want to go ahead?
Yeah.
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. In the context of PVT analysis, what does CVD stand for? Constant volume depletion. So, yes, everybody got that right, didn't they? So the jacket of which platform was removed by Hirema Schleipnir crane vessel in 2020, which set the record for the largest single lift jacket removal? Jotun B. Wow, yes, there we are. Correct. The isothermal oil compressibility for an undersaturated reservoir can be calculated by a graph of an oil property versus pressure. Mention this oil property. So that's the oil formation volume factor, or BO. So
wait a minute. The isothermal oil compressibility actually for an undersaturated reservoir can be calculated by a graph of an oil property versus pressure.
I think it's not right.
That's wrong. The isothermal oil compressibility. No answer. No answer.
name one benefit of digital transformation. So we have enhanced data collection, greater resource management, or other.
So here's the problem with questions like this. I mean, realistically, the answer can be what they've put down. I mean, that's the correct answer. We have to, when questions are worded like this, I took some of these off of round 4. You have to accept this answer. It's not the answer on there, but there's a million answers that could be. And quicker and easier is a benefit of digital transformation.
Yes.
So we have to accept it.
Yes.
Split the data set into training and test sets. Use cross-validation techniques to further segment the data into composite sets and implement performance metrics as accuracy. Our approach is to evaluate what? And of course, it's a machine learning, right? Machine learning. So.
But wait a minute. I think like accuracy is not wrong.
Yeah. I think this technique of using all these things put together is looking at the.
It's a training and test sets, right?
Yeah, split and also the cross-validation techniques for further segment the data set into composite sets and implement performance metrics to as accuracy, because they say as accuracy. Our approach is to evaluate what?
Yes, so.
Yeah,
yes.
We cannot accept that because the name accuracy is right there. But like,
I think we have to, I think we're like, aren't we 30 minutes over time right now?
It's
not necessarily, because we have 1 hour in between games off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay then, but I don't think accuracy is correct.
Not at this stage, Kildare, for the next stage. So we have to, yes. Not for this stage. We are running over time by now. We will have a
the 1 hour should be off.
For the next round, yes, when we move to the quarters.
Okay.
Yes, just to let you know, the next match should have been at 1 o'clock GMT, but now we are about half an hour running late.
Okay, so 1 hour off should be without games. Okay.
Okay, so this one I think is clearly no.
Yeah, no.
This type of packer requires to be milled away the internal sleeves to retrieve it, so it should be a permanent packer. And we have as answers drillable packer or permanent packer.
It is, so it's a permanent packer, but it is drillable.
So we should accept the first answer because they answer first, right? So yes.
I mean, it is drillable. I mean, it's like yeah, I think we have to accept that.
Okay, yeah.
There are 4 major areas where blockchain technology can help the oil and gas industry overcome various day-to-day challenges. Name one of them. Supply chain, trading, regulatory, other, and they have supply chain.
That's correct.
Yeah.
In the context of HSES, what does the acronym OSHA represent? Occupational Safety and Health Administration.
That's right.
Yes, good.
That's correct.
Yeah. But the order is not correct, right?
I think
It's a typo. It's a small typo.
Yeah. They did not put the O in front of the first name, so that's okay.
It's just a typo. It's all right.
Yeah.
No, I mean for the
health safety.
But it is, it's
yeah, that's fine.
I think they got the gist of it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Name the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 12, responsible consumption and production.
That's good.
Yes.
Name 2 components of an annular BOP. Donut packer, operating piston, opening port, closing port.
That's incorrect.
And we have annular ram and blind ram.
That's incorrect, yeah.
What is a subsurface condition in which the pore pressure of a geological formation exceeds or is less than the expected or normal formation pressure? The answer is abnormal pressure. What is a magnet which is usually run on wireline used to recover lighter metal components from the well? Fishing magnet.
Correct.
What is a polymer without additives and without blending with another polymer called? Homopolymer.
Okay, a monomer, it would be the unit before it is polymerized. So I don't think we can accept monomer because it says a polymer, and a monomer is not a polymer by definition.
So that's no.
No.
Nobody. Which international oilfield service company recently contributed their North American onshore hydraulic fracturing business to a US oilfield service company for an equity interest in that company, and it's Schlumberger? So unfortunately, we have Halliburton. What is the first step performed by the driller when he observes a drilling break? Flow check.
This is actually the right answer because you have to stop drilling to flow check. I mean, that would be your first thing you do. So you have to accept that.
Okay, so that's a yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
There
I would
you
like
go.
to.
You have an appeal?
I have an appeal for the last question. Yeah, they said the first step performed by the driller when you observe a drilling break. I think it should be with respect to proceeding with the drilling operation. So stopping obviously is the next step, but we're talking of after the drilling break with regards to the drilling operation. That should be flow check, not stopping the drilling operation, because that's just a general term, and anyone could have written that. But we are speaking in drilling terms, and I suggest it's stopping the drilling operation should not be the correct answer technically.
Because when he observes a drilling break, right? He's in the rig and observes a drilling break. He instantaneously go ahead and stop the drilling operation.
Yes.
Let me interject here. Let me just put this to rest. I teach well control. And the first step is stop drilling. When I write it in my notes, step one, stop drilling. Plus, I have to flow check 1,000 times in my life, and that is what I tell the driller. First thing you do, you stop. That's by definition what you have to do. You have to space out.
Can you just put a note to review the SPE answer?
Because actually, this answer is based on Dr. Lee's experience, right? So that's what he performs when he is working. And I believe that's the correct, that's the correct way.
I mean, you have to think about the practicality of the answer, right? Like they are flow checking, but you have to stop drilling to flow check. So you don't flow check while you're drilling. You have to turn everything off. You stop the drilling operation. So we have to accept that.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, it's the wording, isn't it? If it says what is the first check performed by the driller, then it would be flow check, but it didn't say that. It said, what's the first step? So, yeah, that was a question.
Okay.
Anyone say anything? I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
Nobody.
Well, can you go back to 20? Can you go back to 20? Okay, go ahead.
When is an excavation considered a confined space? If the depth is more than 1.2 meters, so that's correct.
Yes.
Nobody got that one. Name one of the 3 companies which have agreed to develop a strategic partnership to deliver digital twin technology for upstream oil and gas. So Doris Group, Schneider, Electric and Aveva. So IBM is not right.
And the second answer is not correct either.
Name one of the possible best applications or conditions for continuous gas lift. Strong water drive or water flood reservoirs, good PI and high GOR.
Water drive, water flood reservoirs, good
Name
PI,
one
That's
of
not
the
right.
possible best applications or conditions for continuous gas lift.
It's not correct. Offshore location is not correct.
No.
But the next one actually could be.
Having consistent supply of injection gas.
That is one of the best possible applications for continuous gas lift when you do have a consistent supply of injection gas, right?
Wait a minute, because
That's
he's
correct.
talking there, because the second answer, they are talking about injection of gas. So I think they are talking about secondary recovery. So it's something different. Strong water drive,
No,
this is
it's
the primary type of energy of the reservoir. Water flood is secondary recovery.
Yeah, but you're injecting gas into the wellbore. You're not injecting it into the reservoir.
No. Gas lift, you are injecting the wellbore. But the answer for the second question, you are injecting the reservoir.
So excuse me, actually I was referring to injection gas in the wellbore.
Yeah, I mean, they are injecting into the wellbore by definition. And then it says name one of the possible best applications. It doesn't say name one of the best possible reservoir applications.
No,
right?
Name one of the possible best applications or conditions for continuous gas lift, strong water drive, or water flood reservoirs. Actually, when you inject continuous gas lift, you have a lot of water production. You have a lot of water production. So if you are injecting a lot of gas in the reservoir, not necessarily you are going to have a lot of water production. I don't agree with the second answer.
Look, I mean, if you're going to choose what type of lift you're going to use, right? Like you're going to what you're going to use. If you've got a consistent supply of injection gas, which isn't injection gas, but you're injecting it into the wellbore, that's a great reason to use that form of lift.
No, but what is the purpose of injecting gas in the reservoir? Actually, it's to decrease the bottom hole pressure.
It doesn't say anything about the reservoir.
No, it's gas lift.
Right,
Yes.
but look, we are injecting gas because of some demand of energy coming from the reservoir. That's why I'm mentioning a lot of reservoir stuff here. And actually, if you take a look on the answers, he's also talking about the reservoir condition.
No, sir. I'm referring to the wellbore. Sorry.
The question didn't ask
to the
specifically. Look, the question needs to say reservoir. It doesn't, though.
No.
Name one of the possible best applications or conditions for continuous gas lift. Continuous gas lift. You are injecting, continuous gas lift, you are right. You are injecting gas in a wellbore, but what is the purpose? To reduce bottom hole pressure and produce more fluid,
Kilder, it doesn't say anything about the purpose. The question is extremely broad. I mean, look back to when you were a contestant, man. I mean, you read these questions quick and you have a technically correct answer. I know that's not what they were getting at. It should have said reservoir in the question, but it doesn't. So we have to accept this. It's a viable answer.
I don't think it's a viable answer. I'm sorry. Dr. Lee,
we don't have time. We should all vote.
Yeah, so just here we can just take votes and majority agree on the right decision for this question. So please, judges, make a decision. We have Kildare, Frances, Hen, Celia, and Dr. Lee. Please.
I vote to accept the second answer.
Okay. What about the other judges?
I don't agree.
I don't agree.
Okay, two.
I would tend to agree because of the wording of the question. It says name one of the possible best applications or conditions for continuous gas lift. And
Okay.
having consistent supply of gas is...
Yes, we have still Hen and Celia. Please go ahead with your result.
I think we can take it correct.
Okay, so Celia, we need your vote.
You can put it in the chat.
Gail here. Yes, also Gail is here with us.
I said I didn't agree.
You are agree?
No.
You don't. So we have 3 no and 2 yes. So indeed.
But there is another judge, right? We have 6.
No, I think we had two no's and 3 yeses.
Yes. So we have
judges.
Judge Lee and Hank and Francis saying yes. Gail and Kildar saying no.
And
so,
Celia, you can put your in the chat.
So
Gail, please, I'm sorry. I believe
Celia's trying to say something as well.
Say that.
Can you just write your yes or no in the chat for us, please?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Because the question is asking about the
Hey,
purpose.
She's answered. Let's move along.
Yeah, let's move along. We have 4 judges saying correct, so let's confirm that and proceed, please.
Okay.
Name one of the 2 most common EOS that have been used for oil recovery solvent injection processes, equations of state, right? So we have Peng Robinson and Swavi Redlick Kwong. So Peng Robinson, yeah, it's the usual one. No one. When hydrostatic pressure provided by drilling fluid is less than reservoir pressure, the reservoir fluid may influx into the wellbore. What is this called? Loss of primary well control. And everybody's put kick.
But kick is right.
Kick is right. Yeah, we would never call it a loss of primary well control except for in the report afterwards.
Right.
In the courtroom.
Yes.
Yeah, kick is right.
What is a column chart based on classes or bins? Blah, blah, blah. Yep. Histogram. Yeah. Correct.
That's correct. No answer.
Got that
No.
one.
No answer.
Oh, yeah.
No answer.
Oh, was there an answer on?
No.
Okay.
There is no answer after that. Please go ahead until the so we can make sure there is no answer after those questions. Click on the arrow so we can, go down. So after question 33, no answer from any of the players. So we have a tie here, and in the previous match,
it seems as though we have 50 each between Team A and Team B in this particular set of questions, but then we also have 15 points to 10 in the first set of questions, which gives us 65 points to Team A, UTP, and 60 points to Team B, University of UO, in one of the tightest and heavily contested matches in PetroBowl. Can we confirm that result? Azudi, I think we're seeing only the score for the second set of questions, right?
There is one player trying to say something. He's from the Nigerian team. Is that right?
I will grant that, but we are not allowed, players not allowed to appeal to more than 15 seconds after every question. So please, you can go ahead and say what you had to comment on, though. Go ahead. Okay, I'm not sure if we're able to do it.
I don't.
Edwin, were you attempting to say something? Please go ahead.
Yes. I was concerning the question that was the one that the judges had to decide. I think the question was quite straightforward, and the answers that UTP team gave was not the correct answer. I don't know if you can go back.
All right, so that is, I mean, we cannot even grant that as an appeal. What I would have implored you to do is to appeal immediately after the judges have actually evaluated the question. Having said that, we did put the question to a vote. The judges had heavily contested the response to that one, but we had to put it to a vote and split the, you know, have a tiebreaker essentially, and the super judge has deemed that question to be, or that answer to be correct. So we have to move on. But thank you for the comment, Edwin. And the final score.
Sorry. Hello?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I also want to contest the question that we submitted IBM as an answer. Recently, IBM signed a contract with a couple of upstream companies to enhance their technologies. So I would appreciate it if you could actually check up that question, because IBM is also one of the companies that recently signed up with oil companies.
We will contact Philippe and Miguel, who are in charge of the questions, as well as the questions committee, just to confirm that. But we are going to go ahead with the responses that were mentioned in the acceptable answers, and IBM was not one of those.
Let me reiterate with Mohammed here. You should have challenged that earlier. It's too late now. I mean, it's by the rules. You can't challenge now. So we have to.
You should have challenged before the end of the result. So now we cannot do anything. We need to accept the final results.
Judge Celia, if you are still hearing us, you may unshare the screen. We'd like to congratulate both teams for a job very well done in making it so far in the competition. Fine margins at the end.
I think there is a player from the team trying to say something.
Edwin, is that you?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
We actually did not want to contest that question immediately, because it was said that if it doesn't affect the final score, that's when we could leave it. So my team player actually was sure of the question. The person answered, and we deliberated, and he knew he was sure of the question, but we gave it like, so let it be after the evaluation round before we can give the contest to that question. So we wanted to be sure that it will actually not affect, but since it's affecting the play, that's why I decided to contest on that.
I'm happy to be corrected by the judges here, but actually those two questions were not put to confirming if the final score. They were actually decided on the spot through a vote. So
that is correct.
The one he talked about wasn't decided through a vote. The one my team player spoke of, the IBM being part of
IBM wasn't even deliberated on. It was just put as incorrect because it wasn't mentioned in the responses. So Edwin, we appreciate your comments and thank you so much for that. But we have to move on in the interest of time. So thank you to both teams. Congratulations to UTP. Proceeding to the final four, semifinals. We will be seeing you again in Zoom call 1, I believe, as well. So, but we'll give you a time right now to take some well-deserved break and join us again for the semifinals. So thank you to Hazik and your team. Congratulations to you for making it through. Samuel, thank you for participating, you and your team. No commiserations, absolutely, because you've done a great job. And I suppose Judge Kildar will be taking a break as well. Will join us at some point later, but we'll keep all the other judges in our company here. So thank you for all, and we'll begin to admit, hopefully, the upcoming teams.
Well done, guys.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
All right, so very tight, very heavily contested.
Yes. So Mohammed, do we all sign out now, or do we stay here for the next one?
Oh no, France, I think you're welcome to stay here because we have you on as a judge for the upcoming match as well.
Stay here.
You're for the next one as well, Francis. So you stay here.
Can I make a suggestion since we're now 50 minutes behind? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yes.
When we go through the questions, if the answer is correct, let's just click it as correct and don't read them because we're way behind. I mean, I'm reading them, but we're not gonna time.
Yes.
And if it's contested or whatever, then we'll read it and go through it slowly. But the question's right, just click and go.
I agree. If it's correct, just click.
Yeah, just to speed us up.
Another suggestion I have as for us judges is that can we, if we're not sure amongst ourselves, can we go to the source, because all of us have field and practical experience, but the students don't have this, and they're normally into the literature, and we should check what the literature is saying, because a lot of these questions came from literature.
But we have to accept the experience as well as the literature, because some of the students do have field experience, and some of them have been exposed to people like me that give them a great deal of insight into that. So, that's why we're here as judges, to also accept other answers that aren't necessarily in the literature.
And an answer that is correct for the way that the question's worded.
Absolutely. A huge part of the petroleum industry, and what makes it special, is actually that there are different terminologies for certain responses, and the judges, with their vast experience and seasoned expertise in this in different domains, will be able to provide us with those insights. So I agree with Dr. Lee with that. We are now welcoming members of KFUPM as well as Oklahoma University. It's not difficult to distinguish the OU team with their bandanas on, the gear and the merchandise, looking very smart, very sleek. Welcome to Zoom call 1. We thank you for your patience and do apologize for the slight delays that we're experiencing, especially the evaluation process. We will be striving to be more swift with that process moving along. So just to confirm that we have all 4 members of the KFPM team or KFUPM with us on the call. I suppose I'm seeing 3 team players at the moment, and also from Oklahoma University we have 3. Anna and Elton. From KFUPM we have Ahmed, Clement, and Saud. So without further ado, we've already introduced the judges, so that's going to make the process a lot smoother for this time around. Philippe, you're up first. You're the captain for Oklahoma University. You've been here before. You've had this experience of playing in the Elite 8. So introduce yourself, your teammates, and tell us a little bit about the road to the quarterfinal for OU.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Felipe Cruz. It's a pleasure to be here playing the quarterfinals in the PetroBowl. I'm a PhD student in petroleum engineering at the University of Oklahoma. As of my teammates, we have Elton Correa. He's a PhD student in chemical engineering. Anna Jurdi, she's also a PhD student in chemical engineering. And Ashutosh Sharma, he's a PhD student in petroleum engineering. And we're really excited to play this match. I would like to say good luck to our opponent team, and also to say good luck for the match as well. Like, we want the judges, everything to play to occur like really well, and I'm excited to play this match. So let's move on.
Philippe, where's your 4th player? I'm not seeing him.
I can't see Ashutosh, Felipe.
I think he might be joining us.
All right.
Yes.
So
no, he's not here, right?
No, I can't see him. He's not in the meeting room.
Just a second.
Yeah, no problem. In the list of the team players and in the group, Philippe, we didn't have any mention of himself. So just to confirm with us if they're joining. In the meantime, I'll hand over to Ahmed. Tell us a little bit about yourself, your teammates, and the experience of KFUPM so far at PetroBowl.
Hi everyone, this is Ahmed Abdelal, King Fahd University team captain. We are very happy to reach this stage. I am here today with Adid Majay, PhD student, Saud, undergraduate student, and Clemens, also PhD student. I'd like to welcome Oklahoma University team with their fantastic team captain, Philippe. I really enjoyed the way they are playing the team as a good team. And we are looking forward to a good match today, inshallah.
Brilliant. Thanks for that, Ahmed, and admiration and sportsmanship displayed there by members of the KFUPM team towards their opponent today. So without further ado, like was mentioned, we are a little bit behind schedule, so we'll deliberate any further. Zudi, if you can confirm to us that the software is up and running and that we're able to open that up for the players to begin their match.
It is open to play now.
Excellent. All the best to both teams. Please stay on mute. If you have any concerns or issues, use the Zoom chat functionality or the WhatsApp groups. Best of luck. All right, so it appears as though we have all members from OU confirmed that they're done. Can we confirm from KFUPM if you have concluded your first set of questions as well? Does everybody have that done? Excellent. Okay. Therefore, we can proceed with the evaluation process of the first set of questions. Zudi, please let us know if you're able to now close the questions and open it for Super Judge Celia to be able to go through the evaluation.
Can you guys confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah, thanks, Celia.
Good.
Wait, Celia, I'll close the game now, okay? Now it is open. Sorry, close for evaluation. No.
Oh, close for submission and open for evaluation. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm sorry.
No issues. Floor is yours, Celia. Please go ahead and share your screen. Thank you. You can just get a quick run through of the amount of questions that were submitted out of 40 for both teams.
So where do I check here?
Third round.
Third round.
And then we want to go to R3C, which is row number
Played
20.
already, yes.
Excellent. So please scroll down to see the amount of questions that were answered. So we've gone up to question 33. And now I can go ahead and evaluate. All yours.
Okay. Which type of pump test equipment is usually used in determining bulk volume of shale cuttings? The answer is mercury. And we have here mud pump. So the answer is incorrect. Which BOP stack component does the letter S refer to when describing the stack arrangement? Drilling spool, the fastest steam has, shear ram. The answer is incorrect. Confirm, share, incorrect. What is the primary function of rod rotator, which is used in sucker rod pumping operations? Spreads the wear around the entire surface is the answer. The fastest answer say drive the rotor and move oil up. Any comments from the judges?
I believe it's incorrect.
Primary function is incorrect.
Excuse me, can we appeal this question?
Sure, go ahead, Philippe.
Okay, thank you. So basically the rod rotator in sucker rod pumps, what it does, it's a auxiliary equipment that rotates the rotor. And by doing this, it spreads all of the friction through all the surface, the wall surface of the rotor. Its benefit is to move oil up, because if it didn't have the rod rotator, we couldn't move, we would decrease the efficiency of the sucker rod string. So I don't see why our answer is incorrect in this question. It's the same thing.
I can explain that. It says the primary function of the rod rotator, and the primary function of the rod rotator is to extend the life of the pump, not to move oil up. Extending the life of the pump certainly moves more oil up, but the primary function is to extend the life of the pump. So I see where you're going with that, but we can't accept that because it's asked for the primary function. If you said it's actually a secondary function, really, I mean, that it lasts longer, right? I get your point, but it says primary function. So I think you had a really good try.
No, I understand. Thank you. Thank you for explaining.
That was your first appeal.
Yes,
Yes.
correct, Judge Hank. Yeah, thank you, Philip, and thank you, Dr. Lee, for elaborating on that. The appeal is not granted, and you have one appeal remaining.
Yes, I have one appeal for this round, right? And then for the second set of 40 questions, 2 more appeals. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
No worries.
Okay. Continuing, in a shale reservoir, what effect does the increase in quartz content have in the brittleness? Brittleness increases with increasing quartz content. And the faster answer is increases. That is correct. Confirm. A retrograde condensate fluid has a phase envelope such that reservoir temperature lies between the critical point and which other point of the binary diagram, the Crickondon term. So the faster team got it correct. What is a statistical method into machine learning to model the relationship between a dependent target and independent predictor variables with one or more independent variables? Answer is regression analysis. Fastest team have regression or multilinear regression. Is that an answer for the other judges, correct?
I think, I believe that's correct. I'm good with it.
Confirm.
Celia, can I ask something? I think for the previous question, it didn't show up the confirmation for the question number 5 when you pressed yes. Okay, thank you. Sorry for just to confirm.
Name the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 2. Zero hunger. This is correct. Name 2 of the 3 basic steps of the process to fracture a well. Drilling, water disposal, production. And we have here injecting propan. This is only one.
It's only one, we have to mark it wrong.
Yes. How many times has the University of Oklahoma won the PetroBowl championship? 3 times, and they answer correct.
I would have been really embarrassing if you'd have got this one wrong.
For heavy oil production method, what does SAGD stand for? Steam assisted gravity drainage. Steam assisted gravity drainage is the answer. Packers should be built out of materials that will last the life of the well. What is the name of the association that establishes guidelines and acceptance criteria for material selection for sour service in H2S environment? The National Association of Corrosion Engineers. So the fastest team got it wrong. Well, did not answer. Confirm. And the second team got it wrong as well. Scale in oil and gas wells is a major problem leading to significant losses in production and from potential revenue. Name 1 well intervention operation method to remove scale chemically, hydraulically, or mechanically. Surface, ball heading, coil tubing, downhole scale milling. First answer was chemical inhibition. What is the...
We can't accept inhibition because it asks to remove scale. An inhibitor makes
it's to prevent.
Yeah.
Here have acid, like acid wash.
Okay.
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
An acid wash will remove scale. Very
Yeah.
effective. I think we have to accept that. I mean, I see what they're getting at in the question is the operation, but you could technically say that an acid job is an operation as well.
I agree. It's correct. We can consider it correct. Yeah.
Okay. When designing a fulcrum principle buttonhole assembly, which component creates a pivot point to help in building the angle? Near bit stabilizer. That is correct. What are the high pressure, high temperature, HPHT, API well conditions, maximum anticipated shut-in pressure, and maximum flowing temperature on the seafloor that will trigger a specific design guidelines for oil and gas subsea equipment? The answer, maximum anticipated surface pressure have to be greater than 15,000 psi and the temperature greater than 350 Fahrenheit. This answer was not correct. And the second answer will be correct.
Yes.
When obtaining formation rock samples, why are conventional or whole cores preferred over sidewall cores, rotary and percussion? Continuous section of rocks are extracted. First answer says rock core samples.
I don't think
That
it's
will
correct.
be
Not correct.
Yeah. No, you can accept rock core samples.
What is a system called for servicing or the maintenance of live equipment or pipelines where the unexpected energizing or release of energy could cause injury? Lock and tag are placed on the isolating device to avoid uncontrolled operation. Locked out, tag out. That's correct. Describe relative permeability in terms of the mobilities in multi-phase and single-phase flow. The ratio of mobility in multi-phase to the single-phase flow is the answer. The first answer says just effective over. No. And the second answer have a ratio of KMP over KSF, but I will need help from the other judges for this. Can we see do you see any connection of this answer with the answer we have for SPE?
We can check the source.
Can you please share the source in the chat?
I don't think this is correct personally, but I'm not a reservoir guy, so else.
Saudi, is anybody?
Yeah, I will help with the link now.
Okay.
We can relax because we have to wait for group B to stay at the same stage as us, so we have time to deliberate and continue with the game without any further delay.
Can we go to the next question and we come up with this question later?
I don't think we can accept. I don't think we can accept it.
Hello, sorry, can I challenge that?
Well, we haven't decided if that's the true answer. I'm just giving my opinion right now, man.
Yeah, but just to define, KMP is the permeability multiphase divided by the permeability single phase. So, and that's the definition of relative permeability, or at least that's a definition of relative permeability. So I don't see how this will not be accepted.
Dimeji, once the judges have made the decision to actually grant the question as correct or the answer is correct, then you may appeal, but they have not decided yet. So, but thanks.
All right. Okay.
So can we check the source and go to the next question to save time? And we come to this later.
So question 21, we have to come back as soon as the source is checked.
Yeah. All right.
Regarding,
just sorry for that. We may grant appeals at that moment when we have to come back to the question, just to confirm for the teams. So thanks, Celia. Go ahead.
Regarding a phase diagram, what is the maximum pressure above which gas cannot be formed regardless of temperature increase? That is a Crick-Condon bar, and this is correct. What is the key petrophysical rock property that influences volumetric sweep efficiency? Permeability, correct. Who is the pioneer in the application of artificial intelligence and machine learning in the exploration and production industry? The answer is incorrect. In the context of unstructured gridding, 2D triangular or a 3D tetrahedral of a model geometry for numerical reservoir simulations purposes, what does PEBI stand for? Perpendicular bisectional. The answer is correct.
Celia, just for future reference, if the answer that was provided was correct, we can just accept it and move along without having to the question. Thanks.
Okay. According to the Prize 1991, who said the present war has revolutionized all military theories about the field of fire during World War I? Winston Churchill, incorrect. In 1912, one man owned 30% of the Turkish National Bank, which made him 15% owner of the Turkish Petroleum Company. Where was this millionaire from? Armenia. And we have here Carlos Gulbenkian. Is this a place? I don't know, or it is a name?
This is the name. Sorry.
So it's incorrect. What is the name given to an oil field that relies on a control system to operate? Digital oil field or smart field? Faster, smart. Will you accept this one, judges? I think they yes, okay.
It's a type.
It's a typo, yeah.
Production logging tools find many applications from the time a well is drilled until abandonment, and occasionally beyond. Name one of these applications. Diagnose production problems and allocate production and others. We have a faster answer, temperature logging, fluid levels. Can we check what others in the source? Yes. So can we go back? Can we move on, or we will be able to get the source quick enough?
Let me just ask this question. I mean, I think fluid level would be correct in the first place. They said temperature logging too. I don't know if they log, if that's technically a production log, but fluid level, I mean, that's something.
Sir, like temperature log, like PLT is a measurement of fluid parameters on a zone by zone basis in order to get the information about the type of the movement of the fluid in and around the wellbore.
Okay,
So
well,
around that will go.
hold, let me stop you. Hold on. We'll ask if you're gonna challenge, then go ahead.
No.
But hold on, just
Yes.
wait. Let the
We are deliberating.
you may decide
Okay.
it's right. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
So I'll say they have fluid level. As far as I'm concerned, that's an acceptable answer. It just says one application. That's what I would say. I think we should decide yes or no and move on.
Yes, I also agree because yes, PLT logs will also include temperature.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we could give it.
Okay, let's get good. So for players, let me just caution you. Don't speak up unless you're going to challenge. You don't want to use a challenge when you don't mean to. Okay. We'll deliberate. If we get the answer, if you think the answer we have is wrong, then go ahead and challenge because they're precious.
Sure, thank you.
What term is used to define a large set of data or combination of these? The storage, observation, and processing of data to obtain relevant information is widespread today. The answer was big data, and we've seen here close. I think is incorrect.
Yes.
PDF files, image files, video files, location data, telephone recordings, audio files, such as MP3. Emails and Word files are examples of what type of data? Unstructured data. We have here unscrew.
I don't think that's correct.
No, it just looks like somebody half typed something. Maybe they were typing unstructured, but it didn't all come out.
And it's not spelled right, so we can't really be fair to infer that that's unstructured.
Okay.
I think that's the end of them.
So we're going back to question 21. Did you guys get the answer? Please let me know as I cannot see the chat.
What the constant K, what does this stand for?
Permeability.
And it described the relative permeability in terms of mobilities in multi-phase and single-phase flow. Does the ratio of permeability of multi-phase flow divided by permeability of single-phase flow describe the mobility? I'm asking all the judges here. I poke holes in the ground for a living, so I'm not as good at this stuff.
If K is permeability and the MP stands for multi-phase flow and the SF for single phase flow, then the formula here written is the ratio that is described in the answer.
Yeah, but what we have to say is that formula correct?
To describe the mobility. It's asked to describe in terms of mobilities. Is that a ratio of mobilities? It sounds like a ratio of permeability to me, different than a ratio of mobilities. But again, I got to ask some more reservoir-oriented people here.
Yeah, because I think the KMP means multi-phase perm, and the KSF means single phase. But I don't think KMP over KSF is a mobility, is it?
I don't believe so.
I just want to mention, since I've got a reservoir engineering background, mobility includes both permeability and viscosity. So permeability on its own is not mobility.
Sorry, can I challenge now?
Go ahead, Admiji.
All right. So relative permeability is a ratio of permeabilities, right? It's not a ratio of mobilities. Ratio of mobilities is mobility ratio. Relative permeability has only one definition, right? It's the ratio of the permeability of a phase in a multi-phase flow to either the ratio of the absolute permeability in single phase or to the endpoint permeability in a multi-phase flow. So if the definition is to be given in terms of single phase and multi-phase flow, It can only be the ratio of the permeability in multi-phase flow to that in single phase. There's only one definition of relative permeability. You can check it out. The definition of relative permeability of any fluid is the permeability of that fluid in multi-phase flow to a constant, which can either be the permeability of single phase if you're using an absolute, or the endpoints of the multi-phase flow. So there's no definition of relative permeability that involves mobility, as defined, the mobility that you define, which is the ratio of permeability and viscosity. There's no definition of relative permeability in that form. The only definition of relative permeability is in the form of permeability in multi-phase to single phase. And I think you can even ask our opponents. I don't think they would disagree with this.
Thanks for that appeal. Judges?
Well, technically it was not an appeal because we didn't make the call yet.
Yeah, the answer is the ratio of mobilities in multi-phase and single-phase flow. And
so the source was checked?
Yeah, it is, and the formula that they wrote below doesn't say anything about mobility, so I don't think it's correct.
Can we put this to a vote, judges? Please check the source and then put this to a vote. So we have to proceed.
I vote not to accept it.
So
incorrect.
Not accepting it. Dr. Lee not accepting it. Hank?
Accept it.
Accept it. All right, and then we have Super Judge Celia. What are your thoughts?
Not accepted.
Not accepted. So that's 3-1. And the appeal is not granted. Go ahead and press no and confirm. All right. So that rounds us off for the first set of questions. So part 1 of round 3, which is the quarterfinal between King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals and University of Oklahoma. The score at the halfway point is -5 to Team A, KFUPM, and 70 points to University of Oklahoma. So now we will proceed with the submission of questions. So we're back to the main screen. Thank you, Celia, for that. We shall now open the questions for the second set upon Zudi's call.
Now it's open to play.
Excellent.
But Mohammed, let's make sure, because I was checking the chat and we were in different time with the other group. So let's verify. Yes.
We should be.
Probably yes. Yeah, probably we have to wait. So please don't open the game. I already opened, but don't start yet. Okay. As long as we have to verify, because
Thanks for that, Zudi.
Yes.
I believe you were in communication with Zoom call too, and are we okay to go without having a break?
Yes, we can continue.
Yes, great, thank you.
All right, so it appears we're good to go. Players, please proceed with opening the questions, second set of questions. All the best, please stay on mute, and please type done at the end of the question set when you're done. Thank you.
Yes, I have the confirmation. All players' data is on server now.
Excellent. So we can confirm that all players are done with the second round of questions, and we are okay to close the submissions and
yes.
open up evaluation. Excellent. So once Zudi gives the green light for Celia to log in.
Yes, it's ready now.
Excellent. Okay, floor is yours, Celia. Go ahead. And just to remind, the score at the halfway point was 70 points to OU, -5 to KFUPM. So we will find out now what the score is for the second set, and we'll aggregate them together.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen now. Can you see it?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
So I'm going again to round 3.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah.
And that will be this one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Check the number of answers or questions answered. 32 seems. We click evaluate. Okay, so we start. To characterize crude oil, a number of analytical techniques are used. One of them is FTIR. What does FTIR stand for? Fourier transform infrared spectrometry, spectroscopy. Answer is correct. This one, no answer. For the concept of hole cleaning while drilling, what is the accepted minimum annular velocity of the drilling fluid required to lift the cuttings in feet per minute? 100 feet per minute. We have 300 here. So it's incorrect. Name one key indicator companies look for when evaluating the economic viability of any project. Rate of return, our ROR, return of investment, NPV. So the answer here is correct, ROI. In the context of HSES, what does the acronym NFPA represent? National Fire Protection Association. Correct. Nobody answer. What is an artificial intelligence, AI, function that imitates the workings of the human brain in processing data and creating patterns for use in decision making? Deep learning is the answer. So the fastest team have neural network of deep learning. That is correct. Collecting more data, repeat the data group sampling operation to verify and correct the imbalance, and testing a different algorithm entirely on the data set are the best ways to handle what? To handle an unbalanced data set. The answer here is uncertainty. So it's incorrect. Are the judges agreeing with this?
Yes.
Can I actually, can I appeal the previous?
Go ahead, Elton.
All right, so the question asks about collecting data and repeating data samples, data values to handle one specific thing. And one thing you do is to repeat your data, to collect more data, to be more sure and to decrease the uncertainty of your problem and what of your system that you're trying to measure to characterize. So I think the question is broad enough to accept uncertainty as an answer.
So what you're saying is that handling an imbalanced data set is in fact uncertainty.
In a way, you are lowering the uncertainty of your system, doing more and more data, which would be an imbalanced data set, a more uncertain data set.
Judges, thank you for that, Elton.
Yeah, Elton, I think what they mean by an imbalanced data set is that they've got data from one scenario in a much greater capacity than they have from another scenario. Just FYI on that. But I think your reasoning, personally, your reasoning that, you know, it is a level of uncertainty. So with that, I will agree with you, and I will say that we can't accept that. That's my personal opinion.
And what the other judges, can we check the source of this question to read a little bit?
I'm checking the source. What is this?
Because it does say, let's just, while we're doing that, look, collecting more data, repeat the data group sampling to verify and correct the imbalance. Testing a different algorithm entirely on the data set are the best way to handle what? It's asking to handle what? And they said imbalanced data set, which if it's imbalanced, it's uncertain, right?
Judges, would you like to deliberate further or check the source, or do we have time to do that? Or should we proceed?
So Hank is checking the source, right?
Yeah. Based on the source, it should be in balanced data set.
Yeah, okay, based on the source, it should be in balanced data set, of course, because that's what the answer is, but that's what they have here, but we have to use our judgment here. So I think we need to take a vote on it. I vote uncertainty is correct. We can't just base our answers on the source because it doesn't say according to reference. You know, it's asking a question and they have to answer with some sort of practicality. At first I thought this was wrong, but I think Elton's explanation is viable in my mind. Uncertainty is definitely one of the things you want to address here. So I think we should just take a vote. We have to use our own judgment, not exactly what's in the source.
Yeah, so judges, please let us know what your vote is. Dr. Lee has confirmed it's correct. Celia,
Well,
Frank.
I just would like to say before we take the vote that imbalance could be data set could be classified as well as when, for example, you have a distribution of classes and you don't have, you know, all the classes equally, right? So imbalance means that you have bias or skewed information in your data. Not exactly that is uncertainty, but it's just that classification of the data is not a balance, as to put it that way, in terms of the distribution or the variation of the data. There could be like bias, to slightly biased on one side to the other in terms of the data sets. That is my understanding with my experience with regarding data, right?
I agree with you, but that imbalance adds a level of uncertainty as well. I mean, you can look at it that way too. You're absolutely right when we talk about imbalance.
And if it's imbalanced, it's uncertain, right? I mean, we have to think that the people answering this can't see what's on the left, on the right.
That's true. Vote. I don't think we have a lot of time to deliberate on each one of these.
No, are we just going to vote, or does a super judge want to make a call? What do we want to do?
No, we will vote.
We have to. I vote to accept this for OU.
Yeah, I would ask the panel to vote because if we don't put this to a vote, it's almost certain that the opposing team will appeal the decision that will be made. So it's better to put this to a vote and progress, move on.
For me, it's a no.
Okay.
It's a no.
And Francis has said correct?
I say yes.
Okay. We have 4 judges on the call. 2 have said no, 2 have said yes. Appears as though we're in an impasse. At times like these, I would lean towards the side of taking the provided answer as at face value and not.
5 judges, Mohammed.
We do have 5. Actually, yeah, my bad. Sorry. Go ahead, Gail. I didn't realize.
I said no.
I said no as well. Okay, so we have 3-2 for no. Apologies for that, Gail. Thank you for pointing that out. So confirm is no. Proceed.
This is the first well drill, excuse, for production in a given area that is not within the depletion zone of another well. This well is sometimes referred to as the parent well. Name it. Primary well is the answer. We have here Wildcat as the answer from UO.
Wildcat's incorrect.
So we'll go with no. SVM is a supervised machine learning model mainly used for classifications and regression, and that learns how to separate different groups by forming decision boundaries. What does SVM means? Support vector machine. Correct. Which perforated angle is normally only used in the smaller outside diameter guns or guns in a very large casing? 0 degrees. Correct. Nobody answer. In completions, what does PBR stand for? Polish bore receptacle. Correct. Name one equation or method used for predicting flow through chokes. Gerber equation, Portman-Beck's, or Ashford correlations. We have here Bernoulli equation.
Excuse me, can we appeal this question?
Go ahead, Philippi. That is one remaining appeal that you have, so you're using it right now. Go ahead.
Okay. So the fundamental equation for modeling flow through choke valves is the Bernoulli equation. The other equations are based on assumptions of the Bernoulli equation, but the fundamental equation is the Bernoulli. I think you can also check on the Petroleum Engineering Handbook, the equation for chokes or valves, because it's written over there.
We will check. Can we check the source, please?
Sure, but the question is predicting the flow through chokes. And I think Bernoulli is a very general equation.
But the Bernoulli equation gives you the velocity after the restriction for the choke. It could be a predicting equation as well.
We can check the source.
This all, this all depends on your definition of flow. So if you're modeling the pressure drop through the choke, and which in turn you can get the velocity, where the velocity is going to be constant actually, but the volume through, then the Bernoulli equation is correct because you will use it to calculate overall pressure drop. That's how we calculate overall pressure drop in flow systems. So yeah, it doesn't model, it says predicting flow. If it would have said model flow dynamics, then these other equations would be, you couldn't say Bernoulli equation, but since it just says predicting flow, it's very broad. I think we have to accept the Bernoulli equation.
Did we check the source, Hank? Or Saudi sent it?
Yes, I already shared with the judges.
Is it the Elsevier's book? Petroleum and Natural Gas Engineering?
Correct.
It's a whole book. I cannot check it at this time, so I suggest we move on and then check it back, because I think it refers to a certain page source, and I don't, or a chapter. I don't have access to that chapter.
Okay, we will make note. Question 14 and come back while you check. A multiple completion in which the upper zone flows to the surface through the annulus formed by the casing and the deeper zone tubing, usually in sweet dry gas upper completions. Name it. This is concentric completion. And the fastest seam have commingle. I will agree with this answer. What do the other judges think? Hello?
Okay, I think in order to be commingled, 2 or more zones have to be produced.
Producing connected.
Yeah, they have produced through the same tubing or the annulus. They could commingle if you produce 2 zones through the annulus, 2 zones through the tubing. This clearly says in which upper zone flows through the surface through the annulus formed by the casing, and the deeper zone through the tubing. It doesn't say through the tubing, but that's what they're saying. So it is a concentric completion when it's not commingled by definition here. They're saying that one goes one way and one goes the other way. So that is by definition a concentric completion.
So it's not correct. What about the second team with dual completion?
That's also incorrect.
Not correct.
I don't think that's correct.
I think Gail also said not incorrect. Not correct, sorry.
Okay.
Please, I want to appeal this question, please.
Go ahead.
Yes, in dual completion, yes, you are right. Regarding commingled, they are producing from the same tubing. But for dual completion, we have different backers that separating the production from the annulus or one through tubing. We can have triple or dual completion. If every zone has a certain backer that is separating it from the other zone, so you can, for example, produce the first one from the annulus, having the packer sealing it from the different one that is producing from the annulus, and you can check this definition, dual completion.
He's right. That is a dual completion. Concentric completion is a type of dual completion.
Okay. I agree.
Appeal granted. You still have 2 remaining appeals.
What is a polymer production process that involves forming a polymer chain containing 2 different monuments? Copolymerization. Polymerization, yes. This is correct. Which are the 2 steering concepts in the rotary steerable system? Point the bit and push the bit are the answer. Correct. What is the name of the SPE's flagship sustainability initiative? The SPE Gaia Sustainability Program. Is incorrect, the answer. What does minus sign indicate in multi-phase extension of Darcy's law? Flow goes along negative pressure gradient is the answer. Here we have direction as the answer. So the next.
That's incorrect.
And the second team said it flows from high pressure to low pressure gradient.
I think that's what it's saying, long and negative pressure gradient. I think that's the same thing.
Yes. Yes, I'm hearing barely someone wants to appeal.
Yes, I have to appeal.
Ahmed, are you trying to speak? We're not able to hear you very clearly.
Yes, can I appeal this question?
Go ahead.
Yes. In the Darcy law, we have negative sign because we have the direction of decreasing pressure in this direction. That means that P2 minus P1 is equal negative. So we have the flow rate in the same direction. That's it. So we want the flow to be positive. So we put a negative sign because P2 minus P1 is negative. So we are putting a sign for the direction of change in pressure, so we can get positive flow rate. That's it.
Judges?
Direction's not specific enough.
No. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, remaining appeal.
In the terms of the phase behavior diagram for a pure liquid, what is the equilibrium point between the sublimation line, the melting point line, and the vapor pressure line called the triple point? This is correct. In which year did OPEC makes its first reduction in oil production as an attempt to support higher oil prices? 1982. So this is incorrect. And this is incorrect. Removing impurities and contaminants from gas, removing liquids and solids, and preparing the gas to meet the sales requirements of the purchaser is the purpose of which set of equipment? Gas facility is the answer. We have here scrubbing.
Scrubbing's incorrect.
And where is GOSP? I'm not familiar with this word, or if it's nomenclature. I don't know. Anyone else from the judges know this?
I wouldn't take it correct. If you look at the answer, it's not correct. I think the GOSP stands for gas oil separator, but not correct.
Plan. Gas oil separation plan. That is gas facility.
What is
Ahmed,
that for?
Is that an appeal or is that a comment? Please be careful about making comments that are not appeals. Therefore, you will not be able to.
Yes, I'm sorry. This is for clarification about what is GOSP.
Ahmed, can you speak into your mic, please?
Yeah, I think what Ahmed would say is GOSP is gas oil separation plants.
That was mentioned by Henk. And also, in a real-time situation for PetroBowl, you would not be able to elaborate on what the answer is unless you appeal. So just be careful about using your mic to appeal or speak up and having it not appeal. If you are appealing, make it clear. Are you appealing?
It is clarification because it is before the decision, as you mentioned.
He just said we haven't made a decision, man. Just hang on. We're having our own discussion. If you want to appeal, when you speak up, we're going to assume you're appealing, okay? And if you want to appeal a decision we haven't made, then go ahead and use your appeal. We haven't made the decision yet.
Yes, I know. This is a clarification.
So don't say anything until after we make a decision, please. Okay, Hank is right. A gas oil separation plant is GOSP. It would have been nice if they would have capitalized it, but they don't have a lot of time in this. And a gas oil separation plant is a gas facility. So by definition, it fits the answer.
Okay, so I will go with it. Yes.
Okay.
Ahmed, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I'm just trying to warn you to help you in the future, okay? Just
Yes.
take off until we make a decision, and then we'll get down to it. And then
Thanks a lot,
you and I can argue offline, and we'll have fun.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Judge.
Okay, it was said that this man, the greatest wildcatter of the 19th century, could smell oil due to his amazing ability to find it. What was his name? John Galley. Correct. The system collects and discharges gas from atmospheric or pressurized process components to the atmosphere to safe locations for final release during normal operations and at normal conditions. Name this system: flare or vent disposal system. This is correct.
Yes.
This factor converts hydrocarbon in place to reserves or recoverable hydrocarbon, also being an average value over the hydrocarbon per volume. Name it: recovery factor. Correct. An understanding of the price structure to perform production logging can help optimize data acquisition costs. The total cost of a job is the sum of the four separate charges. Name one of these charges: setup charge, pressure charge, depth, logging charge. The faster team have operational costs and setup costs. So I'm seeing only.
It says name one.
One.
We're good.
Name one. Okay, that's correct. Yes. In the context of acoustic logging, acoustic waves are classified according to the direction of particle displacement with respect to the direction of wave propagation. Name these classes: longitudinal and transverse. We have the fastest comp, and I don't think this is correct.
Probably trying to say compression and shear with a type.
Yes, compressional and shear. Compressional and shear.
Yeah,
that's
I think
not
that's
right,
the
right?
class of that's not the classification of the direction of the particle.
Exactly, so that's not right.
And the P and S here for the second team.
I believe that will be primary and secondary, but that is still.
No.
No,
You're both incorrect.
I think they mean the PNS waves as in seismic. So I think that's not right because we want longitudinal transverse, right?
Okay. No, confirm. In the context of acoustic logging, this type of wave can travel through solids, liquids, and gases, and are the fastest wave type. These waves represent the acoustic first arrival. Name them. That is compressional, P, primary, or pressure.
Correct.
It's correct.
Yeah.
I think, okay. That's it.
I believe that rounds us off.
So we need to go back to 14. Any other judges got the chance to check the source?
I could not access the source because it's a whole library book and I cannot access it. So I would just go with what's in the answer because it was already verified in the judging and I don't see it there. And in my opinion, Bernoulli is a very broad equation. You can use it for a lot. So I would say no.
I will say that the Bernoulli equation absolutely is what you would use to calculate the pressure drop through a system with chokes in it. Is one way to do it. It's less accurate than some of the others. These equations here are modeling the mass flow rate, but the question asked for predicting flow. It didn't say, and part of predicting flow is pressure drops. It didn't say anything about mass flow rates through here. So Bernoulli equation predicts flow in the sense that if you contend that pressure drop is part of predicting flow, then this is a correct answer. If pressure drop's not part of predicting flow, then it's not a correct answer. But the question's too broad. You have to accept Bernoulli equation.
What the other judges say? I tend to agree.
I agree with accepting Bernoulli.
Okay. So I will just make a comment here. Question too broad. So I think that's it. Close.
Correct. And if we may close the window now. For the second set of questions, it appears as though we have 35 points for King Fahd University Petroleum and Minerals, 95 points for University of Oklahoma. Combined with the scores of the first set of questions, that would give us 30 points for King Fahd University Petroleum and Minerals, and a grand total of 165 points for University of Oklahoma. And therefore we have a winner. Congratulations to OU for emerging victorious in this game. Absolutely no commiserations for KFUPM because they've done a fantastic job to get to this point and to give OU a good run for their money. So if we can just have a comment from Ahmed as a reflection on the game and also.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'd like to thank all of you really for KFUPM team. I am very proud of this team to reach this stage, and we were very, very near to qualification. And I'd like to thank Oklahoma University. I think they will make it to the finals and they will win this competition. I am very sure they are very pretty guys. Thank you all. Thank you.
Fantastic sportsmanship there from Ahmed. Philip, any comments on what Ahmed has just made of his assessment of OU? Congratulations also.
I really appreciate his comment. I hope we make it to the finals and win the competition. But I've saw the comparison between how they played the previous games and this game, and I like the fair play that we had in this game and how we played the game. I think you guys deserve it. You made it really good until the quarterfinals, and I hope to see you in Dubai as well in the next CTC.
Brilliant. Absolutely. It'd be great to have this kind of competition again in a similar format. I was actually making a comment with Dr. Lee before this game had started and said that it's a lot more tricky to make sure that the games run smoothly from the judging and moderating side of things. When I was a player, I would always heavily contest and feel as though it's a lot easier. The grass is a lot more greener on the other side, but it's not really always the case. So congratulations to both teams. Well done. A great job. We will now, before accepting or allowing the two teams that are going to be in the semifinal to proceed with their game, we're going to take a 10-minute intermission, 10-minute break. Just allow everybody to pause a little bit and have a breather. And
great job, everybody. Ahmed, let's get together on a weekend sometime and just argue about stuff. It'll be fun. No, realistically, if anybody ever needs wants to contact me, feel free. You can get in touch with me. That goes to all the teams, everybody. But yeah, great job. Great job.
Absolutely.
Yes, I think that is the purpose of these activities, to increase our networking, and it's really the meet of the minds, the meeting of the minds, and it was an excellent match. Congratulations to both teams. You did well. You represented the university and your country well. Kudos to everyone. Thank you, fellow Georgians, for the support and the knowledge.
100%. Thank you for that comment, Celia, and I couldn't agree more. This is a meetup of the minds. So thanks to both teams. OU, feel free to stay on the call, but we were paused for intermission now. We'll take a break for 10 minutes. We will rejoice at 40 past the hour. So right now it's GMT time. It's 3:30, 3:30. So we will pause for 10 minutes and come back at 40 past the hour. KFUPM, at your convenience, please feel free to enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks.
Bye.
Goodbye. Thanks.
Should I should I stay logged in for the next round, or am I in another round? I'm not sure which one I have to be.
I think that's it for me as well.
Yeah, bye.
Hank, I'm just going to check. I think you are in Zoom 2 next, but not in our when you're in the next link.
I am in the next round, but I'm not sure which one.
Yes, you're in the next round. However, you're in another Zoom call, so you're in number 2.
So I have to log out.
Yes, so log out and log back into number 2, Zoom number 2.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much,
pleasure.
Hank.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
To me, so bye.
Francis, I think we're done for today, right?
Not for today, yeah. I can
Yes.
get on with my house.
Thank you so much.
Great
Thank you
to
so
see
much for joining us today, Francis, and we really appreciate your expertise and knowledge. We couldn't have done it without you guys.
Thank you, Francis.
Bye. Bye. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
Good day, everyone.
Hi, Ehsan. We're just taking a short break and we will resume around 3:40 GMT UK
Great.
time. Okay, thank you.
Fantastic.
All right, it's 40 past 3 p.m. GMT time. We are back from our 10-minute brief intermission. And we have the OU team from the previous round 3 match, having qualified as victorious from their game against KFUPM. And now we are joined by the winners of the first match of the day, UTP, if I'm not mistaken. So we have UTP versus OU. I'm seeing a member or two from Luz joining us. I'm not 100% sure if...
Mohammed, so yeah, UTP versus LUZ.
Okay, excellent. So we have UTP versus LUZ. So
yeah.
I would ask members of the Oklahoma University team to actually go on the second Zoom call. Apologies for that inconvenience.
Excuse me, Mohammed, could you send us the link for the WhatsApp group? Because I don't think we have the link for that one.
Felipe, I'll send you the link right now.
Yeah,
thank you. And
no problem.
No problem. Thanks, Flippy. Appreciate your patience with that. And so we have now the first semi-final of the PetroBowl Virtual Championship. We are joined by members of Universidad del Zulia, LUZ. I'm getting better at pronouncing it. And then also UTP, University Technology Petronas, who have also emerged victorious from the first match that they had this afternoon or morning, depending on when you were tuning in, against UniUO. And so it's been a long journey. 104 teams have begun this process of qualifying, playing the regional qualifiers from every part of the world, whether it's Asia Pacific, Africa, Russia and Caspian Sea, Europe, North America, South America, and East Asia as well. And we are now at a stage where we have 4 teams. We're breathing rarefied air at this moment in time. And it was a long process for all the committee members, the judges, and the team players. We are joined by a new super judge for this match. He's new to the call today, but he's been with us for a number of matches in the previous couple of weeks. Super Judge Abdul Sabur. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to everybody on the call and tell us a little bit about how you've seen PetroBowl so far on a virtual platform.
Thanks, Mohammed. Yeah, good to be back. So my name is Sabur. I'm from Pakistan. These days, I'm living in Stavanger, Norway, working as a reservoir engineer with Resoptima. This experience has been amazing, I would say. Just seeing the progression of the teams, how they've, this is a new platform for everyone, for the teams, for the judges, for everyone. And I must commend how much hard work has been put into it and the success of it, especially. So I think this has been a wonderful experience. And the teams now, I think they're very competitive and good luck to them. I think everyone at this stage, they've worked really hard and they all are kind of winners, but we have to see the competition between them now. And good luck to both the teams. Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Sabur. And I do share your views. It's a shame that we can't pronounce all 4 teams as winners, because really that's what they are for making it this far. Sadaf, welcome back to Zoom Call 1. It's good to have you here. I know you've been kept busy with other matches that you've been a judge and a part of. So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about how you've seen PetroBowl so far as a judge.
Thank you, Mohammed. So yes, my name is Sadaf. I'm from Pakistan. I'm a drilling and completions engineer by profession. PetroBowl so far has been energetic and it has given me so much inspiration, I would say. The students are very much enthusiastic and I am really much impressed by the teamwork that has been, because I have also been part of the teams on the other hand. So it's marvelous experience.
Fantastic. Thanks for that, Sadaf. And you are amongst also myself and the team from UTP rallying on late into the evening today. So it's good to hear, and it's good to have you here. We also have Judge Ahsan. You're joining us for the first time in Zoom call 1. Welcome,
Yes.
Great to have you on. Please introduce yourself to us in the call and everybody tuning in.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hassan. I'm a reservoir engineer based in Italy. I'm working in Politecnico di Milano, Department of Energy. And I truly understand that the competition is getting warmer and warmer. So in any case, I really suggest all the competitors, all the students, try to have fun, because at the end, it's just a way to express yourself, a way to test your knowledge, nothing more.
Definitely. Thanks for that, Ahsan. And we are also joined by Bita, who is going to be part of the judge panel for this game. Bita, it's good to have you on. Good to see you. Please introduce yourself for us.
Hello, everyone. This is Bita. I am a senior software expert with Schlumberger based in Canada. I am originally from Iran. And I am totally surprised with how PetroBowl is going on this year. I was moderator last year, 2 years ago in Calgary. And after the ATC was canceled due to COVID, I could not believe that again we can have like another PetroBowl. So a lot of effort has been done for the software and from the teams who participate. So congratulations all to be here. I know that it is a lot of time and effort from you all. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you for that comment, Bita. I echo your sentiments and your views. I for one, was not too hopeful when the pandemic first started of our ability to be able to make this work. But yet here we are, making it happen on a virtual platform. Both the teams that are playing today are 12 hours apart in terms of time difference. So from UTP, Hazik, it's good to have you and the team on. And I'm going to ask you for the fourth time correct. To introduce yourself and your team. Local time in Malaysia is 11:45 p.m. or just after 11:45 p.m., 11:48. So go ahead, introduce yourself and your team.
Thanks, Mohammed. Yep, that's right. We're 12 minutes from midnight here. Well, nothing out of the ordinary. I think a lot of us students and also engineers to be work late nights anyway. So it's not that big of a deal. Anyway, so my name is Hazik. I'm the team captain for University Technology Petronas. That's the institute, Petronas Institute of Technology. So my team and I, we're all undergraduate students majoring in petroleum engineering, and we're all in our final year. So I'm going to introduce my team members. Could you guys just wave or give a thumbs up as I call your name? So I have with me Jason, Felicia, Hanlun, and also our reserve player EJ, who I know is ardently supporting us from the sidelines. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all of our friends and colleagues from UTP who have been supporting us in the Facebook and YouTube chat. I can see a lot of UTP and Malaysian flags in the chat over there. So yeah, thanks for everybody's support. And I would want to wish good luck to Team LUZ. I'm not going to try to pronounce your university name. I'm just going to butcher it. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Fantastic. Thanks for that, Hazik. I completely get what you're saying. I know the feeling. So no, I've actually popped out of the Zoom call myself and been checking the chat box, and it's a lot of support for all the teams today, and very, very passionate support as well. So it's great to see. Andrea, you're 11 or 10 minutes away from noon over there in Venezuela. If I'm not mistaken, this is the furthest a team from Venezuela has made it in PetroBowl. So it's brilliant to see. Introduce yourself, your teammates, and tell us a little bit about your experience at PetroBowl.
Thank you, Mohammed. I'm Andrea Ferrer. I'm the team captain from the Universidad del Zulia team. I'm going to give some Spanish lessons here. I'm proud to be the captain of this team. As I said, highly talented guys. Just as Hazik did, maybe you can wave when I say your name, Darwin Duran, Victor Rojas, and Ramiro Villalobos. Yes, we're not the first team to classify into a championship from my country. but we are the first to get so far. So yes, we're very excited. And I'm taking this opportunity to thank SPE for the networking opportunities they give. Some of us, Ramiro and I, we already met Felicia in other SPE events. So yeah, I think networking SPE is a good opportunity. It's something good to remark. So good luck to you guys, and congratulations on getting to this point of the competition. All the best.
Marvelous. Thanks for that, Andrea. And history made by both teams today. This is the furthest that those two institutions have made and made it to PetroBowl, and also their respective countries. So they're representing their parts of the world in the best way that they can, and they'll be laying the marker for future teams from both these universities to look up to and to try to accomplish the same. So I suppose we are ready to go. We have all judges and all team players on the call. Please remember the guidelines and etiquettes during the match itself and also after in the evaluation process. We'll now proceed with the first set of questions. I believe we have 10 minutes now. So this is the major difference that we have from the quarterfinals and the rounds before. You have 10 minutes. Zudi, at your go ahead, we are ready to proceed. I believe you're muted, Zudi. We have initially had planned an hour or so between the quarterfinals and the semifinals, but due to the fact that we're slightly running over time, we've been scrambling to get the games ready. The software sorted out.
No, it's already. Yes, I was mute. Sorry, Mohammed.
No problem. Go ahead.
Saudi, may
So
we
is the
log
game open, Zodi, and can we able to? Ewan has just brought to my attention actually that in fact that is correct. So semifinals are 8 minutes and not 10 minutes. Apologies for that remark earlier. However, the final rounds will be 10 minutes. So 8 minutes for this one. Thanks, Ewan.
I'm sorry, Saudi, may we log in?
Yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead. Log in, please. And we can put the holding slide right now. Thank you.
Should we start now?
Yeah, go ahead. All the best to both teams. Please stay on mute and use the chat functionality on Zoom or WhatsApp if you have any issues and concerns. Go ahead. Thanks.
Okay, I have complete all
Right,
answers on all players on server now. I'll close the game.
Yeah, can we confirm that all players from both teams have concluded their first set of questions? I can see on the chat box that all 4 players from UTP and LUZ have concluded. We can go ahead and close the submission for those questions and proceed with the evaluation of the first set.
Done.
Excellent. Super Judge Absabur, floor is yours. You may go ahead and share your screen and proceed with the evaluation.
I'll just log in.
So that would be 4th round championship. Yeah, the first one. So it appears as though we have up to 32 questions that were answered. You may proceed to evaluate.
All right, let's begin. Question 1. When planning a hydraulic fracturing operation, what perforation design parameters should be considered the most important? LUZ answered the perforation diameter, which would be correct.
Sorry, can I just interrupt? Sorry, the Group B, Zoom 2 have not started their games yet. So if we can just hold off from evaluating for now, and then I'll let you know when to restart. Would that be okay?
We can do that.
Thank you.
All right, so
let's stop sharing then.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
Thank
share
you,
your
Sabul.
screen and we'll hold a few minutes until they start their game. Once they're starting their game, we should be okay to proceed with the evaluation.
Okay, we can resume now.
Excellent. Thank you, Ewan. Sabur, please go ahead. Yeah.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, good to go.
Yes.
So moving on to the next question. What is the device used for making up and breaking out drill string tubulars, which is located on the drill floor? UTP answered fracture length, which is incorrect. LUZ answered tong, which is correct. In relation to offshore drilling, what does SSD stand for? UTP answered subsea depth, which is incorrect here. Judges, do you have any comments regarding this?
Agree.
Yep. What is the radial gap between What is the radial gap between the maximum rated casing 1D and the minimum ID and the minimum OD immediately adjacent to the packing element? UTP answered nominal length, which would be, Judges, do you have any
I would
comments
say
on this
no.
one? No.
Except nominal length.
So no, same here.
All right, thanks. What two properties are usually measured in a single well chemical tracer test? LUZ just said flow rates, which would be incorrect. Name an electromagnetic method that uses electrodes with time-varying currents and voltages to map the variation of electrical permittivity in the earth at low frequencies. UTP answered photoelectric log. So it's asking for methods, so I would go for no. And LUZ answered NMR, which would be again incorrect. What is the term used to refer to a magnet that is positioned in the return through from wellhead to shaker that removes suspended metal particles from the fluid? UTP answered magnetic drum separator. That's incorrect. Name two technologies required to produce gas from tight shales in a technical and economical feasible method. So LUZ answered hydraulic fracturing, but the question asks two technologies. So that would be incorrect.
What is correct?
Sorry, I think that one is in the
correct.
answer.
Yep,
I think this is the third answer, which is hydraulic fracturing.
agree.
But
the question asks name two technologies, and this is just one.
That's just one.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Apologize.
And I will argue the next one's just one technology as well.
Hydraulics, like,
Slick water is a type of hydraulic fracturing. I mean, that's technology.
That's correct. So you would go for no here, Dr.
Yes, no would be the answer.
All right, thanks. Name one of the functions of a sweep bill. UTP answered, increase the sweeping efficiency by increasing viscosity.
That's correct.
That's correct. A circulation tool in a well completion string that works by rotation on surface without any well intervention. Name it. LUZ answered RSS. So that would be incorrect. In what year was the National Oil Company of Suriname founded? UTP answered 1980, which is the correct answer. Name two of the three primary methods of well stimulation. LUZ answered hydraulic frac and matrix acidizing, which would be correct. What is the former name of the Norwegian national oil company, Equinor, before 2018? Statoil is the correct answer. What is a common method for splitting the data into two sets, training and testing data, in order to assess how well a model performs on new independent data set? UTP answered cross-validation, which is correct. This is also known as the positive predictive value, which is a measure of the number of accurate positives the model claims compared to the number of positives it actually claims. Name it. Precision. UTP answered recall, which would be incorrect. Contact angle measurement, AMIT method, and USBM method are measurement methods of what? Wettability. What is the term used to refer to a large igneous intrusion that cuts through the sedimentary layers, creating permeability barriers? UTP answered igneous intrusion. Well, this is just rephrasing the question here, so I'd say no. What is the term used to refer to the safe disposal of byproducts or wastes of a process after proper treatment so that no threat to life, property, and the environment exists? Waste management, which is correct. It is used to find out the root cause of an accident, make recommendations to prevent reoccurrence, and evaluate the effectiveness of emergency response. What is it called? UTP answered root cause analysis.
I will say that we can't accept root cause analysis because it does not evaluate the effectiveness of the emergency response. So it would be incorrect because of that.
Any other comments from the other judges?
Totally agree. Both are incorrect.
Perfect. So
I have a comment here, Sagu.
yeah, sure. Go ahead, Sadaf.
Yeah. So actually, if you just read the question, it says that it make recommendations to prevent recurrence and evaluate the effectiveness of emergency response. So if we include these both statements, it would be a report, not only root cause analysis.
All right, so it's incorrect. Sadaf, are you saying that's incorrect then?
It's the half answer, not the full answer.
All right, so then
Yeah, in
we
my
can go
opinion,
with
it is.
incorrect. Thanks. And then moving on. Regarding a phase diagram, what is the maximum temperature above which liquid cannot be formed regardless of pressure increase? Crichton-Therm, which is correct. What is the name of the proprietary reservoir simulator used by the Saudi Aramco oil company? UTP answered Terra Powers, which is correct here. There are three main engineering considerations when designing or modifying a relief system. Name one of them. LUZ answered back pressure. I would say this is not a relief system, so no. HSC engineering, again, no. In the framework of modeling reservoir heating by steam injection, name the concept which assumes that displacement of the oil is piston-like and directly proportional to injection rate. Viscous displacement.
I think we need to think about the Buckley-Leverett theory here.
Not actually. I believe that it's, I mean, it's a technique to solve the problem. So.
Okay. I'll certainly other people. I just want to make sure that we think about,
Well, to me, Buckley-Leverett is a theory. I don't consider that a method. To me, it is like a concept or theory, for me at least.
That's, yeah, I would agree to that.
Okay.
So
I just wanted to talk about this one. But
yeah. No purpose of it.
No. Sorry, what I mean is that here it said name the concept. So what I meant that Buckley-Leverett to me is a concept. So I'm not saying that it is, for me, it is not no, for me.
Oh, it's not no.
Yes, at least for me.
My understanding from the question is that the question wants to answer if which part of I mean, we have are you look? The question is looking for the difference between viscous displacement or the capillary pressure displacement, the effects of different concepts, not the technique to solve the partial differential equations. I mean, the governing equations. Buckley-Leverett theory is a method to solve the problems, not the part of forcing. I mean, it doesn't look for the displacement forces. This is my idea. I will leave it also to others.
Okay, so I think I checked the reference, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think here, because like it said steam injection, I think maybe it mainly means like Mandel-Volek method, those type of thing. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe Buckley lever is not like mainly for steam, like considering those like heatless and everything. So maybe Buckley lever, I mean, Buckley lever steam is a concept, but it's not like the main concept that we are using for steam, like for displacement in general.
Yeah, my main concern with the answer is, again, because the question explicitly says for steam injection. So that's why I would go towards the no.
Well, I agree now.
I agree, no, because Buckley left for oil and water, and that would be different than steam.
Yep. All right. So that would be incorrect from both sides. Who was the industrial magnate who put together the CFP? And Mr. Mercier, which we'd accept. Name the city where OPEC headquarters were established in 1960. That would be incorrect. What is the term used for the set of tools that help in decision-making at all levels of the company, helping them better understand, anticipate, and shape business outcomes through the ability to identify and analyze trends, patterns, and anomalies? SWOT analysis. I would go for no here. In the tag system, what does the green tag put in scaffolding signify? Safe for use is the correct answer. I feel these are all the answers. Do we need to come back to any question, or that's it? If that's it, then I'll close this window and reveal the positions. Oh, that's close.
Very tight. Very
Team
tight.
A, UTP 15, Team B, LUZ 10. So that's a tough one now.
Neck and neck at the moment, and it was a similar fashion, I suppose, for UTP's game in round 3. So we are at very close margins as we head into the second set of the questions. 15 to UTP, as Sabor mentioned, 10 to LUZ. Thank you, Sabor, for walking us through the evaluation process for the first set of questions. We will now proceed to the second set once Zudi gives us a go-ahead. But it's very intense and tight at the moment between both sides as we head into the final half before the big showdown, which is round 5. Remember, you have 2 appeals per set of questions. So at the moment, we haven't. No team has used their appeals, but that doesn't mean that you can carry them over to the second set. You have only 2 per 8 minutes. So as we have it, we're waiting for the confirmation from Zudi.
May we log in?
Play? Yes. Go to the second one.
Good to go. Excellent. All the very best to both teams. Just as the first set, please stay on mute, have your cameras on, and best wishes.
Okay, I confirm all data for all players are available now. I will close the game.
All right. It
Let
appears
me-
as though we concluded, yeah, the submissions.
Yes, I will make sure again. Yes, 4 players for each team. So I'll close the game now.
Brilliant. Just waiting for the closing of submissions and then opening of the evaluation process. We are at 15 points to UTP, 10 to LUZ in the first set of questions, and we will now go through the second set to determine the winner. We'll progress to the final.
Now it's closed.
Excellent. Thanks, Zudi. Sabur, the floor is yours. When you're able to log in, please go ahead.
Thanks. Can we confirm that the other room or other Zoom, can we continue with the evaluation here?
Yes, we can go ahead.
Perfect.
Perfect.
All right. So we see that the players reached till question 33.
Sorry to interrupt. Just got that the second Zoom call they need us to stop evaluating for now, and then we will let you know when we can restart it. Sorry about that.
All right, no worries.
Thank you.
All right, so we're receiving an update from Zoom call 2 that they are nearing the end of the first set of questions and that they're about to proceed with their evaluation. So it's going to be a few more minutes until we are able to proceed with our evaluation of the second set. We do apologize for that. And we thank you all for your patience. I know there's a lot of suspense on the line. It's not just the wait, it's also the suspense. But we thank you guys for being very patient with us, especially into the late hours of the evening over there at UTP. Hazik, I was curious, since we have you on the call and we have your teammates, and I'm going to get to ask the same question also to LUZ, but I was going to ask you first. What was different about this year with UTP and the preparation process for PetroBowl, and how did you take the learnings and lessons from last, I suppose, 2019's PetroBowl featuring for UTP the first time? And what was different about this year? Obviously, apart from the fact that the competition was structure has changed.
Well, let me think. So generally, we have never, at least for our university specifically, we never actually had great success with any kind of petroleum engineering related competitions. I'm not really sure why that's the case. You know, the education system is good. We have supportive lecturers and all that. I guess it comes down to how daring the students are, which is something that I really have to thank my teammates for, because they dared to, you know, step out of their comfort zone, sacrifice their free time to do additional study. But other than that, I think we really, like, after our loss to University of Houston, and it's not a bad thing to lose to them. They're a great team, strong team. But after that loss, we realized because when you qualify for the regional regional qualifiers for the very first time, at least that the thought that I had is like, you know, yeah, we can do this. You know, we're not bad. But I get to see the difference, the night and day difference between a well-established team that has had years and years of preparation compared to you could say a black horse like our team. So anyway, at least for me and for the rest of the team, we took that loss in stride. We looked at how we can improve our training, where we were lacking in terms of our knowledge. You know, we hit the textbooks that were not even part of our curriculum. We scoured the internet for question banks, and, you know, we just kept at it day after day. And yeah, I mean, it's been good so far. So
Hazak, I have a question for you and for the other team as well. Do you think having the questions written down in front of you now in the new format helps you, especially maybe for some people that English maybe not be their first language?
Yeah, definitely. I agree very much with that, because for people, like, if English is not your first language, we have trouble sometimes parsing different accents, but having it written down helps us to actually, you know, process it much more quickly, because we just process it in our head directly. So yeah, that helps out a lot, I think.
How about from LUZ? Any input on that?
Yes, but I think it requires an adaptation process, because we are used to people voices, and coming into our kind robot voice is very difficult. It's like a shock. When you first hear the question, you're like, wait, what are you saying? And yes, as I'm saying, you have to adapt until you understand. But I think this was the best available solution we had, and it adapts as much as it can to the normal competition. Because in normal competitions, you have someone reading the questions, you don't read them. So this is the best option we had.
I'll say, as a judge, it's a lot easier for me because I have the same thing, different accents and stuff like that. And I'm hard of hearing. I worked on a drilling rig my whole life. Sometimes I don't hear the responses very well. So having it written down is advantageous as a judge. I'll say that. Okay, good. Thanks for that input.
Certainly fascinating to hear how it compares between when you have a question written down and you're reading it and you're typing the response, and when you have the legacy format where you have a moderator reading the question. And because it's part and parcel of PetroBowl to actually stop when a team buzzes in. You don't get to hear the whole question and have that benefit. But it's also slightly inconvenient for the judges because they don't get to hear. They have the question in front of them, of course, because they have the paperwork, but they don't get to hear the answers verbally always very well in comparison to the evaluation on paper. So
and also,
yeah, go ahead, Peter, please.
And also from the point of view of the moderator, I was the moderator last year. I would say having that written is much easier also if you are a moderator. Like if the teams can see the question and also you are reading, it is much easier because like some teams would come back to you asking you to read it again and again because like they couldn't understand a word or something was missing from the question.
Indeed, yeah. The role of the moderator is one that is very different in this type of format than the physical one. I suppose I get a lot less heat if I'm here because I don't actually administer the questions or read them out. Andrea, tell us a little bit about the same. I was going to direct the same question that I actually aimed at Hazik. What was different for LUZ this year in comparison to previous installments where you had participated in the regional qualifiers? How did you feel you were better prepared? I know that you were part of the Latin America and Caribbean region, so you also had the software exposure early on. But how did that process of practicing and preparing for PetroBowl, how was it different this year for you?
Okay, the most different thing was trust, because you are not able to study with your friends as you were on normal competitions. You could go together on a meeting and study together, and you could see the performance of each one. But by the situation we're currently living, we couldn't do that. So it was all based on trust. You had to trust that the other person was studying the part that they had to study. And I think we got very good results so far. And I think sometimes you need to leave responsibility to others, and you don't have to be there all the time. And they can prove they can do it. I mean, to me, it was a challenge because I usually use others to feel motivated. And I was like, okay, let's go together, let's go to study. And you know, seeing them was kind of motivating to me. And this year, okay, I don't have them. I need to find motivation elsewhere. So it was a challenge. It was a challenge for us.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Andrea. Thanks for that comment. I would concur with the notion that our strength increases in proportion to the obstacles that are imposed on us. And so we have to draw that motivation, that desire, that commitment ourselves to be able to prepare for the competition, especially when we're not surrounded by our colleagues, our teammates, and we don't get to see regularly how they're progressing with their material. And as you know, the amount of studying for PetroBowl is so large that you can't do it yourself. If you're one member or two members, you're left short-handed, and so you need to rely on the ability to delegate, to give responsibility to all the team members, and have that element of trust and faith in that they're going to deliver. And it's fair to say that both teams have that because they've made it this far and they've performed really well. Zoom 2 are right now evaluating. They're on question 11 or 12, if I'm not mistaken, Ewan. So we should be approaching very quickly the end of their evaluation. The idea is, because we have two streams, and one is on YMEC channel, one is on the PetroBowl channel, it does provide that sort of lag in time. We don't want to have the risk of having an evaluation start for one set of questions when the other game is playing at the same time, and they also have the same questions, for the semifinals. So and one point that I was going to make, because it was very valid, Hazik made it and also Andrea made it. PetroBowl is a very small community. I mean, there's a lot of growing interest now, and people are getting involved in it, but you'll find yourself running into the same type of people and being involved in the competitions where you've met people before, and it fosters that sense of networking and closeness. Just here on the call, for example, I wasn't aware of Sabor being a super judge, and he wasn't aware that I was a moderator. But we actually sort of being brought up to the same system at A&M Qatar, haven't we, Sabor? And I was actually one of those who was part of the internal PetroBowl system that you had put me through as an evaluator. So it's a very small community, but tightly knit.
I agree, Mohammed. And that's the best thing about it. Like, I still have great contacts from that time when we were students, and I can remember the way we practiced, the way we set up our teams. I guess you also carried it when you started your masters. I carried it forward from the bachelor's to the masters, and it's just a new way to meet new people as well, make connections, make friends, and I think all the students here will realize that these are the people that you're going to meet in the future when you're working in the industry, and you'll have things to talk about when you're at that stage. So just have fun, I would say. I know it's very nerve-wracking and everything, but you have to enjoy it because you're going to remember it.
Indeed, and you're going to miss it as well. Like when you start working, and you're no longer able to like qualify as a student for these type of competitions, and you have far too much experience, then you're not able to have that opportunity again. But hopefully, what you'll be left with is memories and being able to reminisce and talk about the times where you guys as teammates were able to achieve a piece of history, which you both have tonight. So we are, I suppose, at the halfway point of that evaluation. What I would recommend is perhaps for us to have a short intermission, but I'm not sure at what stage are we? Okay, halfway. Okay, so perhaps I would say that that we are a few minutes away. So if anybody wants to take a short intermission, go get some water or anything, feel free to do that. We can take 5 minutes or so and then come back. Myself and Ewan will stay on the call, but if anybody wants to take a break, because you've been patient with us and throughout this whole process, so please go ahead and do that. I'll stay on the call though. But yeah, please go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that when Judge Lee asked about the questions being written down, I think I misunderstood his question a little bit, because the questions aren't actually written down for us. We actually they are read out to us by a robo text-to-speech. So yeah, just wanted to clarify that point. But it does help to be able to write down our answers, because in a way it helps, at least for me, it helps me to visualize my answer on a blank screen rather than staring at the audience, for example. So it helps a little bit, but no, it's actually read out to us, just like the normal PetroBowl.
I didn't know that. That's good. That's interesting to know. Okay, I'll ask this question then. As coming from countries that aren't the US or England, okay, or Great Britain, do you think you are at a disadvantage because the questions are not written down? Let's just pose that question.
I'm not sure. I think we are in a little bit of a disadvantage because English is not our first language, but for UTP, English is our medium of instruction. So it's not a huge deal. It's just that we might not use English as commonly as our native tongue, for example. I think it's a slight disadvantage, not a huge disadvantage. Probably the bigger disadvantage is actually getting visas and traveling for us, more than the actual medium.
We can't get a PetroBowl visa department, probably. It would be nice if we could, but might be asking too much.
Yeah, Dr. Lee, I mean, this is one thing I actually pointed out in the previous couple of weeks when we were having this discussion, that if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time we have a PetroBowl World Championship whereby all teams are able to participate without having the issues of financial strains that are not allowing them to travel because of that, or visa restrictions. Oftentimes I would notice that we'd have by the first hour of the competition, when we arrive at the ATCE, we notice that we have like 26, 27 teams only available, and the other 5-6 teams haven't showed up. And that's a shame, because even though some teams are able to get through, but they don't have that sense of all those teams have made it and they deserve to be making it to the finals. be able to actually get that opportunity. So who knows whether teams like, yeah.
I totally agree with you, Mohammed. You know, the biggest different thing that we see is diverse set of judges and SP volunteers who are able to join. You know, being in YMEC and being a judge, I've been in judge in other sessions, but I believe we have people from all the different diverse locations and diverse countries, different locations. You know, people are joining from different places. Maybe right now I'm having 9-10 p.m. at my place. Somebody must be having 9-10 a.m. at their place. And the visa restriction is not just only for students, but it's for everybody. Everybody out there. Maybe when we have our paper contest, student paper contest, or regional competitions, even at regional levels, people cannot travel because of whatever relations two countries might be having in the same region, and people are not able to attend. But this is an amazing experience. This is what digital brings to us.
I think I think all that you've pointed out is really wonderful, and that everybody can compete. It's not a financial burden, right? As long as you have the technology available. Now that could be a financial burden for some people, and it may fall on individual shoulders, but so there's pluses and minuses. The one thing we are missing, I really do like the venue where we all get together and we see each other in person and we shake hands. Now we can't do that now, right? But as humans, I do, and I'm just giving my input. I like seeing everybody and being right there in person, and I think there's value to everybody physically meeting. I'm old though, so maybe that's old school. But
I totally agree with that. I mean, having a personal meeting with someone, it's more valuable. And I think another fact to consider in personal meetings are the time zones, because we're struggling here with the time difference from one country to another, like Venezuela and Malaysia. And for example, we had the opportunity, as I mentioned earlier, to meet at the IPTC 2020. And it was great, to share experiences with people all over the world. And there was no time difference. You were at the same place, you all had the same time. So it was more valuable, to get the interaction. Even though you're trying to make it the most interactive way, I think the physical interaction, it's very valuable.
So just one of the other thing we're missing here is about every year after PetroBowl, I go get a few beers and I usually run into some bowls. And we can all sit around and watch each other drink beer after this, but it's not going to be the same. So I'm grateful that people can all come together, but I lament the loss of the personal camaraderie with the whole thing. But to that said, all the teams, maybe we can learn, maybe we can keep it in person, maybe not, but I think we probably want to. But maybe we can learn from this experience to improve the in-person experience. Because I'm immensely impressed with the format that you've come up with, Zudi. It exceeds my expectations. I was wondering how this would go. And I really do think, from a judge's standpoint, the format's really good.
Thank you so much. I'm really proud of having this project. We had the opportunity to create this platform. As I mentioned in the previous weeks, we work since 2017 in our country with software for the competition. We had the sort for the questions. We have some, already established way of the game program. But creating the virtual solution was okay, we have to consider the basic aspect. And I have to tell you, for this time, I applied something that was really important, is to keep it simple. And that was my best effort, how to keep it simple. Because sometimes when you do things, you want to, to show that you are having all things considered. But sometimes making things easier for, common people will make more likely to, to people to accept when we socialize the software with the Latin American and Caribbean students. We realized they had good outcomes about how the software works. And also I have to highlight, we receive improvement from their side. It is not only, one person or one team. It was really, really, really important to receive feedback. We receive feedback about reading questions aloud with a voice system. They have a survey and they select the best option. Also for answering questions, we had a survey and the results, the outcome was text instead of speak. Or having like a recording for each question. And as you mentioned, for evaluation purposes, was great to have the written option instead of having like a file with an audio to, to play question by question. So it couldn't be, that easy to go with the evaluation process. But and really, I mean, for me, having this opportunity with the YMEC and having this project at this level, it is, of course, it is a great accomplishment for me and my team. They work hard, and I have to mention that we took advantage of the initial days from lockdown. So we were, just beginning lockdown, and we didn't know what to do with our work, with our lifestyle. We were like, okay, what we are going to do now? And we just had a few weeks ahead to the regional competition, and it was canceled. So at that moment, okay, we with our regional director, we had like, okay, we can come out with a solution. Let's work on the solution. And it was a really great team effort. We have not only software side, also communications, planning. Planning was very, very important because, putting all the games together, organize how players will come into the session, how they will, participate and organize all game stages. It was a really, really accomplished from the planning team. I really appreciate. I have told them, without whole team, this couldn't be possible.
Good work.
Thanks.
Absolutely. No, this is a collective effort and a combined amount of dedication and endeavor that was put behind the scenes. I mean, most of the work that has taken place is actually behind the scenes. We don't get to see it in these live streams, but it's contributed to what making this possible and for us to be able to have this competition. And one benefit of the software, as I feel as well, is that because the developers, including yourself, Zudi, were scholars of the game, they understood the game, so it made it authentic. You retain the authenticity of the game, and you make sure that it's in line with how the PetroBowl spirit and culture is. It would be different if we sort of say SP or YMEC had outsourced this game to a software developer that wouldn't be aware of how PetroBowl really is structured and how the game is played. And so keeping it simple and making it resemblant to that of PetroBowl were the two main pillars that have contributed to making this the best experience possible. We are nearing the end of the evaluation process. I'm told that we are at the 33rd question. So we're having a count, myself and Ewan. They have the score and they should be starting the second game soon. So we will be confirming in it's a matter of seconds, I suppose. It's not even minutes. So in a bit. Yeah, and one thing that the planning team has made an effort of is providing multiple streams for the players, the committee members to communicate if they have any issues, they have their concerns. Transparency and communication were key to making this work. So the WhatsApp groups are just, the messages are flying in. If you're a planning committee member or a software member, you're in all of the groups. So you see like 32 groups talking at the same time. Remember, that was the case a couple of weeks ago. Now it's a little bit less strenuous because of the fact that we all had 8 teams at the beginning of today.
Muhammad, I would like to remark on the support that PetroBowl committee from Texas A&M gave us when they first saw the proposal, they just decide to review the initial proposal, and they gave us feedback, which was really important to make the improvements. So we had like support from Texas A&M PetroBowl committee, but also what we did, the first test was done with a friendly match, and we invite UNAM team, and also we invite Texas A&M team from previous years. Okay, so they were our testers. So our first run of competition was with the champions, because UNAM was formerly champion. Also Texas A&M were champions. So we have champions' opinions on how the software works and how they feel about a competition being established in the way we define the competition. But as Mohammed mentioned, we follow as close as possible the way the competition is performed in real time with people, you know, having the motion and having all the things. And, you know, for us, having the fastest player, how to craft, how to, for the software. So we established, okay, we have to consider each game individually. So one of the things that for the players was hard is they are playing individually, not team spirit. So they have to do their best. So for sure, that's what we miss from the real competition. I believe it's the team spirit what we miss the most.
Indeed, I would agree with that. But I also do commend A&M and UNAM and all of the committees that contributed to giving that feedback loop constantly and making sure that the assurance side of things with the software, with the setup is done the right way. There is support for this competition across the SPE board all the way to the presidents. Dr. Blassingame, I think he has recorded a message also to the teams, to the two finalists. We're going to have that on Zoom call 3. There's support from SP's main sponsors as well, Chevron, the human energy company, with representatives. So the amount of backing that PetroBowl has received throughout this lockdown period was nothing short of remarkable, both from SP and all the committees that have been part of this competition for the last couple of decades. So no, it's phenomenal to hear that, and to think that in that period, Zudi, I mean, I was in communication with yourself and also with other committee members, and I honestly did not feel as though there was enough scale for us to be able to make this work in the way that we wanted to make it work, at least. But you know, a lot of what we had in mind has been carried out. And
like to highlight, Mohammed, most of it's young professionals, team effort. From this group, you know, and not young professional, I really want to congratulate all of you, because you have put a lot of effort, leadership, which is amazing from you as young professional to have at this moment of your career. So I really, I can say you will rock soon, more than you are doing now, because you know at the earliest stage of your career you are doing a great job, and I really feel proud of all your work and your leadership and all the things you have put together to have this competition. And YMEC has done a big effort joining all young professionals around the world to come out with this competition. So congratulations, YMEC.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Zudi. It's an honor to hear that, and it means a lot. I'm sure that all the young professionals would echo that. And it is a good reminder as well for you know, near graduates or incoming young professionals to also strive to be part of the society after their time as a student, and as I step into a young professional lifestyle and world. And I myself, for example, maintain my affiliation with multiple sections, the ones that I've been part of as a student, and also the one I have here in Oman. So YMEC is a common forum for us. It's a shared platform that we can rejoice, share ideas, knowledge, disseminate. And I think this is one of the real benefits of SP. Aside from other organizations that perhaps do advocacy or are perhaps leaning towards one movement or another, SP is a technical forum. It's disseminating information and bringing it together and sharing knowledge. And PetroBowl is a prime example of that. The second Zoom call are now done with their evaluation, if I believe.
Yes, they have. It's just that Alexis have lost connection, so they need Zaidi to start the game for their match. So Zaidi's going to be doing that now, I think.
Okay.
Yes, I opened their game. Thank you, Joan. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, they are starting the game now, so I think we can start our evaluation or resume our evaluation.
Fantastic. Thanks, Ewan. I know that Zudi at the moment, she's juggling 2 matches at the same time, so I'm going to give her some space to be able to sort that out, but just let us know for it.
It's already open and they are starting their game now, so that we can come back to evaluation now. Yes.
Fantastic. So, Sabur, floor is yours. Go ahead with the evaluation second set of questions.
Thanks. Right. Let's start. So, name one of the factors that deteriorate proppant fracture conductivity. LUZ answered dehydration, which would be incorrect here. What is the maximum stress that a material can withstand for an infinitely large number of cycles? UTP answered yield strength. I would say that's
incorrect, because the yield strength is just the yield strength. It's not the maximum yield strength. And the maximum yield strength doesn't really pertain to infinite number of cycles.
Perfect. Thanks, Dr. Lee. Which algorithm uses recovery data directly from the constant volume depletion measurement and computes the corresponding PVT properties? UTP answered differential liberation. The question was which algorithm, so that would be incorrect. In a water flood operating field, which plot is used to compare the performance of oil-producing patterns with respect to their maturity or cumulative injection? UTP answered Horner's plot, which would be I'd say, do the judges have any comments to this?
Yeah, it is no.
No. Horner, yeah. Indicate one of two major ways which the efficiency of a miscible flood is affected. UTP answered minimum miscible pressure of injection.
No, it's not true.
No. This term is offered as replacement for frac hit, frac bashing, frac intersection, etc., all of which have a negative connotation. It refers to interactions between fractures in adjacent horizontal wells. Name it. LUZ answered goat head, which would be incorrect here. UTP answered frac-driven interaction, which is correct. Which artificial lift type is a suitable alternative for a beam pump in an oil field which produces heavy oil with solids, has no gas, and with a depth of less than 6,000 feet? UTP answered sucker rod pump, which would be incorrect. LUZ answered PCP, which is correct. What drilling fluid property refers to increasing viscosity after all shear has stopped? Gel strength, I would say that's correct. Which rig type is used to drill the deep water wells in Starbreak block in Guyana? Drill ship is the correct answer. The abbreviation MIC stands for what type corrosion? Microbiologically influenced corrosion. Yes, correct. Which country left OPEC in January 2019? Qatar is the correct answer. In progressive cavity pumps, drive heads incorporate which device that seals on the rotating polished rod to control fluid leakage from the production string and wellhead? LUZ answered elastomer, which would be incorrect. Stuffing box is the correct answer, the one given by UTP. What is the term used to refer to materials that create an induced magnetic field in a direction opposite to an externally applied magnetic field and are repelled by the applied magnetic field? Electric charges is what UTP answered. Yeah, so that would be incorrect. A principle of physics stating that the product of pressure and volume are constant at constant temperature for an ideal gas. Name it. Boyle's law is the correct answer. Name the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 6. Peace and justice is not the correct answer. Clean water and sanitation is the correct answer. Name the United States Sustainable Development Goal number 8. UTP didn't put an answer, so that's incorrect. LUZ answered decent work and economic growth. That's correct. Under whose operatorship were the most remarkable lift operations carried out in Ecofisk, subsequent to subsidence due to production? UTP answered ConocoPhillips, which is the new name or the company that was later formed. The original company was Phillips Petroleum. So for this particular question, I would personally say no. Let's see what the other judges have to say.
Yeah, what year did this take place? I think we need to find out. I mean, because ConocoPhillips is a different company than Phillips. Let me look it up.
So what I know is at that time, it used to be Phillips Petroleum, and these are the ones who actually did the work there.
Yeah,
so at that time, it was Phillips Petroleum.
Yeah, I think it needs to be. I think the answer needs to be Phillips.
Yeah.
I agree.
So we're gonna give it a no. But that was close. When collecting downhole reservoir fluid samples, why is it sometimes advantageous to overpressurize the fluid sample? UTP answered to maintain the gas in the solution for higher than PB.
I don't know about the PB, but to maintain gas in the solution is to prevent segregation, which is part of the first answer.
Judges, any comments?
I would say it's correct.
I think it is correct.
Yes, because it is preventing phase segregation, which is keeping it above the bubble point pressure. So correct answer from UTP. How many principles are there in methane guiding principles? Answer 5, which is correct. This is what happens in decision trees when branches that have weak predictive power are removed in order to reduce the complexity of the model and increase the predictive accuracy of a decision tree model. Name it. Pruning, which is correct. Which country was the first to discover an oil reservoir in the Middle East? Iran, correct. Which geologic time period went from 365 to 405 million years ago? Devonian or Division? I would say that's no. How should the steam quality of an optimized cyclic steam stimulation process be? LUZ answered as close to 100%, which I would say is an acceptable answer here. Who published a comprehensive and classic summary of the field results and performance of more than 250 polymer water flooding projects? Manning. That's correct. That was a difficult question. In the context of formation testing while drilling, what can real-time formation pressure data verify or identify? LUZ answered abnormally pressured zones.
I think.
Yeah, I would go for yes here.
Yes, it is a yes.
I mean, when it identifies the sealing geological barrier, it does it by identifying the abnormally pressured zone above it or below it, right?
Yeah, can be a gas, can be also have this abnormally pressured zone. How many crewmen were killed in Piper Alpha North Sea oil production platform disaster in 1988? 167. Sad incident in our industry. This is also known as the true positive rate, the number of positives the model claims compared to the actual number of positives there are throughout the data. Name it. Was answered precision, which would be incorrect here. And LUZ also answered incorrectly. In the context of HSES, what does the acronym SCBA represent? UTP answered self-contained underwater breathing apparatus.
Or I think I agree with this one, but the previous question I think we need to revisit.
Okay, let's just finalize this one. So I would also agree because, of course, there's pressure of typing in. So we'll put yes to this. And we can go back to question number 32.
So I just looked up a quick definition, and I'm going to read it exactly as it's stated. In machine learning, the true positive rate, also referred to sensitivity or recall, is used to measure the percentage of actual positives which are correctly identified. So I think recall is a correct answer.
All right. Can we have a confirmation of this from the other judges?
I agree. The only point is that if you accept the answer from UTP, you should not, I mean, score negative for LUZ. I guess you put
That's
no
correct.
for them.
So LUZ wouldn't be penalized for it because then we're gonna accept the first answer. So if
So both would be considered as right answers?
No, we're just gonna consider the answer for the fastest team, which is UTP, and not penalize LUZ.
Yeah, we need to just make a note on 32 that LUZ does not get a negative.
Yeah.
All right.
And then just check that once you close the window, but they should not be penalized for that anyway. They shouldn't get the -5.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Judges, I would like to make an appeal in the acronym question because the acronym didn't meant what they established.
All right, so player from LUZ, Darwin, has made an appeal. Judges?
I actually didn't look very close, and you're right. SCBA is self-contained breathing apparatus, not SCUBA. I didn't look close enough, so I actually agree with this appeal. The SCBA is for H2S kicks and things like that. It's what we wear on a rig. SCUBA is what we wear, you know, when we go to the Caribbean and look for lobsters.
So my only question would be, so these are two different things, SCUBA and SCBA.
They are. I didn't look close enough when we first did it. I apologize.
Okay. If they're different things, then I would say, oh, no.
They are different things.
All right. Thanks for the appeal. So then we're going to change our decision here. I have a feeling this was the last question answered by the teams.
Yeah. Indeed.
So if we don't have to go through any of the previous questions, I can close this and reveal the results. What happened?
Have we confirmed the submissions of the responses for the judges? All right, if you just open the window and go through it again, just to confirm. Okay. Aha, so it's I suppose there's a...
Continue? Please.
Advice?
Yes, continue. Yes, then try to close again the evaluation window. Go back to the round on the main.
All right.
All right.
Yes.
So can we, before we round off the score, can we check, that is a big sigh of relief, by the way, I do echo that. Can we check question 32 just to make sure that LUZ did not have a -5 for that?
No.
Okay, no, they were not penalized for it. And as a result, the score for the second set of questions is 85 points to Team A, UTP, 35 points to Team B, LUZ, and combined with the scores from the first set of questions, that would give 100 points in total, 15 plus 85 to UTP, and an overall score of 45 points to LUZ. Congratulations to University of Technology Petronas. And also congratulations and commiserations to UTP, because they'll have to join us for a very late timing for them over in Malaysia. I'm sure they won't mind though, because they'll be playing the final. And a great job, well done for both teams, including Universidad de Zulia, for having reached this stage and battled against some very strong teams to make it through. And we'll get to keep you for longer here in Zoom Call 1. So I'm happy about that. I'll get to spend more time with you in round 5, which is the 3rd and 4th place playoff. But congratulations to both teams. Sabur, at your convenience, feel free to unshare your screen since we have now the results. And a quick word from both team captains. It'd be great to hear from you. First, Andrea, actually, since you're going to stay here with us in this call, what are your thoughts and reflections on the game?
Well, I think it was a great match, and you guys did it great. Congratulations, UTP team. You did it great, and I'm sure you will do it great also in the final. All the best. And the judges, you all did a great job as well. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks for that, Andrea. And Hazik, your response to what LUZ has just shared in terms of remarks about UTP, and also the feeling that of making it to the final of the World Championship.
Yeah, thanks, Andrea. I think that was probably my favorite match so far. You know, I could really feel that it was a good match, and I could really feel the sportsmanship from your team. And, you know, although maybe the result wasn't really what you wanted, but really congratulations for making it all the way here. And I know that my team will definitely be supporting you in the 3rd place match. So yeah, hope you guys the very best in the next round. I know you're probably tired having to play back-to-back rounds. And thanks to the judges as well for making it a very smooth evaluation process.
Fantastic. Thank you for that.
Both teams, really, really good job. You guys answered a lot of questions that I certainly wouldn't have been able to answer. So good job.
Yes.
I agree.
Excellent, guys.
I've been very impressed with the quality of responses for some of the questions, especially the categories in which we had new submissions this year, and they were not included in the previous question banks for PetroBowl. And so tremendous job, phenomenal from both teams. I suppose UTP will be taking a break now, and then later on be joining Zoom Call 2. LUZ, would love to have you still on the call as we await the result from the next match, or the alternate match or simultaneous match that is going on at the moment between UFRJ and Oklahoma University. So we're still waiting for the evaluation process. If I'm not mistaken, Ewan, and as soon as that is concluded, we'll be able to have the team from there who has finished the 2nd place, I suppose, joining us in this Zoom call. Should we take an intermission or a break, Ewan, do you think?
Yes, a break is needed. They're still evaluating in the Zoom call too, so everyone could need to have a well-deserved break and yeah, get some drink and eat probably.
Fantastic. So yes, absolutely. It is 5:37 local time at GMT. So if we could take a 15 minutes or 13 minutes or so and rejoice at 10 minutes to the hour. So 5:50 p.m. Back to the call. So feel free to take a break and go for some refreshers. Thanks.
Sorry, just to confirm, so it is half an hour break, right?
Just to be safe, we will take around about 15 minutes or so, like 15 to 20 minutes. So I think it's appropriate for us to come back at 5:50. So right now it's 5:37. So 13 minutes, 1-3, and then we'll come back here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Judges, I will also message you when we resume anyway. So I'll let you guys know in a WhatsApp chat. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks.
So we can leave the call, or should we remain here?
You can leave or you can remain. It's up to you. I will send you the link via WhatsApp anyway, so and let you know if you can join.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So just a short remark and to follow up on the comment that was made in the chat in the Zoom call. We are still waiting on the match results from UFRJ versus the team that was emerging victorious, I suppose, from that round between like OU and KFUPM. So OU, basically, OU playing against UFRJ in that match. The evaluation process is still ongoing. They are around 12 questions in out of their 40, so there's still going to be a little bit more time there. So myself and Ewan may have slightly underestimated the intermission time, but it's going to be about 5 to 10 minutes until they have their match done. So just feel free to take a little bit more time. And I apologize for the inconvenience, but we're facing slight delays. Thanks.
For the previous match, Mohammed, we have participants from the same country. You know, at the Oklahoma University, they were former Brazil players. They mentioned to us.
Yeah,
so imagine there's a battle, as Cesar mentioned on his post on social media.
I caught that indeed. The captain of the OU team, Philippe, is someone who is known in the UFRJ parts. He actually led the team, was part of the team that won the PetroBowl in 2016 in Dubai, and so
Yes.
certainly keen on I suppose getting one over UFRJ and being able to take them on and hopefully, well, for him at least, he hopes that they emerge victorious. But it's a heated battle because UFRJ have actually been able to defeat UNAM in the run to the semifinals. So
Yes, it was a great match for them. Yes, absolutely. So we will have like it was an unexpected game for them. You know, having all players from the previous teams and now the newest one will be amazing. I believe it is a chance for them to learn from, you know, for who those already have like long journey on PetroBowl competitions. So it will be very nice for them to have that experience.
Definitely, the exposure aspect of this is key for the players who haven't had perhaps as much years or practice at this level, at this very highest level. I recall myself when I was involved in PetroBowl and got into the final stages. As much time as I've invested in practicing and preparing and studying, nothing can prepare you for that kind of pressure and the nerves that come with like the last stages. And when you play against a team that's so seasoned, so experienced, you can't help but have that kind of, you know, feeling as though, you know, I have a lot to learn from them, of course, but they've been through it, they've seen it before, they were introducing themselves, and I felt okay, like the least experienced person there has like made it to the PetroBowl final twice or 3 times, and I feel like I'm out of my depth here, and my teammates were like looking at each other and were like, okay, let's just make the most of the experience and enjoy it and have fun, and I think that's the.
Did you participate, Mohammed, as a PetroBowl?
So my journey had started with PetroBowl in 2016 when I was a reserve member of the A&M Qatar team at the time. I didn't get the opportunity to play as a first-team player, but I was there to just observe and learn. And then I moved on to the regional qualifiers in Bahrain the following year in 2017 for MIOS. Participated as a team member, made it through to the finals or championship in San Antonio. We played against very strong teams there. We, I think, got knocked out in round 2 against Tulsa, University of Tulsa. After that, I graduated from A&M Qatar, went to IFB. And IFB did not have that culture of PetroBowl. It wasn't still instilled in IFB school. Despite their successes as a chapter, they didn't really have that culture of PetroBowl. And so myself and a colleague of mine, his name is Akif, who was in Middle East Technical University in Turkey, we brought that culture, we brought that mindset of PetroBowl. We had an internal competition within our school, selected the team members, and then we went to Poland. We played the regional qualifiers. We qualified there as the third place team from the region. So there was only 3 teams that qualified from that region. So we were just clinching the final seat. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we qualified and we got to the World Championship, and very unlikely journey because when we made it to the World Championship, we didn't know what to expect. This was the first time that IFB actually had featured in the World Championship, and for us to make it there was an accomplishment in itself. So I remember our faculty advisor came into our apartment before the competition started and said, just go out and enjoy it. You're prepared, but honestly, we don't have any pressure on you. And we took it that way, and we went and we played different universities, and we found ourselves in the semifinals of the championship, playing against some really top teams, and then we qualified from the semifinals, made it to the final. So that was we played against LSU, if I'm not mistaken, in 2019, the team that had won the PetroBowl at the time. And so it was a tremendous experience for us, because the level of exposure that you receive from having taken part in this competition, and the network of judges.
All students are missing the network.
Yes, yeah. The networking aspect is just huge, being able to have that face-to-face interaction. And I remember we had, been able to have conversations with players from UNAM, from UFRJ, and I'm not just singling out these universities, but other universities that were really experienced at PetroBowl at the highest level. And they were telling us about their process and how they would prepare for the competition. And they took it very seriously. I mean, we did as well, but we were astounded by how,
important for their academic, preparation it is to participate on the competition. I believe in some countries there is like a culture of PetroBowl, because of course we have to admit PetroBowl students are top students in all universities participating, because taking this challenge means you are able to do your best. And that's, of course, extremely challenging. I could say, students that we are having here are top students in their universities or even in their countries. So, of course, being recognized as a PetroBowl player, it is a good recognition for your career, I believe, in most of the cases.
100%. It was one of the springboards in which I was able to actually elevate my visibility, my profile, my career. It helped significantly actually, enhance my development, and also my ability to sell, the product of who I am, and as a student, as a young professional, to my potential recruiters and employers, and be able to have that kind of conversation, say, okay, I've done an initiative, I've taken part in something that is outside of the realms of my academic involvement, and it's grown me massively. And not only does it display or exhibit the fact that you're smart, or you're capable, or you're academically very well accomplished, but also that you're capable of handling pressure at the highest level. Because I've seen students who are very bright, and they're capable of doing very well academically, but when it comes to the element of exactly, and being very astute with time management, with the aspects of the physical competition, like when you have the timer going for the bonus question, which I suppose is one of the things that are perhaps we're missing from this competition, but all these little things that I've also seen students take advantage of that even in this competition, like with the appeals and all that different kind of things. So, and I'm sure.
Let me add something there, Mohammed. It also showcases your ability to take unfavorable rulings in a mature manner.
Yes.
That's something that really will start to stick out to you now that you're on this side of this, is the people. I mean, there's one thing about arguing, and then there's another thing about carrying it too far. And that even if you're right sometimes, right, you'll find even in professional situations, you may be right. Sometimes you have to learn to just say, okay, you know, even if you are right, you have to, and that's a big part that I think a lot of participants don't understand, is there's a lot of people watching their actions as much, if not more, than just if they got the correct answer or not.
Yes.
So you do a lot.
You have done a great job, Richard.
What's that?
You have done a great job, you know, because you have been like clear to state what is not appropriated, which is extremely helpful for them to realize they are taking bad attitudes. So for sure, it is a good participation from your side, since you are an experienced judge. I heard that you've been 6 years on the road judging PetroBowl. So for sure, you are so experienced, and you can just guide the students how they can better asset if there is an appeal, or, you know, the best position from their side, the respect. First of all, because sometimes they cross the line, so that they are so so many emotions going on, and they want to win and they want to go to the next stage, but they forget people is you know, a lot of people is watching them. So it is important from your side to remark on that point.
Yeah, and this is not a venue to, you know, for a judge to teach somebody how to act, but I certainly take the opportunity when it's possible to do so without delaying the game, right? I mean, Mohammed, I think you've seen me do that, in years past. Last year for sure, a whole bunch. But yeah, I mean, that's just part of it, right? Like that's our responsibility as professionals. I'm an academic now, but I used to be a professional. And it's our responsibility for the younger generation. That's, you know, PetroBowl, the competition is one thing, but the experience is what is the important thing.
Yeah,
right? We're
you know,
building young professionals.
yes, you know, James State is PetroBowl quiz competition. That means it's made by, we have faculties here. So of course, taking those advice from faculty, it is important for this competition to have, because it's White working on this event, but for sure all judges, most of the judges are experienced professionals, but having faculties, it is important, because you have like the vision from the academic side, from, you know, a student-professor relationship, and they are still undergraduate. Or also, even if they are taking master or PhD, of course, they are in a different level, but it is important you mentioned that. I believe it is a good input having you as a judge. I have really enjoyed your advice and your, you know, the way you have, okay, just establish what can be accepted or what can be for sure not accepted at all.
I kind of learned that over the last few years, and it's even more important in the, you know, in the normal competition, because we don't have much time, right? So you have to stop these things before they escalate. And you know, here we have a little bit more time, so we've been able to have more discussions and stuff. But you know, that's also, you know, for my, I manage drilling rigs for a living on the rig. You know, I was a company man, and I mean, you have to. It's the same thing. You've got a bunch of young people trying to argue with you. It's the same thing, and you have to just kind of get it done. So, not
a whole host of different personalities that you have to manage right at the same time, and it is a responsibility, and it goes both ways, by the way. Just as you mentioned, Dr. Lee, I mean, students have this responsibility as well to conduct themselves in a manner that is in line with, first of all, the values and principles of PetroBowl and SPE. I'm always very, you know, cognizant of the fact that whenever I'm participating, and I always echo this to like my teammates or my colleagues, that you're ambassadors, whether you're ambassadors of your school, of your country, of your upbringing, of the values that you hold. You have to conduct yourself in a certain way that is in line with that. So I took that responsibility on myself and also my teammates in the competition that we were taking part in 2019. I remember you being very vocal many times about like certain instances that were happening, but and there was a lot of tension at times. Like I remember my colleagues, my teammates were saying that I'm not sure about that ruling by the judge, or the opponent were like were very not very well in terms of conducting themselves. They weren't very like controlled or disciplined. And I used to always remind them like, okay, but there's also humility in accepting it. There's also dignity in being able to say, okay, that's, even though I don't necessarily agree with the decision, I have to be willing to accept it, because this is part and parcel of your professional development. On top of just gaining the knowledge in the questions, you also learn how to be a team player. You learn how to accept and understand that when you're in a company environment, when you're working with people, you're involved with people, you're not going to necessarily always get the rub of the green, and not everything is going to be devoid of compromise, right? So I think that's really important.
Yeah, and we don't always make the right call as judges. We're doing our best, right? But I mean, there's within a time frame. I mean, you could spend the next day looking up to make sure that answer doesn't fit some answer. I mean, a lot of these could go either way, but you have to make decisions. It's just like life, right? I mean, sometimes you can't be 100%, and sometimes you make mistakes. And I've certainly made the wrong call, but it's like I said, I'm not saying it's an excuse to make the wrong call as a judge, but for the students, participants, they need to learn like, yeah, that was a wrong call, but I have to just move on, because on the law of averages, the other team's going to get a wrong call too, right? I mean, at some point, or the wrong call could have been in your favor. It all, we're not being, I don't ever remember any judge having favoritism. I think we've done a really good job of, universally, the judges have not been prejudiced for one team or the other. I have not thought in the last 6 years, but as long as that's not happening, we do our best, but you got to accept it sometimes,
Absolutely.
A match has a lot of questions, and we just put the eye on the specific question, that raised an issue. But just remember, this game, this whole competition, more than 1,000 questions. So having issues in just few questions, the percentage of error or, the percentage of inconvenience, it is too low. That's a thing we have to consider. Sometimes we stick on, of course, we have to, as you mentioned, we have to be as fair as possible during the evaluation. But out of 1,000 questions, please, just one or two, that's fine, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, again, we try to do our best, but you can't be 100%. And again, part of it is a lesson to the PetroBowl participants. These people, obviously look at Mohammed. He's 1 year out of school now, and now he's hosting PetroBowl. So these are our future leaders and people that are going to excel in industry. So it's a really great experience, so that they get that extra that extra life experience by competing in this, I think.
And develop the appreciation as well, like for being on this side of the fence, because like just like sport, I believe there is a lot of controversy sometimes. I'm not comparing PetroBowl to sports by any means, because it's a whole different ball game. But it's also part of like the entertainment side of PetroBowl, because there's just a lot of talking points. There's always discussions, offhand discussions going on even outside of the games. I remember like when we were in the actual day itself, like there were just teams always talking with each other, like I'm not sure if that was the right call. And just making comments about the performance of the teams. And you do look like, as a player, you do like look at sometimes the moderators and judges to be like, I can do that job easily, right? And I'll probably be like doing it in a better way. But then you don't realize that, while everybody's experienced and they can have this all of these years of industry knowledge, they're humans at the end of the day, and they're just doing their best, and they're trying to make the right call and deliberate as much as they can to make sure that they're doing it impartially, but they're not going to be able to get everything spot on, right?
Yeah, sports referee, everything. So I'm wondering, Mohammed, you're working for BP Qatar?
I'm working for BP in Oman.
Oman, excuse me.
In Oman, yeah. So
yeah.
Our operations, our scale of operations here in Oman are in a block called Block 61. So BP operates one of the largest gas fields in the Middle East, and certainly the largest one in Oman. So we produce around 1.5 billion cubic feet per day of natural gas. So that is, tremendous for Oman as well as BP, because we supply one third of Oman's daily gas production. So it's tremendous. I've been very fortunate to be part of this, and also being part of an international company and now an integrated energy company that have just transitioned into investing in multiple sources of energy and growing these areas of business like solar, like wind, like biomass. That's given me the insight. First, I work in hydrocarbon production, of course, but I'm also now able to integrate myself with the global subsurface solutions and be part of this like virtual environment where everybody's been able to work with different regions around the world. So I'm very fortunate in that sense, and this is an opportunity that presented itself, like I said, as a result of my involvement with SP, PetroBowl in particular. So
I work for BP as well. When they treated me wonderfully. They're a really good company. So, are you a reservoir engineer or are you a challenger? Are you were able to start right as a reservoir engineer?
I am both of what you just asked. So I'm a reservoir engineer, but part of the challenge program. So I'm a year into my challenge program now. I joined as a challenger, and I think the lovely thing about the challenge program, because it's the equivalent of a development program at other companies like Shell, your Oxys, but what makes it unique is that it's not time specific. It's more what you cover in that time frame when you're like as a challenger. So you have a certain requirement of a few days on the field as a reservoir engineer. You have a set of courses that you have to take, workshops. Some of them have been put on hold because of the current situation, but also fundamentals of reservoir engineering that you have to cover. So you have a roadmap and you work through it, and then the leadership in the company determine at some point whether you're ready to graduate from the challenge program. But we're very much hands-on here because we only have around 4 to 5 reservoir engineers in BP Oman. So not many looking after a huge field.
Yeah, I learned a lot from BP. I went through their Well Site Leader of the Future program. So I have nothing but really great memories and experience with BP. You're very lucky to work for a company that cares a lot about its employees. It cares about the world it lives in. And I can't say enough good things about my time with BP. I was working for BP when I got the opportunity to come back to academia, and it was pretty tough to leave simply because I wanted to stay with BP. So congratulations with getting a job there.
Thank you. Thank you. And I suppose we do live in a world now where you have to always be, aware of how the industry is heading and the transitions that we're going through. Not just companies and their portfolio of different energy sources of production, but also like what are they aiming to do? What are their ambitions, their strategies? So you have to be realistic in the sense that you can't say I want to stay my whole life with BP. But when I entered the company and work for BP now, I'm starting to become very aware of the fact that this is a place that puts people first and really cares, they don't just preach values of courage and respect and excellence, they actually live through them. So, it's set me up very well. I suppose the one drawback is the fact that I haven't been able to actually work very much in the office physically. I've been starting, my experience as a professional from a virtual environment, which is always challenging, but hopefully it's temporary.
We're all adapting, right?
Yeah.
It'll come around. You're going to get, I suspect you'll get plenty of time in the office.
I hope so. I really hope so. I might get to a point where I gotta get sick of the work at the office and then want to go back to having this like virtual kind of arrangement. But I think we will be moving in general like to a more flexible work arrangement in the future. I think it's going to be one that the teams and squads that we have are going to be more agile in the way that they work and more task oriented, project oriented, as opposed to like having to be there in the office all the time and having these meetings set up all the time, and we'll become more efficient in the way that we work. So
I agree. This whole affair is definitely led to a transition that's going to continue. I'm seeing it right now. I live in Montana. That's the background. That's our campus actually behind us.
Nice. Okay.
And we're seeing it more and more. People are moving here for the outdoor lifestyle, but they can work remotely. So the median price of a single family home in the town that I live in has gone up $195,000 in the last year. Yeah, lots of people moving here. So it's maybe not a great thing for me because I already live here, but it's a great thing that people are able to work more remotely now, and it'll be better in the long run and make us more, like you said, agile. That's a great term.
Yeah, and while there is a bit of an adjustment in the beginning in terms of finding that work to life balance, a lot of people struggled with that in the beginning, but now once you want to understand that change is a part and parcel of what we go through these days. I think the main difference between the generations that are being brought up now and perhaps the previous couple of generations is that we're now built to adapt much more so than we were built to last. So I think adapting to the change, constant change is the order of the day. And so being flexible, being agile, being able to incorporate those changes in your life and then being to be able to work around them, I think is key. And working remotely is a benefit that comes with that, the lack of having to commute, not needing to, perhaps I've been told by a couple of my colleagues, I don't have to worry about what I wear today because I just get up in the morning and just start work straight away, and all I have to do is open my laptop. So
it's also hard to work so close to the refrigerator.
Yeah, it's tempting though, because you're always close to the kitchen, and it was strange for me as well because in the beginning, I was having this conversation with colleagues and they were saying, I feel guilty if I take a pause or a break and go to the kitchen. It's weird because we have a kitchenette at work, so people don't feel guilty to do that. They just go and grab refreshments and they pause for a break. But because they're at their own home, they feel kind of guilty to go and do that in the kitchen. And we have to remind ourselves okay, we are due breaks and we are able to manage our time the best way we can. And we're also evaluated on the value of what we deliver, not the volume of time that we spend doing it.
And that's what it should be. Yeah. Zudi, are you working in person or remotely? What's your situation?
I'm working remotely as consultant. So luckily, I was working remotely since 2014. So now it is easier for me to get people together for meetings, for presentations. For me, it's been a good time. Because I was working from home since 2014. Of course, occasional visits to companies and meetings out of my country, but mostly at this time I'm working remotely.
Sabor, are you in the office, out of the office? What's your situation?
Well, for me, it's a bit of both. So in Norway, the situation, well, the government says it is bad, but bad here means 40 cases a day or something like that. So for me, it's up to my choice if I go to the office, work from the office or work from home. Mostly my work is doing projects with clients. So previously it was going to the client's office there and working from there. But usually those offices are closed. So I usually tend to just go to my own office because it just gives me this opportunity or excuse to go out and meet people, because otherwise sometimes, you end up becoming or feeling crazy if you're not meeting with people. So yeah, it's been both. And I actually like that there's this choice where you still end up doing all the work, but you're not bound to go to the office, because not necessarily that means that you're going to be as effective as, you have to be at the office and work like that. You can be very effective from home as well. So I like the situation right now in that terms.
Saving the time, like a lot of people, when I was working in Houston, the average person had an hour-long commute. That's 2 hours out of your day. I mean, I currently have an hour and a half commute. I commute 80 miles. So it takes, sucks up a bunch of my day. And we're in person now, but we were virtual over the spring. And I had a lot more time for sure to do to accomplish things. But that said, education needs to be done in person, just flat out. We've learned that it's in person is better.
I agree. And to that point, I would say even in the early part of your career, like when you're a young professional and you're in your first couple of years of having that, exposure and development at the job, like the more you're able to do it in person. And this is why I've been really, knocking on the door with the leadership and telling them, can I please go to the field, take a couple of weeks and go to the field, because that's the only opportunity I have to go and see, that face-to-face interaction and see the operations for them, in person. And outside of that, most of ourselves are working at home, so we don't have that ability. But in the first couple of years, I suppose it's important as well. But then once you become a very full-fledged established professional, you can do it virtually and you have the knowledge and experience.
Yeah, take every chance. Sounds like you are, but take every chance you get to get some field experience, because it'll get harder and harder as you get more and more into your career, because you're going to be busier and busier. You're going to have more and more projects you're responsible for. Now you have, as much as it might not seem like it, but you have more free time than you will have. So by all means, take those opportunities to get out and see what's going on. That's been my, saving grace with being a professor, is that I spent my whole career, once I got my PhD, I just went straight to work in the oil field, and I was in the field my whole career. And I only worked out of the office a little tiny bit for BP and not much, so that field experience has been super, super valuable. So,
agreed. Yeah, you learn so much more on the field than what you would in an office environment. That's for sure. Yeah, a lot more.
Yeah. It makes you, you get exposed to the people that you're going to manage in the future, right? So you're able to empathize with them a lot better. You're able to empathize with their problems. You're able to visualize the problems better. It's essential. And BP is really good at getting their challengers out and about and seeing what's going on, I think. At least they were when I was there.
They are, but it's been a proper challenge with COVID, of course, and then the situation at the moment. I've only been to the field the one time, but we've had to quarantine before and after and do multiple PCRs and then whatnot. But it's still worth it, and obviously being able to be assigned to other assets and regions is a challenge still because of the restrictions. But outside of it, yeah, they do a really good job of making sure that their challenges get the development. And not to plug them here, but to say that also they've been very clear on making sure that the challengers are out of scope for anything that's happening within the reinvented structure or the model of the company. So they're able to have their time to develop themselves and transition into any set part of the structure, the new model, as they see fit. So they have that space. So I intend to make full use of that, inshallah. Inshallah is hopeful.
We have a winner from round 4, Group B.
Yes, so we have OU. Is it OU that emerged
So,
victorious?
yes, so Universidad Federal de Rio de Janeiro will join us.
Yeah, so it'll be a match of 2 teams from the same region, Latin America and Caribbean region. UFRJ, who are no strangers to PetroBowl, joining us for the 3rd to 4th place playoff and playing with LUZ. So we have.
So the finals are going to be Oklahoma and Malaysia, huh?
Yeah.
Good.
the two teams who are on different sides of the world. I mean, I think it's still early afternoon or like late morning in Oklahoma, and it's morning in Malaysia as well. So it might be morning at both sides of the world at that moment. But we have Annie joining us in Zoom Call 1. Welcome. It's good to have you here. You've been a veteran for Zoom Call 2 this whole time in the last few weeks. So it's good to have you. Please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about you.
See you all.
Hi, Annie.
Hello.
Good to see you. Good to hear from you. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you found PetroBowl so far while we wait for the players to join us.
Okay, sure. It's very exciting. For the last match, we had UF, RJ, and OU, and most of the players are my friends, my close friends. So it's very exciting. I was nervous the whole time, but I think it was great. It was very hard, a very difficult game. I'm ready for the next one.
Fantastic. Yeah, we are at now the climax of the competition, I suppose. And so it's great to see or find out finally the two teams that have made it to the final. OU and UTP will be joining us at a later stage. But now we have members of the Universidad de Zulia, and that is the last time you'll hear me saying it because I cannot get it right for some reason.
You did great.
Thank you, Andrea. Always reassuring to have that like affirmation that I'm getting it somewhat accurately. And so we have them up against UFRJ. We're still waiting on members of the UFRJ team to join us. It's good to see that fellow committee members from Zoom Call 2 have joined as well. Good to see you, Mohammed. Good to see you, Cassandra.
Yes.
Welcome to Zoom Call 1.
Welcome, Mohammed. How are you?
Thank you. How are you? How are you? I'm doing well. How about yourself? Good to see you. So yeah, we've been keeping the seat warm for the competition and talking about our experiences while we were sort of waiting on the results from that match, OU versus UFRJ, and now we are just about ready to go. I suppose we just need the other team to join us in the call. And from a software point of view, are we good to go, Zudi?
Yes.
Excellent.
Are we starting now?
We're still waiting on a few members of the UFRJ team to join us. So I think Matthias has joined, but maybe there's a couple of more players from UFRJ.
Hey, sorry for the delays. We just got the link to join also, so I think it'll take 1 minute or two.
That's natural. Don't worry about it, Matthias. Good to see you. Good to have you on the call. Commiserations for the result. I'm sure this is not the call or that you wanted to be in, and this is not the face you wanted to see. But I'm happy to see you. I don't know if you're happy to see me, but I'm happy to see you.
Yeah, I'm happy to see you as well, man.
So, I mean, tell us about your experience though so far. Like, irrespective of the results, like how has the virtual platform and competition as a whole fared out?
Okay, it's been a insurmountable challenge, I would say. We faced some very good teams, very, very good teams. We played to our best. We really gave it everything we had. I think the experience in general has been good. You know, as a team, we continue to be strong. We hope to arrive to this game stronger than before, in fact. So, yeah, I think that about sums it up. We just want to try to play this game, keep our head high, and leave with the third place. That's what we're aiming for. And we know Luz is also aiming for that, so just wishing you all a good game.
Fantastic. You just mentioned that you've played against very seasoned and experienced teams and strong teams in this competition as you've made it to this stage of the tournament. But I'm sure that each team that played against yourselves can say the same. So when they play against UFRJ, they'll be able to say, well, we've played against strong teams and we've been drawn in a very tricky side of the bracket. So Andrea, I know we've had a conversation and we've spoken even before the game with UTP, but what are your thoughts on this match and being placed against UFRJ in this game itself?
Well, we all know what is their performance, and they have been always a solid team. I mean, they have proved it in our region. They are always the winning team. So I'm sure they're going for the third place. We are going for it as well, but I'm sure they are they are working on it. And yes, we have seen that the level of the competition has been higher this year. We have seen that every single team is stronger this year. So I think that's the idea of the competition, to make it better every year, to make it more competitive in a good way. So I wish all the best to Rio team, and I'm sure you'll do it great.
Well, certainly. Brilliant sportsmanship there. And I could not agree more, by the way, with your comment about how tight it's been with all teams. Like the margins have been very small, and the normal, group of teams that you would class as the favorites, they were in the mix, but also you have teams that are just showing remarkable progress on previous years. So it's great to see all of that. Zudi, do we have the software ready and up and running? And so we're good to go, I believe. Okay, so as soon as we have the go-ahead from Zudi, we could be good to start the match. I hope all the players have software ready.
It is open.
Fantastic. All the best to both teams. Please adhere to the guidelines and use the functionality on Zoom chat or WhatsApp if you have any issues or concerns.
It's going to be round 5?
Round 5, yeah. Round 5.
Yes. 8,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All the best. It's been a marathon of matches, and we've seen different facial expressions and looks from players of suspense, of perhaps slight weariness, tiredness, which is understandable at this point. It seems as though we've gotten confirmation from everybody that they've been done with the submission, except for Mateus. I presume there were some issues.
Can I speak now? Is everyone already finished? Yeah, so like after the game finished, after my time finished, so we had the option continue and end, right? I just click continue. I'm really afraid of clicking end and not getting the results sent. So I just click continue once and then waited. So after everything was done, it said the data will be sent to the server. I just click OK. But I never got the confirmation. And then there was a prompt again to click. If you click OK, the results will be sent. And then I clicked it and the software closed. It all crashed. I don't know if...
Yep, please upload again. It's 78, the round.
Okay.
Just a second.
Give it another go.
Matthew, that's exactly what happened to me. Once you click OK, when this says the data was sent, my software also closed.
Yeah, I don't think it said the data was sent. That's why I'm
Ah, okay, I get it.
Never said it. It just closed. Okay, 78, right?
Correct.
I'm sending it now. I'm sending it now.
Please confirm.
Data sent successfully. I think it went through.
Let me see.
We'll check with Zudi now if she has received a submission.
Yes, let me confirm. Wait a second.
No problem.
Just a question. Is it really safe when that message appears? I just need to click continue and then end. Is that really safe?
Yes, what we believe is several attempts has been made to upload questions to server. Okay, so since there is no response at the time, your user is asking for loading questions, it just pop up with a error message. But as you can see, on the previous match, I had a report from you and you upload successfully. And for this event also will be the same. Okay. So just let me verify everything is okay with you. And
thanks.
Yes. But now I receive it, okay?
Excellent. We have allowed a little bit more time for these kind of instances to happen. This is the first match of the competition whereby we have a round of 10 minutes. So it's always going to be interesting to see how that fares out. But thanks for confirming. We have had also Judge Buddy Woodruff join us also for this match. He'll be taking part in the judging and the panel. So Buddy, it's good to have you on the call. Love to hear a little bit from you about how the experience has been so far before we proceed to the evaluation.
It's been great. Biggest problem we've had is some of the questions weren't very good, frankly. You know, the answers and the students have been great, but we just got to do a better job on the specificity of the questions. So other than that, it's been great. It's been a great experience, as it always is.
Thanks, Buddy. And a note to self for sure for future improvement, hopefully in that regard. So now that we have all the judges here with us, and we've ended the submissions for the first set of questions, Zudi, can we now confirm that we're have the evaluation process begin? Excellent. Super Judge Sabur, take us away. Floor is yours. May you go ahead and share your screen now for the evaluation.
I'll log in then.
Right, so we are at fifth round, first set of questions. I'd like to look at how many questions have been covered in this first set. So just scroll down to...
We went till question number 40.
Okay, so... let's begin.
All right, so As a part of the human factor screening process, which technique describes the process of undertaking a review of the tasks to be performed in order to identify any key human factors, engineering requirements to be taken forward for the design phase? LUZ answered supervision, which is incorrect here. According to IOGP, list 2 leadership characteristics that can influence safety culture. UFRJ answered proactivity, attention to detail.
I will say that this question is worded well in the sense that it says according to IOGP, because you could say list 2 leadership characteristics, right? And it could be any answer. But here it says according to IOGP. So these are the answers for those, I think.
So we also have this others, which means there are some other answers available. We can look into them.
Perhaps we can check the source of that question and have it looked up. And in the meantime, we can proceed and come back to this question.
So that's question number 3.
Yeah, question number 3.
List 2 human factors that contributed to the Mokando disaster as per volume 3 of the Chemical Safety Board investigation report. LUZ couldn't provide an answer. UFRJ answered cement flaw, BOP bad work. Human factors.
No.
I would say no to this.
Yep.
Agree.
That's a no.
Thanks. What is the term for evaluating probability of loss or failure? UFRJ answered risk analysis. I would agree to this.
Yes.
Who is the current CEO and Executive Vice President of SPE? Mark Rubin is the correct answer. In the context of World Oil and Gas Organizations, what does COPAS stand for? Council of Petroleum Accounting and Shipping. I would say no to this because although it's a very long answer, but here we are looking for the specific answer.
Incomplete.
Incomplete.
And this is again incorrect.
Sorry, I would like to appeal this. I'm pretty sure that, can I go on? Okay, so in the Petroleum Engineering Handbook, I believe, I know it's in one of the chapters, COPAS is described as Council of Petroleum Accountants Society. I am positive that that is an acronym that exists as an organization, unless the source, the Petroleum Engineering Handbook is wrong.
Can we check on that?
Can we check on that?
I can't quite recall which chapter was it.
What's the argument now? Please.
Okay, that COPAS is an acronym that exists as Council of Petroleum Accountants Society.
Sorry.
Yes.
You can check on PetroWiki glossary, which is extracted from the Petroleum Engineering Handbook. I think it's easier to search there than search the whole engineering handbook.
No, I mean, it says COPS stand for, right? And it says Council of Petroleum Accountants Society. What's the, that's the answer.
That's what PetroWiki says?
No, that's just, if you look up copas.org. Council of Petroleum Accounting Societies. It's societies, but that's fine. It's just pretty close.
Frankly, that makes more sense than this answer we've got here.
Well, actually, in PetroWiki, that's exactly the acronym that is Council of Petroleum Accounting and Shipping. I was going to write that, but I didn't have enough time to complete it, so my bad.
Okay, and therefore the appeal is granted, and the question is the response that UFRJ has provided is correct in that case. So they have 2 more appeals remaining as it stands for this round.
So we are accepting this. Has it been verified that this is correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Thanks, Dr. Lee.
Thanks. And do we get 2 for the whole match or 3? Sorry.
You have 2 per set of questions, so you have 4 in total, but only 2 for this, and you still have them remaining. No problem.
Let's make a note on that question to change it. If that's not the proper name.
Yeah, we'll do.
At least research it. Okay.
We're putting a mark, yeah.
All right. In the context of formation testing while drilling, name one method that has been used for pore pressure prediction. UFRJ answered Eaton's method. This is not one of the answers provided. So I would go for no here.
Somebody knows what Eaton's.
Yeah, Eaton's method predicts pore pressure from velocity or resistivity. But we wouldn't do that while we're drilling.
Okay, no formation testing. Got you.
Thanks. For being consistent with the Paris climate goals, which company revised its investment appraisal long-term price assumptions in June 2020 to $55 per barrel for Brent and $2.9 per million of BTU for Henry Hub gas from 2021 onwards? BP is the correct answer. A lot of questions are unanswered. Name one of the topics in which resource and reserve estimates are inputs and drivers. Energy management. That would be incorrect from my side.
So that's a little too vague.
Yes.
I agree. Energy management is correct.
Did you confirm those previous questions where there were no answers?
No, I didn't press anything there.
I think you need to confirm that they guessed, but
I think that's, you just leave it there.
It's not needed, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
A tubular placed at the bottom of the subsurface sucker rod pump and inside the gas anchor to drive the formation fluid with little or no gas into the pump. What is the name of this equipment? Mosquito bill is the correct answer. What is that part of the effect of gas on the neutron porosity measurement called that is not explained by differences in hydrogen index? Excavation effect is the correct answer. What is the name of the system to depressuring pressure vessels in the event of an emergency shutdown?
I'm sorry, I think, can you go back, please? I think there is a question that was actually answered and you went through it. Yes.
No, I think we're good.
Okay.
So just reading it out again. What is the name of the system to depressuring pressure vessels in the event of an emergency shutdown? Relief system is not the correct answer. What is the CO2 sequestration technique of permanently storing CO2 in subsurface structures such as oil reservoirs, natural gas deposits, unminable coal seams, deep saline formations, shale rich in oil or gas, and basalt formations called? Geologic CO2 sequestration.
I think we need to stick with the specific geologic CO2 sequestration here. I mean, I know carbon capture storage is a form, is the overreaching, ideal there, but I think this is pretty specific question.
Yeah, this question's already come up once today, and that's the posture we took.
So we won't. And LUZ answered the same, so a no for them as well. Name the property of the propellant that is deteriorated by these factors: increasing stress on propellant agents, stress corrosion affecting propellant strength, propellant impediment into formation, propellant crushing, etc. The answer is propellant conductivity. I would give it a yes. Propellant pack conductivity, yes. Name the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 16. LUZ answered peace and justice, strong institution. Again, I see that the idea is there, but
I think
it's not.
so. I think the typing didn't follow through there.
Yes.
I think it's
For this
fine.
particular one, since it's not an acronym, I would say yes. If the other judges have any comments, please let me know.
I would say yes.
I agree.
But if it's yes for both of them.
But we don't go to the next team because we just see the fastest team answer.
Yeah, but fastest team could not type the whole answer.
But for this particular question, my point would be that since it's not acronym and I see the idea being there, so my vote would be yes.
I agree.
And it's important to remind also that in a normal PetroBowl format, you would not be looking at what the answer is from the second team, the slowest team. So you'd only consider the fastest team's response.
Thanks, Mohammed.
Name 2 empirical methods designed to generate the current and future inflow performance relationships for vertical oil wells. I see 2 correct answers here. Name 2 measurements that are typically made as part of the routine core analysis process of evaluating physical geological core samples. Porosity and permeability, again, correct. TAML contains classification for multilateral wells. In this sample well, the lateral and the main bore are cased and cemented at the junction. However, the junction does not provide hydraulic isolation. Which TAML level does this refer to? Here they were asking for levels, so it would be a no. And a no here as well. Name 2 components of a frac stack. UFRJ answered goat head and frac BOP.
That would be correct.
Can you please repeat, Dr. Lee?
Goat head is a term you use in the field for the frac head.
Okay. So both are incorrect then.
No, goat head is correct.
Okay.
I think frac BOP is just fine too. I mean, it's part of the frac head. I mean, what do people think? I mean, goat head's good, but what do you think of frac BOP?
That doesn't come to my mind when I think of the components, but I'm open to other opinions.
I think you can accept it.
All right.
I think technically there is a BOP, you know.
I just wanted to say something. Isn't the
we haven't made a decision yet.
Yeah, but if the decision is made, you're free to appeal once the decision is made.
Yeah, it's okay. Finish your decision.
Please.
No, it's okay. Finish your decision.
I personally haven't heard of frag BOP, so I don't know if it is part of that or not.
The frag BOP does not specify anything. I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, BOP is kind of a stretch, in my opinion.
So I see that we're leaning more towards a no here for this answer.
Yeah, 1 correct and 1 incorrect answer. So they were asking for 2.
All right. Thanks.
It would be.
LUZ answered frac head and frac valve. So these seem correct to me.
Yeah. I think I could go with those. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
All right.
that's acceptable.
Good.
Like, can I do that one?
Go ahead, Matthias.
Like, honestly, if like you're not gonna, I don't know if frac BOP is really that outlandish, but you know, you really think frac valve is specific enough? What would be a frac valve? I think it's kind of not specifying what the component she's trying to give is.
Judges and organizers, I don't know if the opposing, I don't know if the team can appeal an opposing team's answer actually in PetroBowl, because they're allowed to appeal their own response. But I'm curious as to what the judges think.
I
think they can appeal.
Yeah, I assume we observed something like that before, that the team appeal, like the fact that we gave mark to another team. So based on what I've seen it before, I'm not sure if it is part of rule, but I've seen these before in PetroBowl.
All right, so I'll put it to the judges then. What do you think of the appeal of UFRJ?
I still go with our original decision.
All right.
Any other comments from the judges? The other judges?
Stick to the decision.
I believe the first one's wrong, the second one is right.
Perfect. So we stick with our decisions then. Thanks.
Appeal not granted. One appeal remaining for UFRJ in this set of questions.
Next question. What is the term used to refer to a crack in steel resulting from stresses produced during transformation from austenite to martensite? UFRJ answered fatigue failure, which doesn't seem the correct answer. LUC answered metamorphic, which is again incorrect. Yes, incorrect. What is the term defined by ASTM as synthetic or semi-synthetic organic solids that have a very malleable characteristic that allows them to be molded into an assortment of shapes, making them very suitable for the manufacture of various products? LUZ answered elastic materials. That would be incorrect here.
That's incorrect.
Agreed.
Which company did Chevron acquire in 2020? Tullow is the incorrect answer. In the context of geological time, a stratigraphic surface or interface that is synchronous everywhere of the same age is called what? Flooding surface would be the incorrect answer. What are two examples of pneumatic drilling fluids, types of mud that are pneumatic? So the question is asking for two. LUZ answered air, mist, foam.
That's three correct answers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Three correct.
That's correct.
What oil property provides a higher initial oil in place volume for black oils compared to volatile oils? Oil formation volume factor.
That's right.
Yes, that would be correct.
No, it's not correct. It's oil formation volume factor, not GOR.
Not GOR. Incorrect, thanks.
Can I appeal again? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to remark that the oil formation volume factor is related somehow of the dissolved gas the petroleum has, because
Yes, you are absolutely true. They are related, but they are not the same.
no, I mean, they are not the same, but if one is dependent of the other, of course, it's gonna affect if it's black oil or volatile oil.
Even if you consider in GOR, you consider both
the dissolved gas as the free gas. But in oil formation factor, you don't consider both of them. They are not the same. They are very related. I'm agree with you, but this is not the correct answer.
Okay, great.
This is my idea. I can.
Judges?
Well, at least to my opinion, I think they are connected enough to be considered the answer is correct. I mean, this is my idea.
For me as well, because it doesn't need to be the same answer that's there, but the idea seems to be all right to me. So I'm leaning more towards a yes here.
I would go yes.
I'm good with yes. Good explanation.
Okay, could I appeal, please? Could I count an appeal?
Yeah, David, go ahead and appeal.
Okay, if you consider the GOR as an answer, you could consider the oil formation volume factor, you could consider the gas availability factor. There are a lot of different different factors or different parameters related to this concept. So the oil formation volume factors is the right specific answer, and GOR is something much more broader than just, I'll say that is related.
I personally disagree because like it asks for oil property, and then when we are looking at different, let's say, oil properties, I would say GR and oil formation volume factor are so related. It's not like that you write down density and said, okay, density is somehow related to others. So I understand that these questions can have many answers, but I wouldn't say it has unlimited answers. So at least this is my opinion.
I agree with Beta here that GOR is something that we do use to define oils. So I would stick with yes here.
Right, so appeal granted for LUZ, not granted for UFRJ. So UFRJ have no remaining appeals. LUZ have 2, and we have 4 more questions in this first set.
All right, moving on. In facilities engineering, what does P and ID stand for? This is an incorrect answer. What is a measure of the hardness of the material, generally measured by pushing a small ball into the surface and measuring the force used to displace the ball to a set depth? UFRJ answered Rockwell hardness. The correct answer we have is Brinell hardness. So I would say no here. Judges, any comments?
I know it by Brinell. I don't know it by Rockwell.
We still have appeals, or are we out of?
We have no remaining appeals, unfortunately.
Okay. Thanks.
I don't know that. I'm not sure if like the judges know exactly like this question, or we need to look at the source. I'm not sure about that.
Because I am not sure about this answer, so we can just, if someone can look into the source, I can move on, and then we can get back to question 38.
Actually, I mean, that's the same way you measure Rockwell hardness. You measure them. I think that's a correct answer, because Rockwell hardness, you push an indenter into the surface.
So they both use the same technique, that ball indentation.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a ball, but I mean, I just looked it up, and it's an indenter. Yes. So it could easily be a ball. It could be something else, but looks like it matches pretty close.
Judges, we have 2 sources for that were posted on the chat box. One for Brinell hardness and one for Rockwell hardness. So feel free to check that.
So what I'll do is I'll move to the next question, and then we get back to question 38.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Name one library in Python mainly used for neural networks problems. LUZ answered pandas. So they're asking used for neural networks problems. Judges, do you have any comments on this one?
To be honest, I'm not familiar with that.
It rings a bell in my mind, but not that sure. But Um,
I'm gonna go with, I'm not sure here, to be honest.
We have the source being posted on the chat box as well. So
all right, so if someone can just please check and
our
get back.
last question, so we don't have to proceed beyond this one. In the meantime, we can come back to questions 3, and then 38, I suppose, and 40. So question 3.
I don't know what I'm sorry, guys. My power has gone out here, so I'm attending via Wi-Fi hotspot. So I've been going in and out. I apologize. Did I miss anything that I need to know?
So right now we're going back to some of the questions that we didn't finalize on. One of the questions is question 3. Did any of the judges get an opportunity to see the details for this one?
So the source for this question was posted on the chat box, but it appears as though it might have gotten slightly moved because of the chat feed. So this is the IOGP report 453. That was referenced as a source.
I said that you put that IOGP report, but I could not have access to that. I'm not sure if other judges could get it.
I'm trying to open it, but I'm not sure if I have reached to the question. I'm trying to search it out.
I think the slight inconvenience with it is that you have to register with an email address, but it is free of charge. So once you register with the email address, you'll be able to get into it.
Okay, let's move on to the other question that we.
Yeah, if we can ask
what number was
just
that?
Just being real honest. If you're really in doubt, just put no. I really being very honest and fair play here. You can put no. You don't need to take that much time in that question because I really don't know the IOGP leadership characteristics. So it was more of a guess, you know. So if it is very time consuming, just put no. I'm okay with it.
We're gonna come back to it, so we just want to make sure if your fluke is correct or not. Maybe it is. So let's move to the other question. What was the other number for the other question?
38 was one of them, I believe.
38 and 40. So right at the end, 38 and 40.
Yes. Do we have a decision about this?
We have the links for both.
Yeah, I think we're leaning towards that's correct, are we?
That seems a correct answer. Rockwell is okay.
Correct. So
I think it's correct.
Perfect.
Right.
Yes.
We have 3 correct, so I'll go with yes and confirm this.
I mean, we still had 40, right?
40, yes. To me, this is a very open-ended question.
Well, we know that Panda can be used for data analysis or data manipulation, but if it is like exactly for neural network problem, I'm not sure.
It's not my area of expertise. Can we just check the scores and see if?
I think it's worth putting it to a vote, maybe with the judges for this question.
Yes, I'm leaning towards a vote here. So my vote would be a no here. For TensorFlow and Keras, they can specifically be used for neural network problems.
Sabur, if we stick to the source of this question, so it would be no.
That's correct, Sadaf. So
I agree.
Well,
I prefer to
my
respect
problem
the
with
question writer.
Well, my only problem with the source of this one is that like we know that like I think if I'm not mistaken, the source is not very recent, and we know that like there are so many changes recently in neural networks. So this is my only concern, that like it is not a handbook that we can go and check. So
so let's go for a vote,
all
and then
videos
we
are
can
toward
see
no,
we're 5 judges.
Judges.
I personally am going for a no. Let's hear from the others.
No for me as well.
No from me.
No, no for me.
Well, it is not important, but I would say yes. But it is 41, but I would say yes.
Perfect. So going with the democracy, I'll say no here.
Judges, I have an appeal.
I was going to say if I can use our last appeal on this question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that as Vita was mentioning, the source is not that recent, and it says, I'm just checking the title. I haven't opened the source, but it says deep learning from scratch and using TensorFlow in Python. Can you just search because we cannot do it, is it possible to do neural networks using pandas? And that's all. If it's possible, then because we don't have to be that close to the question and the answer that appears in the screen. If another answer is also the correct one, we can accept it, I think. So maybe you can just search if there is possible to apply pandas to neural networks, and that's it.
We really can't comment on the question, right? Even if it's not an appeal, we gotta. This is Mateus from F4J talking.
We can hear you, Matthias. You're out.
Can we just like give a little, say something like, or it doesn't need to be an appeal? Just
you can, but I suppose after the evaluation process concludes, I'll let you speak as much as you want to.
Thanks, no worry.
Do we have some say for the question number 3?
Judges, about the Brinell harness, I got a comment.
They have already had 2 appeals, right?
Who's David? The same thing I was going to say to Matthias. I'm going to refer to you as well. You've had 2 appeals already, so apologize for that. But you can make a comment after the evaluation is done.
I think we have like an answer from like the person who wrote this question, and I think he sorry if I'm mistaken, he or she said no, it is pandas is not correct.
All right, then I'll stick with my no, judges.
Sure.
All right.
Okay, Sabur, so for the question number 3, which was related to this IOGP report, I have a report open in front of me. So can we just go back and then close that one before we move it?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. So, okay, says credibility, action orientation, vision, accountability, communication, collaboration, feedback, and recognition. So,
go ahead. Yeah. I didn't hear these 2 there, so I would then go for no because we're being specific to IOGP.
Yeah, so to go it further, see like understand how the systems and conditions cause accidents, understand people are a resource, not a problem, balance, process, and personal safety. So nowhere I can see these two correct statements.
Perfect. Thanks, Sadaf. So I'll confirm with a no here.
We can now close the window.
I believe, yes.
Results of the first set of questions.
Still close, so.
So at the moment, as it stands, it's negative 10 points to LUZ, 50 points to UFRJ. It's still very tight.
Sorry, Mohammed, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. Cassandra said on the chat that we have 3 appeals, and Darwin from my team is asking if we have another appeal.
I did see the question, actually was posted by Darwin. You do have another appeal. My apologies for the slight technical issue there. But the appeal is allowed 15 seconds after the deliberation of the judges. So is this appeal directly for the question number 3?
No, it is not. It is for the bridle harness appeal.
The fact is, he said, I want to appeal something about that answer, and we all ignored him.
Sorry?
He said at the moment, I want to appeal something about bridle harness, but we all ignored him. I mean, he talked and we were focused on the other question and we didn't pay attention to him.
Actually, he said that.
Said he got a comment.
Way after. He said I got a comment.
The appeal or notice to appeal was a bit late for that one.
Yeah. There was a previous question, Andrea, where your colleague had appealed, but then you actually also appealed at the same time, and then we granted that appeal, like to be able to make it. But for that question, it was made not at the same time or not within the time frame that was allowed for the appeal. So, but thanks for that.
That specific question wasn't as clear, so we went to another question, and then we came back to that question. So it was really blurry that time. So.
Judges, I would refer this to you, especially the super judge. It was an error on my part to actually consider 2 appeals, not 3 for this specific round. So I am going to leave this to the super judge and the judges to decide. But as far as my knowledge is it was the time frame was after the allowed limit. So.
Mama, sorry, before we discuss that, I have a question. I think you considered 2 for both team though.
I did, yeah. So it was an error on my part, but it was considered equally for both teams. So
yes. So my point is that if like we want to be fair, like if you want to give one to LUZ, then you should give 1 more to other teams too.
Exactly.
So and I don't know. This is just my understanding.
Yeah, but LUZ do have, like, they've only made the 1 appeal. They haven't made 2 yet. So this is why I'm putting it for the judges.
I personally would say that when I heard the appeal, it was way past that we already had decided the answer for that particular question.
All right.
So
then
I would say we move on.
We proceed with things as is. Current score at halfway point is -10 to LUZ, 50 points to UFRJ. Thanks, Sabur, for leading the evaluation process for this early part. We'll now move to the second set of questions. 10 minutes, 50 questions, and we'll wait on the mark from Zudi to tell us when the software is ready to go.
Judge, please, we will not have any break between the question sets.
Yeah, we have been taking a brief break between sections.
Between the round, well, the judges take breaks when you have the questions, and then you take a break a little bit when the judges are evaluating the questions. And so, if I'm not sure about intermission in between the rounds, but while that's all being set up, we have the time to be able to take a break. I'll defer this to the planning leads and all that, but.
If they need to use the washroom and stuff, they could go ahead and take a 2-minute break.
Yeah,
Normally,
right.
even in a real game,
fairness to them.
All right. Then we'll take a couple of minutes break, as we would between rounds in the physical PetroBowl. Couple of minutes break, and we'll be back at 35 past the hour.
what happened in the last match?
Uh,
Where are we at?
Excuse me. Since Mateus has issues with software, I'll recommend him to restart his computer to see if it is possible not to have the same error again. Please, Mateo.
Okay, I'm sorry. My power's out, so I'm having a hard time with my connection. I apologize.
Yeah, no, I just asked Mateus to restart his computer. So can you go out and in to the Zoom session?
The whole computer, you mean?
Yes, just in case.
Oh, okay.
Or do you prefer, as you like?
Will you wait for me? I don't know if any update's gonna be installed. I don't know.
We'll wait, but it's your call ultimately, Mateus. This was a recommendation by Zudi, but
okay. Did you think resetting the software would be
No,
enough?
but as you have seen, all your answer has been uploaded.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Even though you get, yeah, as you like.
If we need to do that, I'm okay. I'll just reset the software and see if it works. But thanks for the suggestion. I'm really just afraid of computer errors. You know?
I totally understand. So just restart the software just in case.
Yeah.
Okay.
And for Dr. Lee, just since you're joining us and you've been in and out of the call, we've concluded the evaluation process for the first set of questions, and we're now just taking a small washroom break for a couple of minutes, and we'll be set to start this next second set.
Thank you. I'm very sorry. It's snowing really hard here, and I guess that's killed my power.
No
Where are you right now,
Lee.
Judge Lee?
We understand.
We understand, no problem. How cold is it over there, by the way?
It's actually really warm. It's probably like 28, 30. That's very, very, very warm for this time of the year.
Right.
It's funny to see the contrast. We've been having well over 100 Fahrenheit here for quite some time.
Yeah. I was thinking, because when you said 28, 30, I mean, we have that in Celsius over here, but and then that's
that's Fahrenheit. So yeah, -1, but that's warm. But again, I don't know what happened, but my power is gone. So I've got a Wi-Fi hotspot from my phone, and it's not keeping up. So I'll do my best to stay on, and just if you have to make decisions without me, it is what it is.
Understandable. Thanks.
Houston, what is snow?
Yeah, look it up on PetroWiki, buddy.
You really think PetroWiki is going to have snow in there, huh?
Sure, it's got to, right? Like for the Alaska guys, that's Wyoming folk.
Thanks for letting us know, Dr. Lee, and no problem. It's there. It's understandable with the connections and all.
Sure.
Okay. Matthias, have you been able to restart the software and give that a go?
Yeah, no problem. The login has been working perfectly fine. So I restarted it. Yeah.
Okay.
Can we log in?
So
the game is open already. Just
please ask
Mohammed, you confirm whenever you want to start the match.
No problem.
Okay, everyone needs to turn on the cameras, right? Sorry.
Cameras on, please. Yeah. Once that is carried out by the players. Okay, so all players now have their cameras on except for Ramiro, if I'm not mistaken, from LUZ. Can you please have your camera on once he's back and able to do this? Fast to start video. Excellent. So we have all the players now ready and good to go. Zudi, can we start the game?
Yes, they can.
Okay. Please stay on mute. Use the chat functionality on Zoom or WhatsApp if you have any issues or concerns. All the best.
So please, can we check again? Because I had a different situation this time. The data was sent successfully from what I know, but.
All right, so Zudi, can we check on that?
Sorry for all the trouble, really. It's out of my hands, sorry.
It is okay. I received data from you on server. Okay, I have the confirmation, but I have one of you missing still. So only 3 for the moment. So all of you have completed their game?
From UFRJ, you mean?
In your team, yes.
Yeah, we've all completed. Who didn't? We have Mateus, Adilson, Davi, and Jaime.
Now it's all there. Jaime was missing, but now I have.
Very good.
Yes. Let me close the game now, since I have confirmed all your answers are there.
Excellent. We are at the, at least in terms of round 5A, third and fourth place playoff, we're at the summit at the moment, and we're just waiting on the evaluation process for the second part of this match. I believe, Abdusabur, you're in the clear to go ahead and log in now that Zudi has closed the submissions and open it up for evaluation.
Perfect. If Zudi has closed the game, I'll log in.
It seems as though she's...
Hold on.
Okay, I won't.
Just a second, yes. Now, yes.
Floor is yours, Abdul.
Thanks. So we see the teams went up till question 38. Start. Right. In which year was OPEC founded? LUZ answered it fast and correct. In July 2020, how many offshore Nigerian crew members were kidnapped from floating production storage and offloading vessel in an armed pirate attack, which later in August 2020 had been released? So the question was how many? And
I had an issue with the early question, the one that is before that, the one that the year was founded OPEC. When I was trying to answer, I pressed answer and it was like frozen, the program. So I couldn't do anything. And as soon as as the program reacted, it was already on the next question, answering the next question. So
this is correct.
Yes, but I'm pretty sure, if maybe you can check, I'm pretty sure that's not my answer. That might be the answer from another player. I'm just saying that when I was going to answer, I'm sure this one is mine. Because I had the issue when I pressed answer, it was like frozen, so I couldn't do anything. It didn't appear the box to write it was like frozen like for 6 seconds and then it appeared.
So, Zudi, can you please advise on that? But my understanding is that once the time has elapsed for that question, if you type in the answer, it will move you to the next question. And
yes, I'm only appealing because if you can consider an appeal or not, I'm not sure how are you going to consider this, but I'm just saying it because I'm sure I did it on time. If I knew I answered in a second, I wouldn't be telling you this.
It's pretty obvious I think it's pretty obvious that she didn't mean to put 1960. That was the answer for the question before. And I mean, I think this one we can say that this is pretty obvious and that I would just throw it out personally.
If
Yes,
I had
Mohammed, we had similar
answered,
problem before, and we just consider it is the software problem.
All right. So
if I just clicked answer on the 5th second, that's okay. I understand it's out of time, but I pressed answer on the time, and just the program got frozen. So
Andrea, we hear you. Thank you for that comment. We will have to pick yes or no for this. We will pick no, but we will not count these -5 points at the end of the evaluation. So we will add +5 to LUZ's score.
Well, I mean, that hasn't been the procedure so far in the competition. You know, when there is I'm really sorry about software problems. I get it. Just trying to have consistency when someone.
Let me interrupt you, bud. Hey, let me interrupt you for a second. I think out of just sportsmanship, I think you can agree that this one's pretty cut and dry. I mean, some of them are impossible to determine, okay? This one is pretty cut and dry. I mean, obviously she didn't put 1960 for both answers.
Yeah,
I mean, be a sportsman about it.
About what Mateo said, I agree. I agree completely because I see throughout the competition, the people who had this issue, they received the -5. If you want to put me -5, okay, I totally agree with that. Just so you know, this was a software issue. This wasn't that I answered out of time.
All right, we're going to move on and
Yes.
not do this -5 for this question.
It is continuing based
As you
on the
want. I just was reporting the issue.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you. We will listen it. Thank you.
Thanks.
In the context of well testing analysis, what is the term used for the downhole completion interface? Sand face is the correct answer. In what year did the engineer George Reynolds discover oil in Persia, opening up oil development in the Middle East? 1908, correct answer. Name one of the two main components of describing the process of reservoir heating by steam injection. Viscosity reduction.
Well, to me, it makes sense, but because like the main concept that behind the fact that we are heating the reservoir through a steam is that we want to reduce the viscosity. So even if like, no matter if it is a steam flood or it is saggy or whatsoever, to me, one of the main reasons that doing that is because we want to reduce viscosity, but I'm not sure what the other.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree.
Thanks, Bida. In deep water operations with multi-phase flow, which technique could be used to detect a leak in a pipeline? UFRJ answered flux leakage, which would be incorrect here. Which API recommended practice provides an overview of the types of relief devices, causes of overpressure, relief load determination, and procedures for selecting and sizing relief devices? API RP521. Is that equivalent to 520 part 1? No.
It's not really. She's close. It's not. I mean, RP 520 is the recommended practice as far as I know.
I'll go with no here. What term is used for spatial separation of components within a fluid, often driven by diffusion, mixing, or differential flow? Dispersion. Segregation would be incorrect.
Just something. This is just my idea, but I think dispersion. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that like dispersion is diffusion plus the term that we are using for velocity and dispersivity? So I was thinking that like because like based on the diffusion or whatsoever, the components are going to be distributed. I'm not sure if we are calling that dispersion, but this is only my thought. I'm not sure like what the other judges think.
So if I'm understanding you correct, are you saying segregation would be correct here?
Well, segregation, well, I think segregation is based on maybe density, like maybe because of density, we are like having different layers, if I'm not mistaken. But like it can be like because of diffusion or because of like other reasons that this concentration is going to be distributed. But the fact that dispersion is the answer for this question, I'm not sure of that. Like dispersion is an actual answer for this question.
I think they are different things.
Yeah, dispersion and segregation are different.
That's correct. But for me, segregation wouldn't be the correct answer here. That's my opinion. Judges, do we want to go for a vote here?
We can call for a vote if you're not sure about the answer. Because I'm
right.
not sure about it.
So go ahead. No from my side.
No for my side as well.
And no for my side.
It's 4 no's.
Yes, I checked the reference and this is no for me also.
Perfect. Thanks. What is the group of sheet silicates characterized by a platy appearance and basal cleavage most common in igneous and metamorphic rock called? Mica. That's correct. What is the name of a structure of frozen soil found in the new cold areas of the world that may extend to depths of excess of 1,000 meters? Permafrost. Correct. Petroleum applications of acoustic wave propagation theory and physics include 2 methods. Name one of them. Electromagnetic methods.
That's incorrect.
Yeah.
Acoustic wave's not an electromagnetic wave.
Acoustics, that's right. Lee, did you lose your heat?
I'm sitting in my wife's pickup using the Wi-Fi. I have no power. So yes, I've lost my heat, buddy, and now it's cold.
Acoustic well logging.
Anything for PetroBowl though.
Absolutely.
I don't think so.
So I think this is also an incorrect answer here, acoustic well logging. So confirm this. What is the first separator in a stage separation called? First stage. Primary separator. Judges, any input to that?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with it actually. I almost think it's a better answer than first stage.
Kind of makes sense, even though it might not be the most common terminology for it.
I'm inclined with yes as well. So let's proceed.
We can give it to them, yeah.
What is the CO2 sequestration process under which formation of stable carbonate salts occurs by reaction of CO2 with dissolved calcium and magnesium, which produces limestone called? Chemical sequestration by precipitation.
This is it is chemical sequestration by precipitation. I mean, it's a precipitate. The limestone becomes a precipitate. So I would tend to say that's correct.
Yeah, I think mineralization could be defined in that manner.
All right. We'll go for a yes then. Name the technology of CO2 capturing and separating that is performed after the fuel is burned in industrial and power plant by separating CO2 from the nitrogen using chemical sorbents such as monoethanolamine. Chemical CO2 sequestration here would be incorrect.
It's wrong.
Name two of the three faulting states regimes based on Andersonian faulting theory. Normal, reverse, strike strip, correct.
Sorry, can I just comment something? It's not an appeal.
Then we can't allow the comment to be made. I'm sure.
No, it's not about the question. It's not about the question.
So it's a technical error or a comment?
It's just like it's just a suggestion for the improvement of the software, because I think it's better if the questions are more random, you know, because a lot of times the questions come like in block of the same subjects. So it's always related to like 3 questions about HSE, 3 questions about the faults or something like that. And so it's just a suggestion for improvement for the questions to be more random.
Thank you, David, for that comment, and we will communicate that to the questions committee and have that incorporated in the feedback. Thanks for that suggestion. Thanks.
What is the other common name for progressive cavity or manure pumps? Screw pumps. Positive displacement. That would be incorrect. And I'd say incorrect here as well. Name a welding technique used on diagonal cut strips of steel that is superior to the butt welding processes for joining flat strips of metal together before rolling into coiled tubing. Bias weld is the correct answer. What is the minimum number of crew required for work to take place in a confined space? 2, correct. What does n equal to 0.5 mean in the general deliverability equation in gas wells testing? Turbulent flow. Spherical flow. Judges, any input to that?
I've never even heard of spherical flow.
I haven't either. I started to say, what is spherical flow exactly?
It's when close to the well you get the spherical flow. So
yeah, I think
I've heard
means like
definitely I know the term here.
Maybe like a radial versus a spherical, something like that. But I don't think a spherical is the same as turbulent. Like they're definitely
I agree.
different.
Spherical flow is a kind of turbulent flow, but it doesn't cover everything.
So we're then leaning towards a no here.
Correct.
Thanks. Pertaining to the ability of a fluid, such as cement or drilling mud, to develop gel strength over time when not subject to shearing, and then for viscosity to decrease when shear is again applied. Name it. Exotropy, which is correct. Colorado School of Mines is tied with 3 other institutions for having won the PetroBowl championship 3 times. Name 2 of these. Unum, OU, which is correct. I believe that was the last, no, okay. What is the term used to refer to a method that involves heating to soften a previously made thermoplastic sheet, clamping it over a mold, and then drawing and forcing it to it so that it takes the shape of the mold. Thermoforming. Swaging here would be the incorrect answer. What is the simple learning algorithm into machine learning that utilizes Bayes' rule together with a strong assumption that the attributes are conditionally independent given the class? Bayesian method, I would say that's correct.
Yes, it is correct.
Yeah. What are the applications of distributed acoustic sensors data in hydraulic fracturing? Monitoring fluid propagation. That would be correct in my opinion.
Yep.
What term is used to describe the insulation leakage test done for high voltage electrical cables with high voltage measure? Hypot test, correct. So that marks the end of the round. Have we missed any questions?
Do we have any questions that we need to go back to and deliberate on, or have we finalized the evaluation process for this set of questions?
If there aren't any, then I'll close this window and reveal.
There was just one question for which we decided not to give negative marks to.
That was one of the questions where we're gonna add 5 points to LUZ, if I'm not
Yeah,
correct.
that's correct.
So that is, can we just check which question that was? So we'll just go back and see.
9.
Question 9. Okay, just to confirm. Question 9.
I think it was 3.
No, not 9.
I think
Sorry,
it was
9 was
3,
the
I
answer.
think.
I got confused. Sorry.
I think it's 6.
Question 6.
Oh,
6. Question 6.
All right, so we're going to add 5 points to LUZ on top of what the score is. All right, so the results of the second set of questions are, I suppose, 0 to Team A, since we're adding 5 points. That's LUZ, and 110 points to UNAM. Oh, no, yeah, my apologies. UFRJ, not UNAM. It's a bit late in the night here, so I'm mixing up with the teams. So in addition to 50 points for UFRJ, so that puts them on 165 points. Or, yeah.
160.
160 points. Apologies. 160 points. And then for Team A, which is LUZ, they had, what was the score for the first round?
It's negative 10.
So yeah, so that's negative 10.
That would be the net score. Yeah.
Yeah, net score. All right. So congratulations to UFRJ for sealing third place in this competition. A job well done for honestly being very strong competitors against LUZ today, but also against all the other universities. And no commiserations again for LUZ. You've made it so far in the competition. The first team from Venezuela to get this far, the semifinal stage, and then also, take on very well-established teams and experienced teams. An example here is UFRJ. So, Andrea, any thoughts, any remarks before we close for this round?
Yes, I wanted to congratulate UFRG. You guys did it great as usual. This is not a new thing. You always do it this great. So congratulations on your third place. It was very good to play against you. You are a team we can learn a lot from.
Thanks, and congratulations as well.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a quick suggestion about the questions for future users of the software, that maybe you can try to check the length of the questions and the answers, because sometimes questions are too long and they take a lot of time, and you still have 40 questions in the same 8 minutes. So questions are too long and you can't reach the 40 questions, or sometimes answers are too long and you can't type them in 15 seconds. So that's just a consideration you can keep in mind for future uses of the software. But everything was really good. The judges did a great job, and also our moderator and the person who is here using the software. Everything was great today. So thank you so much. We feel very proud of our achievement. I mean, to be the first time in a PetroBowl championship, I don't think a fourth place is a bad place.
For sure.
Indeed.
We expect to see you in the Final Four again next year.
Thank you so much.
Yes, and I wish you all the best, and you guys did good, played really well.
Thank you.
And honestly,
well done, everybody.
Well done, well done. And the feedback that we've received from players like yourself, Andrea, and also Matthias, and all the team members here is what keeps us going and what keeps us improving. We hope to have this competition again in a physical kind of setup, but while we have it in a virtual environment, it's great to keep this feedback loop going and continuously improve. Thank you all for being very patient with us, for sticking with the process as we went along. We're having some individuals waiting in the waiting room, but I'm sure that we're now due to migrate.
Sorry, could I just have a few words?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so I would just like to congratulate all the organization and all my teammates. You were amazing. This is, if I'm not mistaken, the best result UFRJ has had since the World Championship. So it is something very important to us, and we're gonna work really hard to continue and next year try to do it better. I'd like to also thank our sponsor, Shell. They really are very supportive of us. And yeah, just congratulations also, Luz, for the amazing journey so far. I won't be playing next year. Like, this is my last match as a PetroBowl player, but for sure David and Jaime will be next year, and I'm sure they will face a strong team in Luz version 2021. So yeah, keep on going, and yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you so much, Matthews.
Thank you, Matthews.
My last year as well. I am already retiring as an undergraduate student. We don't know what comes next, but
yeah,
I think this is my last year as undergraduate student playing PetroBowl.
Our children will have to carry the banner forward, right?
Yes, exactly. It's our job to teach them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. You two need to become coaches now.
That's an interesting point. Yeah, that is valid. But I would encourage both of you, Andrea, Matthias, and anybody who this is their last involvement with PetroBowl as a student, to continue to be connected with everybody here on the call. And I hope to see you in some capacity involved in PetroBowl moving forward. I didn't expect to actually be involved in PetroBowl after having, ended my time as a student in this competition, but the passion is still there, the fire is still within me, and I'm sure that it's going to continue to be with you guys. So I hope to see you at some point within this competition, even if not as students.
Yeah, let's see.
Hopefully we will meet each other in the end of the year in Dubai. Hopefully.
Inshallah. I really hope so.
God willing.
It's a 3-hour drive from here, so you're all welcome to come here, this side of the world. It'd be amazing.
Inshallah, as you said, Mohammed.
Inshallah, yeah. Thank you all. We'll now be moving the stream to Zoom call 2. So if you are awake and you want to watch it, please head over there. But thank you so much for your time, your patience, and to all the judges and the fellow committee members and volunteers. Really appreciate having you on. And all the best.
Thank you so much, Mohammed.
Are we going to Zoom 1 or Zoom 2?
Thank you.
Zoom 2. Zoom 1, please stay on the judges.
Yeah, stick him here.
Bye.
Stay on the line.
No problem.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye. Thank you so
Great
much.
job, folks.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thanks.
Okay. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. All right, so we're sticking here, and we're going to allow the 2 finalists to join us. I'll be dropping out of the call and joining James and Cesar and Rodrigo and Mihal, and then in the other Zoom chat. So all the best to all of you, and take good care. See you soon.
Great job, Mohammed.
Bye, Mohammed. Thank you.
You really don't have to wear a tie next time, though.
I'll wear the national dress this time. I'll wear the Omani dress. Different. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Well,
How was that, buddy?
That was good. That was good. Second half.
Last match of the day.
Second half was smoother than the first half of that one.
We will have the champions
Yep.
out of this match.
It's crunch time, as they say in the sporting world. It's now crunch time.
Victor, are you ready? It's gonna be tough.
For sure. I had a power nap, 10 minutes. Now I feel fresh as at 6 a.m. in the morning.
Okay.
Man, Victor, they wore us out in that match, I'll tell you. Whew.
I know. I saw at the end in the YouTube stream, and it was tough. So we'll take it easy with you on this one. Don't worry. Hopefully,
Make
all
sure
the
we
other
keep up
judges.
with how many appeals everybody has.
Yes,
It's
absolutely.
3 appeals per
3
time
per
out.
session. Yeah.
Yeah. I will remind them of the rules before we start.
Yep.
We're just waiting on Dozy and I think Hank is here. Did Dr. Lee drop out?
I'm here.
I see.
Hank is here. Nice.
Hank, did you as well have the power nap and eat and stuff?
Power naps.
I had
Did you guys?
He has the pillow on his cheeks.
Did you know that there is a field, an offshore field in the Gulf of Mexico called Power Nap?
No.
Excellent name. Excellent name.
UTP, how are you guys feeling? Get up, coffee, power naps too.
I just had a nap. I'm feeling good.
Excited about the final match.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not seeing Muhammad. Is Muhammad in here?
Mohammed mentioned he will join
no, the other Muhammad.
James.
No, Mohammed's here. Mohammed El Shafaf.
Sharaf is here.
Yeah. I'm here, Cassandra.
Okay, cool. So before each round, you guys so familiar with us already. UTP is the first time seeing you guys, but we usually introduce ourselves and with something else. So as this is the last round, I think we could do introductions as well as say maybe what we gained out of this PetroBowl Championship, this virtual competition, or what we enjoyed the most about it. So this is the final round, round 5B. I will be choosing our first place and our second place winners. Cassandra Dewan, the planning committee lead, as well as the moderator for this match. And something I really enjoyed about this championship was working with the teams as well as the persons from around the world and building friendships. For example, it was the first time I worked with Ewan, and I built a good friendship with her. It's the first time I worked with Mohammed as well. And I think this is the importance of PetroBowl, or at least for me, is the friendships and the networking and learning from each other as well. So now I will ask Zeodi to introduce herself.
Hi, Cassandra. Thank you. Sudi Galvan, being the software lead for this competition, the first edition of virtual PetroBowl competition. I'm really glad we have made this competition at the championship level. We are, of course, testing the solution. We just had a few months to prepare, but I believe it's been, for this first time, we have been experiencing some minor issues, but it seems to be this year virtual one for PetroBowl, at least at the regional level. So let's see how we can improve the solution for better, to minimize the error we have faced during this championship. So I'm really glad to see you all here. University of Oklahoma has done an incredible job to come to the final game. Also, I want to congratulate UTP players. They have been amazing since round 1. So I'm really glad seeing you here. So for you now it's almost morning, but for sure you will have a pleasant Sunday to celebrate how far you have reached on PetroBowl competition. So for both teams, I would like to wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Zeodi and Annie.
And welcome you in. Nice to see you.
Hello everyone, my name is Annie. I've been helping SPE for about a few years now with the national version of PetroBowl, but for the actual championships, this is my first time. I really enjoyed the experience and networking, as Cassandra said. I'm very happy to see UTP on the finals. Good luck, everyone. I know it's, I don't know, almost morning there, I guess,
It is.
right?
It's 4, half 4 maybe.
Greater Warriors. So good luck, UTP, and OU.
UN?
Hi everyone, as you know, I'm Yun and I'm the Young Member Programs Coordinator for SPE, and I've been obviously working with these lovely bunch of people to help make this event happen and help coordinate everything to make sure everything's all in place. And as Cassandra said, the most fun thing about working on this project was getting to know people and working with people from all around the world. And it's been great to be a part of something so big and to have the opportunity to work with students as well as professionals and, you know, other members from all around the world. And I just want to wish everyone good luck and have a good game, and well done for you for getting to the final rounds. So congratulations, and it's all about taking part. So whoever wins, you've both done super well. Good luck.
Thank you, UN. Mohammed?
Yes, this is Muhammad, a petroleum engineer at Khalta Petroleum Company from Egypt, and I'm a member at the planning subcommittee in PetroBowl. The most three things I have got it from this competition is energy of students. I have a great passion and motivation towards my next steps from the energy of students are working and compete with each other. And another one is what's behind the scenes, what's behind this game, what's behind this competition, and great efforts I have seen from Cassandra, Zudi, and different friends in SPE. It's a great experience I have ever seen in SPE, and I hope to continue in this amazing team. Thank you, and hope all the success for all students today. I'm very sad that it's the final match in PetroBowl 2020, but I hope to starting the new one soon, inshallah.
Thank you, Mohammed. And we're going to go on to our super judge for today, Victor.
Hello, everybody. My name is Victor Torrealba. I'm originally from Venezuela, currently working as a reservoir engineer at Chevron in Houston. And, you know, in terms of what I have enjoyed the most of this competition is the building relationships aspect of it. And actually throughout, you know, from my first interactions with UN and then with Cassandra, the other rest of the SPE staff, they have been wonderful, you know, putting this event together. It has been so challenging because of all the uncertainties and all the new variables, but they have been able to manage all of those very well. So I really congratulate the entire SPE team and thank you for kind of the vote of trust that you have put on us judges to kind of help on this side of the competition. And obviously, you know, I've enjoyed the interactions with the many judges, learned so much from all the judges that I have worked with. So really enjoy that. And at the end, I would say the most important and why we're here is the students. Really being able to soak up some of that energy and some of that passion that the students are bringing into every match. I have been very grateful for that, and it almost kind of energizes me on my own work because I see that much energy coming from the students, and there's no excuse for any of us to not bring that same level of effort and passion to everything that we're doing. So best of luck. Both of you already won in my books. I mean, you guys have displayed an amazing performance all the way getting into this match, and I'm just excited to see what you guys can come up with in this final. Best of luck.
Thank you, Victor.
Say, Victor, I did some research on breakfasts, and Venezuela is actually ranked 5th in the world. Not even.
Show me the reference. I would like to try the first 4 in that ranking.
This has been bothering him whole day.
My God.
So now I hand you over to our legend, Buddy. This is his title now, our PetroBowl legend.
Every time you call me a legend, you know what people think, of course. He must be old. He's a legend. So could you come up with a different term next year, please?
Okay, I'll work on that.
Icon.
But I guess I am, since I was one of sort of the founding fathers of the PetroBowl. In fact, I showed some of the other folks here earlier. I'm actually wearing a PetroBowl.
Oh my God.
PetroBowl 2007 shirt here. So they used to give all the judges a shirt, and I have a half a dozen of them or so. So
Yeah, what happened to that? I never got a shirt, buddy.
This is 2007. You're kind of
I know, but we should all get shirts still.
UN, can you add that in for Chevron?
No, it's been a great joy to see the PetroBowl progress and become such a professionally run organization, and it's just been great for the students. I think back about the first PetroBowl, I think we had maybe 8 teams, something like that, and we had 2 judges. I was one of them. My alma mater won the first one, so there were a lot of raised eyebrows, since I was a judge, but they never could prove anything. So, but it's been fun. It's going to continue to be fun. We're learning every year. We've got great people calling the shots, all the way from James down to all of you that are on the call right now. So James, if you're listening in, great job as being a mentor for all of us to keep the PetroBowl going strong. And best of luck to the students. Man, you made it to the final 2. Good gracious. I can't imagine having done that when I was a student. I think that's just miraculous. And, there are not going to be any losers in this match, I assure you. You're both are winners, and congratulations on getting this far, and good luck to you.
Thank you, buddy. Dozy, I don't even know if you missed it, but we are talking about introducing ourselves as well as what we benefited from this PetroBowl experience or what we liked the most.
Awesome. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Dozy Akuribe. I am originally from Nigeria. I work for Chevron as a reservoir engineering supervisor. I've been in the industry for about 13 years now, and still learning every day. Okay, I'm very honored to be judging the final here. Just like Buddy said, no one is a loser today, and we've said this so many times, and that's just really true. Because the fact that you all have made it this far, I mean, both teams are excellent, are great. Just that one person might buzz a little bit more than the other today, right? So pay more attention to detail. We're going to really hone in on what the question really wants you to answer. But that's not really the crux of the matter. It's just really about the relationships that we're building. I just got to know so many more people, through this experience. And I really hope that you all are doing the same and, reaching out to your opponents and also building those relationships. So I wish everyone the best of luck. One of my biggest takeaways from this is I've been really blown away by the level of sportsmanship that I have seen between the teams. I mean, like, you get into a conversation, you have one team saying so many good things about the other team, and you're like, wow, that's already kind of going too far. You're about to compete against them. But that just shows how much goodwill, right? Like, you all have for each other. And I think that's exceptional. And we should all carry that back to our schools, to our homes, to our workplaces. So you're definitely setting a very good example. But again, it's a game. Have fun, enjoy, right? And I promise I'm gonna look up those top 4 breakfast places, since Venezuela didn't really
already done it.
Make it up. Already done, right?
Oh man.
And,
Victor, I can help you.
No, I know.
Okay, thank you very much, Dozy. Now we go to Amit.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amit Singh, and I'm a well stimulation advisor in the Chevron Technical Center based in Houston. Doing this same thing almost for last 20 years now. It appears like, I need to start doing something else too, maybe. My experience with PetroBowl, I would say, like, this is my first year. So, buddy, I'm completely opposite to you. Like, I'm just experiencing it for the first time. And I would definitely say that amazing job by SPE, amazing job by SPYP, and all the coordinators and teams and people we are seeing here. They all have done wonderful job to execute something like this in current environment, current situation. So kudos to all of you. I know how much hard work, how much like just checking those WhatsApp messages at all the different time, I can understand how much hard work you all have put in. So really appreciate you all, definitely. Now, what I have gained from it, definitely made a lot of new friends, many relationships here in terms of like came to know many new people, and most of all, as Victor and Dozy, both of you mentioned, like seeing the positive energy from all the teams, all the students is just amazing. And I would just add on to that, like I'm just blown away from the perspective or the knowledge that you guys are showing. All the teams have shown by now, like this is amazing. I can definitely rest assured that our industry is in, or future of our industry is in good hands. I can definitely see, and you guys are keep proving like, hey, all the new generations are just keep improving. So I even at this level, after 20 years experience, there are many things I'm like, oh my God, these guys know right now when they are in university itself. That's amazing. So kudos to you all. The first, second position, these all will be numbers. I know you all value to it. But there are much more better things in life also. So don't worry, just play, have fun. You all have accomplished already and have proved a lot already. So you do not need to worry about proving it too much, anything more. So just enjoy, have play just normal game. The respect you all are showing for each other is just amazing. Continue doing that, and definitely good luck and best wishes to all of you.
Thank you, Amit. Dr. Lee?
Hello, I'm Lee Richards. I'm a professor at Montana Tech in the petroleum engineering department. I've been judging PetroBowl the whole time I've been a professor. Actually, I started my first year, and prior to that, I spent my entire career in industry on the drilling side of things. So what I've learned a lot from PetroBowl. Since I'm a drilling guy, I learned a whole lot about reservoir engineering. But but the best thing I've taken away from PetroBowl is all the great friends and contacts I've made, including some of the participants. And as much as a lot of them didn't like me when I was judging, I think they came around. Yes.
Not all of them.
Yeah, not all of them. So anyway, and I think it's going to be the same for the participants. You'll have made wonderful connections doing this, and that's going to help you in your career going forward. So best of luck to both teams. I look forward to it, and I will encourage good sportsmanship, because you'll hear from me if you don't have it.
Did you get your power back?
Yeah, I got my power back, buddy. I got my coat off and everything.
Last but not least, Hank.
Hello, I'm Hank. I think I introduced myself in the previous games to both teams. I'm from Suriname. I've been in the oil industry for 25 years, a chemical engineer by nature. I came into PetroBowl first in 2018 together with, I think, Cassandra, when it was in Trinidad, and I was participating, or I mobilized the Suriname team to participate for the first time. This year, I'm the first time I'm a judge. I helped the regional in Latin America with the PetroBowl, and from that I came also in this to help them out. And actually, it's an honor for me to be as a first-time judge, also to be judging the final game of the finals. So I'm very pleased to be your judge. For me, it was a experience, but also an opportunity to stay technically sound and also enhance my technical area outside my normal expertise when I had to verify all these questions from PetroBowl, and when I had to figure out which questions can be asked, because there were in certain sections lack of questions. So I had to go back to all my books to create some questions and check in the official sources if they were there. So it was for me a great opportunity to stay technical sounds besides meeting all these new friends. Okay, I wish you guys good luck and you're all winners.
Thank you so much, Hank. So now we're going to go over to UTP. We're going to start with the team captain, Hazis.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
But we can't see you. I need to see you.
Okay, so I think I've explained this to Mohammed the other time, but I'm actually using two devices. So the one that I'm speaking on is my laptop. If you can, I'm waving right now.
I can
So
see you, Hazik. We can see you.
Yeah, so I'm using my phone as well because my laptop's a little bit old and the camera will intermittently shut off if I use it. So yeah, I hope that's okay with everybody.
Yeah.
Anyway, my name is Hazik. I'm the team captain for Petronas Institute of Technology. I am a senior in, I'm an undergraduate student, final year, majoring in petroleum engineering, as are all of my teammates. As for PetroBowl, I mean, there's a lot of things that I can talk about, but I'd like to say that when I first joined the university program back when I was a first year student, I didn't know what PetroBowl was, and in 2017, from my understanding, our university was actually the very first university, at least in the Asia Pacific region, to have the honor of organizing the regional qualifier. Previously, it was always organized by our Kuala Lumpur section, but that was the very first time that, at least in the Asia Pacific region, a student chapter got to organize a PetroBowl regional qualifier. And since I was part of the student chapter, SPE student chapter, I was part of the committee. And I believe some of my colleagues right now are also, some of my teammates now were also part of the committee back then. So I didn't know what it was back then. I was just a timekeeper, just keeping the time. But I could really feel the excitement and the buzzing atmosphere that every round provided. And ever since then, I had made it my dream as a university student to participate in PetroBowl. I didn't really set any lofty goals for myself. I just wanted to participate, just to enjoy. But over the years, I realized that I wanted to set my sights all the way to the PetroBowl, World Championship. And here we are. So it's really a dream come true for me and my team as well. And we are the very first representatives from the Asia Pacific region to actually make it all the way to the finals. So it's a really proud moment, not just for myself, not just for my team, but for the Asia Pacific region as a whole. So I'd like to say, one more thing. I'd like to introduce my teammates. If you guys could just wave when I call your name, Jason.
Aziz, I will ask each one of them to introduce themselves.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay.
All right, so then I'll just pass it to them. So Jason, do you want to start?
Hi, I'm Jason, also from University of Technology Petronas, undergraduate student doing petroleum engineering. So we are very happy to be here. We UTP had an almost a non-existent presence in PetroBowl. Then now we are in the final, so I believe all my teammates share the same sentiment as well. We're very excited and we wish that we'll have a good game.
Thank you. Felicia?
Hi everyone, my name is Felicia and I'm in my final year of undergraduate studies in petroleum engineering as well. And like what Hazik mentioned, I was also one of the organizing committees back when our university hosted the Asia Pacific regional qualifiers. So I was also like in the room keeping tabs of the judges, keeping track of the game. And back then I remembered I was still in probably first or second year and I couldn't answer even a single question that the teams were playing. So I was really amazed back then. And so I took it upon myself and I met my wonderful teammates, which has motivated me very much to take the first step and start competing. So I'm really grateful to my team that we have made it this far together. And I'd like to extend my to the other teams in OU so that we may have a good game ahead of us, and all the best to both teams. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. And Han?
Hi, my name is Han Lun. I'm from University of Technology of Petronas as well, undergraduate students in petroleum engineering. So back then in 2017, I was also a committee member with Felicia and Haziq as part of the organizing teams of the Asia Pacific regional qualifiers. So back then, similar with Felicia and Haziq, we were so amazed by the capability of the contestants in answering those rapid fire rounds of questioning and answering. Those game was basically speechless to say. And back then we have the ambition to carry on of this honor and these challenges ourselves. So we have joined a lot of competitions back then in our region, having some of the experience in having some feeling of what a competition would look like. So today it was a very memorable and I would say a life-changing moment for us that we are able to make it through all the strong teams that we have faced in previous round and now we are in final. So hereby I would like to extend our most gratitude to anyone, any lecturers and any trainers that have been carrying on us, the trainings as well as the SP organizing team in doing this. So all the best to the OU and we will have a great match later on together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I'll hand you over to Felipe, who is the team captain for OU.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night, everyone. My name is Felipe Cruz. I'm a PhD student in petroleum engineering at OU. The thing that I liked the most in this particular PetroBowl was definitely the organization. The way you guys were able to organize 32 teams all over the world in a way that we all were able to play together in 3 weekends. I mean, the organization was fantastic. Everything broadcasters. I think this competition in particular was very good. And the second thing, of course, is the technical discussions that we have during the matches. I love discussing about petroleum engineering in general, and I think these moments are very good. They are like food for the thought. And I also want to congratulate our university, our opponent university. I think they are in the beginning of a process, but I can see you guys reaching to good positions in every single PetroBowl competition. You guys are a really good team. I have watched your games, and I wish we can have a very good match, a tough match, very technical. And I also want to let my roommates, my teammates talk as well, because I'm talking too much here.
Alkan?
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I don't know. My name is Elton Correa. I'm a PhD student here in the University of Oklahoma studying chemical engineering. And I would like to congratulate you guys from UTP because what you did is historical. So you are already a legend in terms of PetroBowl things. So really congrats to you guys. I hope we have a great game and I hope we can do the best of ourselves.
Thank you, Alkan.
History. You have a chance to make history. You know, if you win this one, this will be your 4th win. That'll set the bar.
Oh, it'll make history no matter who wins, buddy.
There you go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anna. I'm a grad student at OU. Like it was said, if we win, it's history because OU becomes the first university to win the PetroBowl the 4th time, and if UTP wins, it's going to be the first Asia Pacific university to win too. So really nice game. What I like the most about this competition this year is that USP staff made it happen. Even though you had all the reason in the world to cancel this edition, you made it happen. So it's really nice. Thank you for all your efforts and good game.
Thank you, Anna and Ashish.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Ashutosh Sharma. I'm a PhD student in petroleum engineering at University of Oklahoma. So the thing which I really liked about PetroBowl is like the teamwork. And since I'm from India, I feel very nice to see UTP. So like from first college from the Asia Pacific make it to the final. So congrats guys. And best of luck, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. So while COD opens the match, some normal housekeeping rules. Cameras on at all times, mic off. Any problems with the software, please write it in the Zoom chat, and then ZOD will take you to WhatsApp if there are any issues. As soon as you are done, please type done. We have 2 10-minute halves this round, each with 50 questions. And with each half, you're allowed 3 appeals. So before I say good luck, I don't know, Felipe, do you need to do anything, any chanting?
Okay, it's open now. The round is round 5B. So will be the first one. That's the first half for this final match.
Okay, so good luck, guys. So it looked like our two teams are done. So I'm just gonna wait on ZOD to verify that she got all your answers.
Yes, all the answers are available. I will close the game. Just finishing verification before closing the game.
So just to confirm, I still cannot log in, right?
Now you can.
Okay.
Still checking.
Yes.
Thank you. I will start sharing the screen now. Let me know if you can see it. Boom. Round 5. Can you believe it? We're here. All right. We start with a no answer. Okay. As part of the human factor screening process, which technique provides a structured decision process for determining the optimal location of all valves on a facility to ensure good accessibility for operators? The answer is valve criticality analysis. We see a response from OU, which is talking about nodal analysis, somehow tangential, but not quite getting to what the question is looking for. So I'm thinking this is a no, just to confirm with the judges. Are we okay with that? Okay, I see some.
Yeah, it's a no for me as well.
Some support. Appreciate that. All right. Oh, I see what happened here. Which type of gas field produces liquid at reservoir conditions when the pressure drops? The answer is gas condensate. We're seeing here from UTP. I think there's somebody that I'm getting some echo from. Anyways, so UTP is answering something related to the previous question. I think what we had done before, and I just want to confirm if we're still okay with the judges, is we set a no here to be able to judge the question that came in from the OU team. And then we will have to add the -5 points to the team. Is that the right protocol, Cassandra or others?
Are we sure that did UTP answer the last question at all?
Well, so it's actually answering, like literally it's providing the same answer, right?
I was just ensuring that they hadn't answered another one. So yeah, I agree that should be thrown out.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So, Cassandra, just to confirm with you, can you keep that as a note to add the 5 points at the end?
Yes.
Good. And now we have from the OU team, it's talking about a wet gas. Now, liquid, are we okay with having gas condensate as a proxy for, or wet gas as a proxy for gas condensate? Judges.
I am.
Okay. Yeah, I see some support there. Appreciate that. So that is a yes for OU. In the context of HSE.
So, super just question.
Yes, Amit,
On
go
the
ahead.
previous one, so did we purposefully made or gave that one like, hey, they have purposefully answered this one by mistake from question number 3 to question number 4? I'm just trying to, or
Right.
is it something happened in the software, or they just forgot and they moved ahead and then they remembered it? I'm just trying to understand, like, so.
Definitely. No, just Amit, to confirm that, and just bringing that up kind of opens the it reminds me of what we did in the previous time. So what happens is, if you start, like if you said that you want to answer a question, let's say on this one, and you don't submit your answer within that 15-second, and then you submit it, then it doesn't count for the previous question because you submitted late. So it doesn't count. But I guess there is some sort of a bug in the software that would send it to the next question. Now, maybe this is something that Saudi can help
Yeah,
us
I
with.
will. Yes, what happened is they were just pressing answers so close to the 5 seconds window, not 15, as you mentioned, Victor. It is within the 5 seconds, it moves to the next one. So for the next one, of course, they have this from the previous, which is not actually correct.
Right. And then I guess the follow-up concern, and again, thank you, Amit, for bringing this as a discussion point, is, do we know that maybe there's not another answer from the UTP team that could have been faster than the one provided by the OU team that we should actually be considering before looking at this wet gas answer?
Yeah,
And
I
that-
verify, and they don't have the fastest answer for that question. The 4 was from Oklahoma University. So that's why I didn't make any announcement, because it
Perfect.
didn't modify. Yes.
Thank you, Sally, for being on top of that. And thank you, Amit, for kind of bringing that extra discussion point.
Quick question, guys. On the previous one, that was wet gas.
Dosi, yes. Go
Trying
ahead.
to recall here, but gas condensates drop out liquids in the reservoir, right? But wet gases will drop that out more in your surface facility. I don't believe that wet gases drop out liquids at reservoir conditions.
Right. That's actually another point that I was thinking that probably missed. This type of gas
Yeah.
produces liquid at
I
reservoir.
don't think that answer is correct.
Hmm.
At reservoir conditions, I don't believe that wet gases will drop out liquids. Again,
I think you're right. And I definitely missed that. Just wanted to confirm if the other judges are okay with reverting this. As a no, I see some support. Thank you, Dosi, for being on top of that.
Yeah, very, very good, compelling argument.
I like that. All right, we continue. In the context of HSE, what does PHL stand for? The provided answer here is a potential hurt level, so it's very specific. OU is sharing permissible higher limit, which is definitely not what the question is asking. And now we see from UTP Public Health Lab. So again, very creative answers, but not quite what we're after.
Good guesses.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, might as well, right? This is the finals. If you're ever going to take a risk, take it now.
That's right. Or tomorrow.
Sure. As per the International Association of Oil and Gas Producers, what is the definition of human factors? Simply those things that can influence what people do. Excellent question.
Please.
Okay, so UTP gave a response, application of human characteristics and limitations to maximize performance. I mean, it's kind of a very sensible answer, which I'm having a hard time throwing it out given the question that was provided to the students.
I think the answer is perfectly valid given the question.
I think it's better than our answer for sure.
I'm a yes on that one as well.
Yeah, good job, UTP. All right. In the context of fiber optics, what does the acronym DSS stand for? And that is distributed strain sensing.
Yep.
Excuse me, Judge.
Do we have an appeal here?
Yes, we do. We do have an appeal for the previous question.
For the previous question, all right. So we
Yes.
have a formal appeal. Just to confirm and just to keep it on the open, each team has 3 appeals per round or per half, just for us to kind of keep that in mind. Please go ahead.
I really like their answer. It's actually a beautiful answer, but it doesn't fit this question. Human factors, as it's explained in the definition, is simply those things that can influence what people do, like cultural, behavior that humans have that could influence actions. Even though they have a beautiful answer, it doesn't fit. Maybe we should search in the source of the question. Maybe there is a formal definition in HSES regarding human factors, but I don't think this answer fits to the question.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna read out the definition of human factors that I'm pulling up here. Human factors is the application of what we know about human capabilities and limitations in order to maximize overall system performance. And I think that
sounds pretty close.
Sounds pretty close. Sounds pretty close. Thank you so much, Dosi, for getting that kind of extra background, and thank you, OU student, for bringing that up.
But the question is according to IOGP, so we cannot take a definition. It should be the definition according to IOGP.
What I just read right now is from IOGP.
Okay.
Yep. Again,
right,
thank
Dozy.
you. Thank you, Dosi. Thank you for the appeal. So now the OU team has 2 appeals left in this half. And we're getting back to question 7. In the context of fiber optics, what does the acronym DSS stand for? Distributed strain sensing, and it seems the strain is a key word there.
It is.
In the OU response, we're seeing distributed sensing, which is quite missing the middle word. So regretfully, we have to say this is a no. And it seems that the UTP is giving us the strain, and then I guess we can allow the sensor for the sensing.
Yeah.
Good job, teams. What is the common standard for well integrity in the oil and gas industry? It's listed here as the NORSOC D010. The UTP shared the API, which is not really at least within the provided answer. So that's a no. What does the acronym MSDS stand for? It's a material safety data sheet. We're getting exactly that from the OU team. Great job. What is the method for initializing a model when a pressure at a reference depth is defined in the input data, and the model then calculates the pressures at all other depths using the previously entered density data to account for hydrostatic head? It's called equilibration. We're getting exactly that from the UTP team. That's a yes. All right. at constant temperature and pressure. The line connecting a liquid phase and a vapor phase in equilibrium is known as what? It's called a tie line. It's a great question with a good answer. Dew line, I think it's not it. Just want to check if the judges have something to add on this one, but tie line is a little bit more general.
That's the term I'm familiar with.
So that would be actually a no on this one. And then actually the same logic applies to the UTP answer. A vapor line would not be it. Just want to see some unsure faces from the judges. Anybody has a comment or a thought?
Well, as a chemical engineer, we never called it a tie line, but I don't think we called it a dew line or a vapor line either, though. So
yeah, so actually, like what I can tell you is I've had a lot of exposure to the gas EOR theory of mixing fluids, and tie line is really the predominant term that you would use. Dew line and vapor line. I mean, I like that there is a line in it, and they are talking about dew and vapor, which signifies some of the phases, but the formal term of tie line is not there. So I actually would be comfortable going with the no for both.
I wouldn't disagree with you.
I hope my PhD advisor is listening. He taught that class to me twice. I actually passed it the first time, but just the second time wanted to take it again.
I should know what a tie line is. I never heard of it before.
It's okay.
I could relate more with dew point line or vapor, but anyway, it's all
good. Anyways.
But yeah, I agree with you, Victor.
Appreciate that, guys. Okay, so this one. Capillary pressure for oil and water can be related to the principal radii of curvature and the interfacial tension for the oil-water interface by which equation? That is Laplace's equation. J. Leverett is not it. So that's a no for UTP. And Young, Laplace, or Washburn, this is actually good. So we'll take this question for OU. All right. What is the most commonly used method to average horizontal permeability? And that is the arithmetic average. We see from the OU, they're talking about the weighted average. Are those two the same, weighted and arithmetic? I see a no. Okay. Do we have some thoughts here? Just check quickly.
I mean, a weighted average is a weighted average, and arithmetic average is just the average. So, what's the way you normally? I mean, they're two different things. What they're referring to is just taking an average. Otherwise, you would weight the average towards one group or another to try to even them out.
Definitely, I take that. Appreciate it. And then harmonic is definitely something else, right? So this is not what we would want to take.
So super just
yes.
Go ahead, Amit.
So just I know these three averages are completely different, but trying to make sure, like, yeah, do we know, or it's out of my scope area, so I'm gonna completely rely on you, most likely, Victor, to make sure, like, yeah, is the arithmetic average is the best, most commonly used, or is it weighted average that you generally use? I'm just throwing it out.
So, actually, I'm a bit familiar with what the question is trying to ask in terms of upscaling. So they try, essentially, you have different pieces of rock, and then if they are horizontally spaced, you would kind of look at Darcy's law across the whole slab, and then you would see at the end what is the resulting contribution for the composite material permeability. right? And then depending on if they are either vertical or they're horizontal, you would get for one situation arithmetic, for one situation harmonic. So in one case, you have product of permeability. In the other case, it's just the summation. Of course, I wouldn't remember off the top of my head which one is which, but here it seems for horizontal is telling us arithmetic. I
So
see a thumbs up.
I just looked it up from the source, and weighted is not included anywhere on the page.
Boom. And then kind of harmonic by the same logic, we wouldn't take it.
Judges.
Thanks for clarification.
Excuse me. Can we appeal this question?
I'm sorry. Appeal. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Thank you. So this is a second appeal from the OU team. Please go ahead.
Yeah, there are three methods to average permeability: weighted average, harmonic average, geometric average. Basically, when you have a distribution of horizontal layers and you are averaging the permeability, this is the weighted average, or arithmetic average is the same thing. It's like you have a parallel circuit and then you average the permeability by that. If you have a vertical distribution of layers, then that is the harmonic average, and there is the geometric average as well. You can search in any source, petroleum reservoir engineering source, but when you have parallel horizontal layers, I'm 100% sure this weighted average permeability. So please, if you can check any other source, petroleum engineering handbook, Schlumberger glossary, we would appreciate that.
So there is an appeal from the student.
Okay, I just looked up permeability of combination layers, and I don't know enough to say that that this is different than what we have, but it says weighted average permeability. The average method, this averaging method is used to determine the average permeability of layered parallel beds with different permeabilities.
Okay, and are they talking about weighted average, or do they?
That was the way. That was weighted.
Weighted. All right. So, judges, are we comfortable going with yes assessment for the OU response?
I will say that was for combination layers.
Combination layers.
This is for horizontal permeability.
Mm-hmm.
It's not vertical permeability.
Oh, that was horizontal, combination of horizontal beds.
Okay.
So, yeah. So for the most I remember, when I have multiple layers with different permeabilities, you would do a weighted average, right? So you calculate the permeability for each layer divided by the thickness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of that layer. You wouldn't do an arithmetic average if you're talking about multiple layers with different permeabilities. The only part that confuses me is when it says, most common method used to average horizontal permeability.
Yeah, it doesn't say.
Are we talking about just it's a single layer with different? It's confusing to me, to be very honest. I would almost never do an arithmetic average, to be honest. But
right.
Yeah, so you'd use an arithmetic average if you had a single layer, and you'd use a weighted if you had multiple layers. Is that correct?
That's where I'm coming from.
Sounds like it.
I don't know much about reservoir engineering again, but statistically, you wouldn't use a weighted average if you just had a single layer that was somewhat homogeneous.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because then a weighted average wouldn't do anything, right? Because you don't have different things to deal with. So it's basically, it comes down to what's the question asking? Is this about a single layer or multiple layers? And I can't answer that question. I'm not a reservoir guy. So we have to make a call as judges.
Right. So here, to be fair, when I read this question, what comes to mind is single layer, and you are trying to do upscaling within a single reservoir, and that's where you would actually go and do this computation. But again, I mean, I don't know if we want to go and check what is the source, or if we are really comfortable. I mean, of course, Lee just mentioned there was a source that he found that was referring to weighted average. So maybe that is good enough to proceed.
Okay.
If it's
I
a
have the
number we're
source.
talking about, I feel okay with an arithmetic average. But again, if it is multiple layers, then a weighted average would make more sense to me. So if it's about a single horizontal layer, then arithmetic might be the right answer.
I'm going to read it straight from the source, okay? Under the title Permeability, Averaging, and Uncertainty Determination, it is necessary to average permeability determined for each pay zone to obtain permeability distribution. The most commonly used method to average horizontal permeability is the arithmetic average.
Okay. I
When
think
the
that
question was made, they were assuming a single layer.
Yeah.
We should make a note that the question needs to be more specific.
More specific, yes. Please type that in.
Just one addition. If we had only a single layer, there wouldn't be a need to average the permeability.
no, you could across a layer.
Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, you could average permeabilities depending. I mean, if you're trying to do reservoir simulation and you want to do upscaling, you want to average permeabilities in that particular direction. So that's a no, and this is a no.
Yep, I agree.
Thank you for the appeal, and thank you for the support from the judges. Moving on. A coarse rock with some parallel alignment of granular minerals and alternate bands of flaky or elongate minerals. What is this type of metamorphic rock called? It's a gneiss or gneiss, I don't know how we pronounce this one. We're getting from OU granite, which unless somebody thinks they're the same, it would seem they're different. And then from UTP, slate is also not what the question is asking for.
I don't think there's parallel alignment in granite. Same thought when I saw this question. I think gneiss is more consistent with the parallel alignment.
And then the slate also wouldn't fit that bill from your perspective?
I don't think so.
All right. Appreciate that, buddy. We'll continue. After perforation, the exposed formation forms a structure that is capable of withstanding the differential pressure and the forces created by fluid flow during production. What is this structure? It's an arch or stable arch. We're getting that from the OU team. So yes. Name the simulation that is a process of running a model numerous times with a random selection from the input distributions for each variable, which is commonly used for calculating the hydrocarbon volume in place. That's a Monte Carlo simulation, and we see that the OU team got it.
So, Super, did we skip the question 18 or maybe just my computer?
We skipped it.
Okay,
Yeah, but
because
it was
they were
blank.
not. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Amit, for checking. Good. Name the type of logs that provide information during production operations and beyond. That's a production log. Or use giving us production logging. I think this we're happy with. Conventional seismic processing techniques, including filtering and migration, are used to extract compressional and shear reflections from the acoustic data. The reflections are used to image geological features near the borehole. Name one feature. Bed boundaries, thin beds, stringers, fractures, others. UTPs sharing wellbore collapse. Just want to check here. Judges, any thoughts with this question? So I definitely know that they use this type of acoustic imaging to look at wellbore collapse issues, like essentially in the direction of the minimum horizontal stress. You see like those borehole breakouts. I don't know if that's what they're referring here by bore outs, if you all think this is equivalent.
We usually look at those things with, just a caliper log.
Caliper log. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there may be other ways, but can you go to the top of the
Just
question?
one moment, Amit, you had also a point?
No, let's review. I was on the same point. I agree with Lee, and let's review the question again, because my thinking also is like wellbore collapse is very like close one, whereas we are talking about geological features. So let's review the questions.
Got it. So I'll just reread it. Conventional seismic processing techniques, including filtering and migration, are used to extract compressional and shear reflections from the acoustic data. The reflections are used to image geological features near the borehole. Name one feature.
I agree. Wellbore collapse is not
All right.
it's not a geological feature anyway.
And I don't think seismic can measure the wellbore collapse kind of measurement. It does not have that kind of sensitivity or accuracy level. So yeah.
Perfect. Appreciate that expertise from both of you and other judges. If you have other thoughts, but also from OU, we're seeing rock contacts, which is bed boundaries. I guess that's really what will make a good answer here.
Yeah.
So we proceed. In the context of separators, what separator removes the major quantity of gas? And the answer is the first stage. The OU is sharing the first one, which I guess is the first stage. Are we okay with this one?
I think we've counted that in the past.
Perfect, thank you. Name one of the three types of CO2 sequestration. We have terrestrial, geologic, and mineralization as possibilities. UTP shared terrestrial, which is one. That's perfect. Name two types of artificial lift systems that involve pumping systems. Options include ESP, beam pump, plunger lift, PCP, hydraulic pump. Getting a blank answer from UTP, that's a no. And then from OU, we're getting PCP and soccer rod. So those are good. In what year was the PetroBowl video contest launched? 2015. Getting a blank answer from UTP, that's a shame. Okay. Which technology development company specializing in carbon capture solutions did Baker Hughes acquire on November 3rd, 2020? Compact Carbon Capture Technology, or 3C. UTP got that right. Good job there. What is the most popular steel refining process or technique that involves casting of steel from a BOF or electric furnace into cylindrical ingots? Vacuum arc remelting, or VAR. We're getting that from OU, so that is a yes. What is the term for slow movement of a solid due to an applied stress, often very sensitive to time and rate of stress application? And that is creep. We're getting creep from Oklahoma. That is good. In the context of HSE, what does the acronym OGCI stand for? Oil and Gas Climate Initiative. Getting that from OU. Good job. Nothing here. In what year did Schlumberger officially complete its merger with Cameron? Is 2016. Getting that from UTP. The cement hardening chemical reaction is classified thermodynamically as what type of reaction? Do you see how specific this question is? That's a good question. Yep. Exothermal reaction or exothermic, and we're getting that from OU. Just to confirm, you got, yeah. A double logarithmic plot of resistivity in the x-axis versus porosity, which helps determine which zones contain hydrocarbon. Name this plot. It's a Pickett plot, and we're getting that from OU. In the framework of a particular gas flowing through pores of a reservoir to the wellbore, the magnitude of change of temperature with pressure depends on which coefficient? All right, coefficient, right? Joule-Thomson effect is provided as an answer. It's talking about effect, which is the phenomenon. He's asking for the coefficient. The UTP team shared Joule-Thomson effect, which is really what the answer is listed. I'm just wondering, do we like this, judges?
I'm good with, because the main answer we are looking for is the Joule Thomson. So.
Yeah, it's JT. I will show the JT there. So
Boom.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Agreed.
that. Appreciate that. Moving on. A person has been tasked to set up a perforating gun. He has assembled a charge liner, primary igniter, and explosive charge material inside the gun. What component is missing to complete the perforating gun? The answer is the detonator cord. Is that the same as a fuse? Judges? Oh, I see some notes.
It serves the same purpose, I think, basically.
Yeah, it's the fuse. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
Can you just scroll down on that question to see if there was any other word?
Oh, thank you, Amit. To complete the perforating gun internal assembly.
I still think fuse is good.
It's good. Detonator cord is better, but it's in principle equivalent, I'd say.
Okay.
I like that. Okay, so we confirm it. In contract terminology for projects and operations like drilling and completions, what does the acronym PO stand for? It's a purchase order. And we're getting that from the UTP team. What is the type of perforation gun that needs a bar to be dropped to be fired? It's a tubing conveyed perforating gun, TCP. OU is giving us TCP. So that's a good one. And they literally, okay, so this is too bad. What is the regularization technique that combines reach and lasso? Elastic net, we have a blank answer here from UTP. That's a no. Oh, we're actually, it's 50. I thought it was 40. Okay, my bad. In the context of HSES, what does the acronym ASTM represent? Is the American Society for Testing of Materials. And I think they're getting it here. Good job, OU. Name one of the possible classifications of machine learning analysis. One, supervised, unsupervised, and so on. They're giving us unsupervised learning, so that is correct. No answers. Is this the end?
Yeah.
It is. So I'll be closing it for the preliminary results at half. Well, we see here UTP with 35, OU at 125. So far, so good. Cassandra, take it away.
Okay, so we will take a 2 minutes break for anyone that wants to use the washroom or get some water.
Yeah, UTP, you had a lot of the correct answers. You just weren't quick enough. I think that was the missing part.
Remind me of the score, please.
Did we give +5 to UTP for question number 4?
No, so that's I'm asking him to confirm. So it'll be 35 plus 5, which is 40. And I don't remember OU score. UN?
135.
135?
125.
125. So it'll be 40 versus 125.
Are we on another break?
Yes,
For
a
me, it's
washroom break.
So Cassandra, how much can you deadlift?
I'm trying to get back my strength. I'm currently at 230. My goal for the longest while is 300. So maybe by the end of the year, I'll get to 300.
Wow, remind me not to mess with you. It's kind of a curious combination of having a hobby of powerlifting and dancing, though.
I started dancing when I was in university for undergrad because my dad worked for an international company. So because of that, I had to do Spanish straight to university. So I started Spanish young. And then he insisted on dancing for me to go to social events. So I did Latin as well as ballroom. So I did dancing with my dad. And then I got better with him because there's a competitive nature of me. And he said I dropped him as my dance partner.
Ballroom dancing, that's definitely a lost art, I would say.
How are you guys feeling, UTP, OU?
Good.
Yeah, feeling good.
Tired?
Right.
Yeah, a little bit sleepy, but it's
Aw.
almost 6 a.m. here actually. The sun's
Oh my
about to
God.
come up in about half an hour or so.
Will you be able to sleep? Because for me, once the
Uh,
sun's up, I can't.
I probably will just stay up just to not mess up my sleep schedule.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing a little coffee can't fix. Yeah.
You could just spend the day relaxing, celebrating, and then
Oh
get a
yeah,
good.
definitely.
Yeah, I hope you guys had some extra sleep in the morning to get ready for it.
I actually had a 2-hour nap in the afternoon to prepare for this.
Good. Yeah, because that's starting like, yeah, once if you are awake for more than 24 hours at a stretch, your brain starts having impact. So I would say just hang in there, cheer up. If you need the coffee, get it right now because
Maybe a double espresso might be in order right now.
yeah.
Don't worry, we're on the last stretch, the home run. We're not done. So I see all of OU players are back. I'm just waiting on all our judges to come back. Victor, how are you feeling after that round?
It was good. I liked it. Thankfully, we have a great team of judges, so I don't have to think too much. I'll just defer to the expertise of Buddy and others.
Boy, we got you fooled.
I think you have the hardest job out of all of us right now.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Victor, we can definitely say we may not know some answers, but we are definitely trying to be as fair as we can. Like on that part, there is nothing that we are gonna miss on. We will be fair.
Absolutely.
Well said.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
So I'm just waiting on Han to come back from UTP. So I see Han. And so yes, ZOD, is the second round ready?
Yes, it's ready now.
Okay, so you guys can log in and start. Good luck.
Okay, I was waiting for the last player from Oklahoma University. I'll verify all answers are available. Yes, we have all 4 players from each team with their answers on system. I will close the game. The final game for this championship season. Victor, the game is closed now.
Thank you, Sally. Can you all see the software screen? See the notes? Perfect. Last one. All right. In the context of gravity drainage models of steam flood design, name one of 2 models which address post-steam breakthrough performance of steam flood and require steam injection rates for heat management calculations. Okay, so he's talking about models. OU team is sharing CSS, cycling steam. I don't know what CSS is, but it's not exactly what we're after. It seems the UTP team is sharing the Neumann model. So that is actually what we're after. So great job there. Did I hear something, Sally? Did you have a comment? A horizontal knockout drum must have a diameter large enough to keep the vapor velocity low enough to allow entrained liquids to settle or drop out. Most knockout drums are horizontal with a slenderness ratio between what range? That is 2 to 4. We're getting 2 to 4 from UTP. Good job. What is defined as the physical testing of the performance of a liquid meter in a liquid service? Okay. The answer provided is meter proving. We're getting flow check from OU. Where are my production engineers? Do we have some thoughts here? Flow check, meter proving, equivalent.
Flow check in the context of drilling is something completely different. I can't say the production.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think that's the right answer.
Yep, seems like it isn't. So we'll move on with this one. We see from the UTP LACT. Seems like an acronym, unclear of its meaning, unless the judges have any thoughts.
That's just the name of a meter. It's a lact meter, right? That's not the right answer either.
Oh,
correct.
That is essentially your sales meter, right?
Got it. Thank you, Dosi. Thank you, Hank. I hear something. Yes, Cassandra?
Can you check the source, please? Because the source has lac in it. So I just want to make sure.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm sharing the screen. So for me, it's difficult to look at those. If somebody else can just confirm, I mean, I take Cassandra's.
But the question is asking for the process, right?
Yeah. I agree. It's not a correct answer. Lac is the name of the meter.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the process.
Transfer. And the process is meter proofing. That's the answer.
Yes, I agree.
I like that. Thank you, judges. And thank you, Cassandra, for that.
My power's off again, so I can't look anything up. I'm sorry.
No worries. Yeah, I kind of thought about it when I saw your jacket. I was like, yeah, he's probably out in the wilderness again.
Well, he's already in the wife's car again.
Yeah, back in the truck.
Nice. Still appreciate your commitment logging in. Other judges would just probably you go, but no, you're still coming back. So here, according to IOGP, list two organizations that publish guidance on the implementation of human factors, techniques, and requirements applicable to the oil and gas industry. Oof. So there's a long list here. And then the UTP is sharing something. Let's see if we can map it. So I guess Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement.
That's Bessie. I think that's the correct answer.
That is the correct answer, you're saying?
It would be for the Gulf of Mexico, right, buddy?
Yes, exactly.
Nice. So
I don't
that
know
is
if it's
one,
in the IOGP, but
right. And then we have the Chemical Safety Board. So they're asking for two. Is the second one also good enough? Chemical Safety Board.
Sure about that one.
Safety Board, the Chemical Safety Board does that for, you know, for you know, when you are bringing chemicals into operations. You know, I don't know, I don't remember the oil field using the Chemical Safety Board, but they certainly implement guidelines for use of chemicals in the workplace.
Okay. So how do we want to proceed? Do we have somebody that wants to check, or do we take this as an acceptable answer and have it as yes?
Probably ought to look up the Chemical Safety Board.
Mhm. Who has access to the question? I don't know if Cassandra, you can help us out. You see Chemical Safety Board, I think Buddy and Lee mentioned that the first one we would take. Now is the question about the second one.
I put a source in the chat.
All right. Is somebody checking that? I don't have to. I don't
Yeah,
want to have to. Okay.
I'm checking that.
I made this checker. Thank you.
So in that report that was shared by Cassandra, I could not find the word Chemical Safety Board yet.
Okay. So if we don't see it there, then, you know, according to IOGP, I guess Chemical Safety Board is not one of the two, and we will have to take it as a no. Just want to confirm with the judges if we're fine with that moving forward.
I agree.
Yeah, from what we now know, I would say that's not one of them.
Great. Thank you, Amit, so much for checking.
Thanks. Yeah.
Moving on. There is this question with a blank answer, so may not be a need to read it. Just give it a no. All right. Bubble point pressure can be expressed as a function of four parameters: temperature, oil and gas specific gravities, and which fourth parameter? That's the solution gas-oil ratio, RS, and UTP shared RS. So little debate there. Name the SPE committee that promotes gender diversity and creates opportunities for women to enable them to step into leadership roles and pursue their career goals. The answer provided is Diversity and Inclusion, DNI, formerly WIN Committee, Women in Energy. OU share Women in Energy. So are we okay with taking the former name? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. So that's a yes, and we move on. What do we call the diagenetic process that converts carbonates, in parentheses limestones, to dolostones through calcium carbonate dissolution to cause precipitation of dolomites? Dolomitization is the answer. We're getting that from OU. That's a yes. Indicate one of the two general reasons of performing cyclic steam stimulation in a steam flood project. Stimulating economic oil production immediately. Other, okay, not quite happy with the answers provided here. The OU is sharing to reduce oil viscosity. That increases oil production. I'm actually happier with that as an answer than the ones that we have from the system. And let's mark here, improve provided answers. In the context of relief systems, name one of the three basic types of pressure relief valves. We have conventional spring, balanced spring, the pilot operated. It's asking for one. We're getting from OU the pilot operated, so that fits the bill. All right. In the framework of cyclic steam stimulation, indicate one technical benefit of performing periodic injection of steam into a production well, alternating with a production cycle. Near wellbore reduction of flow resistance. Other. We're getting from OU reduce oil viscosity. Now, of course, open to discussion with the judges, but I don't think it's getting into, the key of the question would be why are we switching, right? Why are we doing the cyclical component? It's not just the steam aspect of it, which is to reduce oil viscosity. But I think here it's kind of getting at the, why do we switch from injecting gas to production? Like, why do we have that as a cycle? Do we think just reduce oil viscosity is good enough? Is there an alternative we want to consider?
Well, I'll say this. The answer says near wellbore reduction of flow resistance, which is the same as near wellbore reduction in oil viscosity.
Okay.
And if the answer said that, would you accept it? Because it's the same, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right. So I guess here the point is not necessarily looking at the answer, but rather trying to think about the question itself. But yes, you're right that the provided answer is effectively equivalent to the one that we have here. So in that sense, go ahead.
It also says one technical benefit.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a technical benefit.
True.
I mean, it's a really worded question. The question wants to get at why would you do cyclic versus other, but I think we have to accept viscosity because it's true.
And just to add that, and agree with Lee's point, and I just checked the reference as well. The primary benefit of process is true stimulation, near wellbore reduction of flow resistance, viscosity reduction. So I think viscosity reduction is added in that reference of cyclic stimulation design.
Appreciate that. So
I agree with both comments.
Thank you, Dosi. I guess we are confident in moving on.
I would make a comment that the question possibly could be better. If they really want to get at the cyclic steam aspect of it.
Definitely making that note there. Okay, in the context of shared earth model for reservoir characterization, name one of the two main elements of 3D sedimentary models. We have definition of bedding geometry, definition of the faces, okay? And then the UTP shares grid, block, cell. Not quite sure this is really, what we're after when we talk about the 3D sedimentary model. It's like that is the container, but it's not talking about what is the information inside, which is really what we're after. So probably I will go with the no. Just wanted to confirm if the judges are comfortable with that.
Yes.
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 Agreed.
Yes, here as well.
So that's a no. All right. In hazardous area classifications, which API recommended practice show typical examples of classifications of equipment in oil and gas production facilities, including the extent of the classified areas around such equipment? The answer is API RP500. We're getting from the OU team 14C, which is not the same as this one. So that will be a no. In the context of hazardous area classification for electrical systems, almost all classifications in oil and gas facilities are class 1. Group D, which locations are class 1 or class I? I don't know. Locations with flammable gases or vapors. UTP share flammable vapors. That's impressive. We'll go with that. All right. A partial differential equation can be solved either by analytical or by numerical method. What is the cause of the difference between both results? Numerical dispersion is one for sure. OU can be nonlinear, need numerical methods. Not happy with this answer. I'm actually gonna have to say no. Yeah, I see some support. Okay, we'll proceed. In the context of production logs, what is the charge that is based on the surface pressure on the well and represents a rental fee on the equipment necessary to safely log the well cold? And that's a pressure charge. UTP is giving us a logging charge. Are those the same? I'm seeing some negative notes. Got it. So that is a no for UTP. And we're essentially getting the same answer from OU.
No.
So we'll use the same classification. In the context of well testing, what state of flow is the difference between the flowing wellbore pressure and the average reservoir pressure in the drainage volume? The provided answer is still steady state, which it's something in well testing. Is not what this question is really getting to, in my opinion. And I'm reading this and I'm like, yeah, this sounds like drawdown. And then I'm reading still steady state. So I don't know about the judges. I mean, I'm gonna read the question again to make sure that we kind of ponder on it, since I will have to make a slight deviation here. In the context of well testing, what state, so now it's asking us for a state of flow. Okay, so what is a state of flow? And then the definition of that state of flow is the difference between the flowing wellbore pressure and the average reservoir pressure. For me, I mean, the difference between flowing wellbore pressure and average reservoir pressure, that's your drawdown, right? But then it's asking us about this state of flow.
It's incredibly confusing, because if there's no difference between the two, then you have no flow, right? I mean, you need that delta for you to flow. But if they were talking about the pressure gradient, right, across the reservoir and getting to the boundary, that's a different ball game. So it's a poorly worded question.
So just to add, so
ahead,
just to add to what Doji mentioned, like it's a very poorly worded question. But if I understand, like if they are asking about the state of flow, where the other pressure will be representative of that average reservoir pressure, like hey, if we have to wait enough time, or like if you are in the radial flow or pseudo steady flow or linear flow, we have to wait enough that the other pressure is representative of the average reservoir pressure, what that flow state would be. That's what they are I'm just trying to read into the question, like that's what they are trying to ask. But the way the question is written, it's very confusing. So
the word they missed was constant. They wanted to say, what state of flow is the difference between the flowing wellbore pressure and the average reservoir pressure in the drainage program? Constant.
Yeah.
That is a word that is missing. And in the absence of that word, anybody could have answered drawdown in 15 seconds, right?
Right. So
it's
now
a tough
the
one.
tricky part is, do we want to say this as a yes or even not consider it at all and just proceed?
I mean, I agree with all the arguments here. It's a terrible question, but it does ask clearly what state of flow, and drawdown
Exactly.
is state of flow.
I don't think drawdown's a state of flow, is it?
No, it's not a state of flow, but the question also doesn't tell you what to look out for to define that state of flow. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but I also am seeing those Buddy's point that, you know, they're asking for a state of flow. If they had answered a different state of flow, maybe it would have been a little bit more kind of open. But then they're answering something that is simply the difference of the two pressures, which, I mean, we understand why they will get that as a confusion point, because if you extract a subset of the words, you would say drawdown. But then in the context of what state of flow, drawdown is for sure inappropriate. So considering all the factors, are we comfortable with having this as a no?
Yes, it's a no.
I am.
Perfect.
Yeah. So I don't know if we have the option or the opportunity to kind of say like, hey, we want to throw out the question because
We
it's
can
so
do it.
poorly
We can do it.
worded.
No, we can't, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't.
We
And I'm just gonna
can.
I don't think we can. I'm just gonna read out the source, right? So for constant rate production under pseudo steady state, the difference between the flowing wellbore pressure, and the average reservoir pressure in the drainage volume is constant, and the pressure drawdown is a linear function of time, right? Resulting in the unit slope in the log pressure derivative. It is referring to the rate, right, of change, which refers to that drawdown. But to be fair, it's not a state of flow, right? But again, I feel bad, like, you know, punishing a team because the question was poorly worded, but I will completely, you know, succumb to what the majority goes for. Again, it's a poorly worded question.
Thank you, Dulce, for that. Now, just want to go back to Amit's point, and I just wanted to confirm with Cassandra or others from SP, are we allowed to simply throw out a question? Like, for example, if I don't confirm here and I go back, then this has not been judged. So technically, I do have the option. Is the question of, do we want to do it? And if it's within the rules. Cassandra, any advice?
This is the first instance I've had of this. So I just need Zeody to confirm if we leave it blank, if the score remains 0. I don't know if we could do that. So I just need Zeody.
Yeah, actually, I don't know because that's not an option we consider. So just leave it blank and we can check once you close. So we can verify if it is empty, no points, and then we come back and check it. And it's number 21.
Yeah, but
alternative.
No, but I don't think we should dismiss the question. That was a wrong answer, and if the question was not formulated well, then the team has the option not to answer the question. So just put it no.
Good point, Hank.
Fair point.
Yes.
If they didn't understand the question, then they shouldn't have answered it.
Strong argument. In the final analysis, when we get to the very end, you know, we will see if the difference between the two teams is about 1 point, right? So.
Yeah, but I really appreciate
at the end.
Yeah, great argument. Yes.
I appreciate
Make
Hank's
a note
point.
to throw the question out.
Excuse me. Excuse me, judges. Can we appeal this question?
Do we have a formal appeal?
Yes, I won't take it too
Go
long.
ahead.
Okay. The critical word of the question is constant, right? So if you don't have the word constant, what if it could be also steady state if the question was written as 0? The difference between the flow wellbore pressure and the average reservoir pressure is 0. It's a steady state. And another argument, all of these questions are they pass through a filter after coming to the competition. I know that it's possible to have 100% filtering ability to exclude or change the words in all of these questions, but is it fair for one team to try to answer a question that is 100% misleading, that has multiple answers, by the way, because pseudo steady state is not even one of the, it could be steady state as well. Nothing is saying here that it's constant or zero.
I'll definitely let other judges chime in as they see fit. Thank you for sure for that appeal. I think we share part of your concern with the question. I guess, you know, here, if you had answered a different state, we would be a lot more comfortable with, you know, having some flexibility. The reason that we're giving it as a no is that you are not answering a state of flow, you're answering something different, which is like a difference in pressures. So it's a little bit unrelated, even in the absence of those additional information that you are referring to. And I really, I think I'm going to put that on a frame from Hank that he said, if you are not comfortable with the question or you don't understand, just don't answer it, because of course it's a risk, right? And then if you don't understand it and then and actually this is true in real life. I mean, if somebody says something and you are not sure what they mean and you are interpreting something and you answer, you may get into more trouble. So it's always better to kind of take a step back, rather not really get there if you don't understand it, and, you know, let the chips fall where they may.
Well, we do
Very
have a
good
precedent. We do have a precedent in previous PetroBowls to throw out questions.
All right. Okay.
We do. We have thrown them out in the past.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
said, I like you.
Yes.
Shouldn't have answered it. I think I vote that we need to move on, and I also vote that leave it as a no.
Boom. Thank you for the appeal, though.
Yeah, let's move on. And again, if we get to the very end and the difference between the two teams is about a single point, then we can decide to revisit. But at this point, let's get to the very end, and we may figure out it wouldn't really matter, right?
How many appeals does the OU team have left? Two more. What was the purpose of establishing the first carbon capture project in Texas, 1972? The answer is enhanced oil recovery. We're getting from the OU team drawdown, which kind of makes me to believe they're talking about the previous one. So at least two players thought drawdown, which is great. But again, Saudi, I'm gonna need your help here to tell me if there is another OU team that answered faster than the UTP team.
Let me check.
Yes, and then if I mark them as no, we need to give them 5 points at the end.
Oh, no, actually, UTP was faster than Oklahoma University for that question. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to mark OU with a no. We need to give them 5 points at the end for that. All right. So we confirm here, and UTP is saying reduce carbon emission. And I don't think that was really the focus at that time.
No, that's not specificity we were looking for.
So that is a no. And we confirm and we proceed. Our favorite set of questions. Name United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 4. Quality of education. UTP got it right. Man, I'm actually
I'm gonna have to go back and learn these.
Me too. That's what I was gonna say now. I'm just gonna go and read all of them and memorize them. If the students know them,
number
we
12,
should.
number 4.
I'm gonna get them tattooed. I'm gonna get them tattooed somewhere on my body.
The thing is, they change every couple of years, so maybe have them on a Word document. So moving on. Okay. What is the name of the Global Oil and Gas Industry Association for Advancing Environmental and Social Performance? And it's IPIECA. We're getting that from UTP. Good job there. What is the TAB, time after bit? When bit resistivity is taken during a bit resistivity measurement? Oof, okay. I'm not sure if I understand the question. The answer is 0. We're getting a response from OU. It's the delay in the bit resistivity measurements that affect results. which kind of confuses me even more. I'm gonna have to rely on my panel of experts here. What do you guys think?
I actually looked this one up because the question was worded even worse when I got it. So 0 is the right answer. It's the time after, I mean, it's the answer is 0 because this is what is the time after bit when the resistivity is taken.
Right.
Saying is there really isn't a delay unless you make it a delay.
All right. So are you saying that we should go with the no for this one?
I would go with a no.
Thank you. Moving on, what is the name of the exploration well of the recent 4th consecutive discovery in Block 58 in Suriname? Is the Keskesi East 1? We see from UTP, they are saying that, I'm assuming Keskesi is, but they're missing the number 1, guys. What should we do?
No, it's okay.
So, okay, good. I appreciate the support.
Yeah, I give it to them.
Don't want to get in trouble for not getting the right number.
Hank should know that one for sure.
Awesome. Yeah. In which offshore project in the Gulf of Mexico was the deepest spar installed? And we're getting Perdido as the answer. OU shared Stones by Shell, which is
no,
Perdido.
definitely not.
Judges, I have one appeal with this question, please.
Is this a formal appeal?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, boom.
So Perdido used to be the deepest spar in the Gulf of Mexico, but Shell has actually built an spar, I think it was in 2018, it's called Stones. Please, you feel free to check it on Wikipedia or any source, but this is the actual deepest spar in the Gulf of Mexico. This might be an old question, but I'm 100% sure.
Look that up. I'd like to know. I thought it was pretty good too.
This is pretty deep, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Do we have a judge looking for that one? Or?
I just Googled it and I put in the word deepest spar in GOM, and it gave me the Perdido is the world's deepest spar and the second deepest oil and gas production hub after Stones development.
Look up Stones too?
Yeah.
Note the depth and then look up Stones by Shell as well, please.
Yeah, so that's why I'm reading it. Perdido is the world's deepest spar and the second deepest oil and gas production hub after Shell's Stone development.
All right.
It's more confusing than I thought.
Okay. So if I understood that correctly, they are directly referring Perdido to Stones as Perdido being deeper, right? Is that what I...
No, they're
saying second deepest.
Production hub.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they're saying one is the spar, the other one is the production hub, right? That's the differentiation.
But I mean, it's still floating, right? I mean, a production hub's not a type of a rig, right? So if you want to, or production platform, whatever, a production hub is a category.
I share the Shell.
Yeah, the question is about the spar. That's really.
Yeah. Can you look up what type of facility the Stones is?
Yeah, is Stones a spar? That's what I was.
Yeah, is Stones a spar or is it an FPSO? What is it?
Yeah, I didn't think it was a spar, but I could be wrong on that. I should know this because we worked on both of those wells, but.
And I should know this. I worked in GOM for how many years?
I don't know this. My power's out.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to see like, hey, how do they interchange the word spar or not? But I'm finding the same sentence repeatedly, so we may have to.
I don't know if this is one that we want to.
So Stone is an FPSO and not a spar. That is what I'm looking at here. Now it's in the deepest waters at 2,900 meters, but it's not a spar.
It's not a spar. No, I don't.
That's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
you can't. I've got a picture of Stones. I just found it on my phone.
Yeah,
You can't
it's an
see it, but
it's
not
an
as far.
FPSO. Yeah, it's
Okay.
an FPSO.
Boom. So if we go with the specificity of the question, deepest spar, then we'll keep it as perdido and stones would be a no. Thank you for the appeal though. I believe OU has one left. Is that correct?
And I'll say I learned something
Yes,
on
correct.
that appeal.
Mm-hmm. I think we all did. Thank you. What company took over from Apache as the new operator of Block 58 in Suriname as of January 1st, 2021? That's Total. We're getting that from UTP. Good job.
Is that correct, Hink?
Yes, that's correct.
In 2015, SP International promoted the PetroBowl video contest. Name the university which won this contest, and that is UFCG. OU says Campina Grande, which is that one, so it's a yes. Moving on. Name the zone of the marine environment at which methane clathrates naturally exists in the Earth's crust. And I literally spent 3 months studying this back in the day. It's a gas hydrate stability zone. It's not seafloor, and it's not permafrost. Let's see. Now, permafrost is more.
I don't think permafrost is on land.
Right. So this is marine environment specifically. Thank you.
Yep.
Boom.
One's offshore, one's in Canada.
Pretty much.
Alaska.
Alaska, maybe.
Yeah.
Montana, maybe.
Both. Russia.
Okay, judges. What is a secondary purpose behind steam injection in heavy oil reservoirs besides viscosity reduction? So now we know viscosity reduction cannot be used as an answer, and that is interfacial tension reduction. We see from UTP displacement pressure, not interfacial tension. So that will be a no. Oof, and then we're getting immiscible displacement, which is not like immiscible displacement is not a purpose, right? So I don't think we can take any of these two. Any comments from the judges before we move on?
Yeah, that'd be more for a water flood, right?
Yeah, exactly. Wait, is this a formal appeal?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to appeal the previous question, the question about the hydrate.
All right. Please.
Okay, so it's asking for the zone of the marine environment at which methane clathrates naturally exist in the Earth's crust. And abyss is or seafloor is the like deepest sea zone or marine area in the Earth's crust. And that in there, the conditions are of like low temperature and high pressure due to the high column of water, which are prone to form the gas hydrates that can seep through the rock formations from like below that. And you can actually have a lot of gas hydrates accumulated in the seafloor in the abyss zone.
Okay, so I'll probably also would like to hear from the judges. My understanding when you're talking about seafloor, you're giving a very specific demarcation in depth, whereas here we're really talking about an interval, and it's not really at that, I guess, seafloor water interface, but it's really deeper. So it's really in sediment. So we actually want to get below the seafloor. So just from that logic alone, I would still keep the answer as a no. But unless there are any other thoughts from judges, I see Lee.
I agree with Victor 100%. The seafloor indicates the demarcation between water and
sediments.
Viscous substance.
Right, that one. But thank you. Now, officially, OU has no more appeals. We move on.
Wait, did we finish with the last one?
I believe so, but we can double check. We set them both as no.
Yeah. Did we confirm both?
Yes, but
Okay.
just let's double check. In matrix acidizing, a chelating or sequestering agent is added to the acid. Describe the function of this chelating agent. It prevents precipitation of the iron ions, Fe ions. OU is sharing envelopes, the substance, and take out the solution. Thoughts
Well, that's
from
the opposite.
Yeah, that's coagulation. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if it came out of solution, it would precipitate.
Right.
Or some other, usually a precipitate. It stays in solution if it chelates.
Prevents.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
got
what
it.
a chelating agent should do.
Perfect. So that is a clear no then.
Yeah.
Thank you, judges. Tank vent piping should include a device which protects the tank against ignition of the vent gases owing to lightning strike or a discharge of static electricity at the vent location. What is the name of this device? It's a flame arrestor. We're getting from the OU team a flare system, which seems unrelated.
No.
So that's a no. Okay. In data science, what is a technique through which attempts could be made to improve the performance and stability of the neural network so that the mean output activation remains 0 with the standard deviation at 1? The answer to that is normalization. We see that the OU team shared C and N, which is, I think, convolutional neural network. That's a no. We're seeing that the UTP is sharing a cost function, which is also a no. Any thoughts from the judges before proceeding?
I'm good.
Good.
Which rock mechanical property can be obtained from low frequency distributed acoustic sensors? Answers include a strain and strain rate. We're getting porosity from OU.
No.
Yeah, looks like a no. We're getting density from UTP. Also seems like a no.
No.
Moving on. In the context of HSES, what does the acronym ANSI represent? The American National Standards Institute. We're getting that from OU. Good job. In the context of HSES, what does the acronym GFCI represent? Ground Fault Circuit Interrupter. And they got that. Wow, very cool. And let's see if there are any other answers. Maybe not. That's the end. Should we close it?
Yes, we need to check 21 to see if it's blank.
All right. No, 21, we set it as a no. So there is a positive 5, I believe.
No, there was one that UTP answered and we said we wasn't going to click it. And then the plus this, wait, okay, so one's supposed to be empty and then the UTP one is correct, the OH one is correct. So -5 and -5. So we have to add 5 back.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine.
But then the one that was supposed to be blank was which one?
It was question 3 for us.
Question 3, right? Can we check it?
This one?
No.
Yeah.
So if I click review, okay, I think we can go back inside.
No, sorry. I think it was the drawdown question, actually, the one that we had.
No, the drawdown question was a no.
So
yeah, but we answered twice the drawdown, and then in the we answered for the second question too.
Right, so we will add 5 for 1 because 1 will count. The first one. But there was a question for OU where we said we was going to leave it empty. I mean, for UTP. Victor, can we go back to all the questions again? Do you want to
Sure. I believe that because there was no certainty if we could do it, Well, let's just check. But I'm almost sure.
Did we miss it? Go back a little bit again. Let's go back from the beginning.
Okay.
Was it this one? No, the next one. Okay, go back. Go forward.
Wedding one.
Was it this one? No. Or this one? I don't know.
No, I mean, this is a blank answer, so that is just no.
Yeah, UTP had, so that one was in first half or second half only?
This is second half. The first half we had to add 5, which we did.
Yeah, no, I think what you're referring to was a question that we were not sure if we should mark as a no.
21.
It was
that
21.
we 21. We mark because the idea was not drop the question out, but what we consider is to come back just in case we need this for discussion based on the results.
Right. No, but I think the initial point was, I mean, after the deliberation, even there was an appeal that this is a no. So unless
and then I think the next one was the repeat of the drawdown, which we were going to add back, right?
Thank
you. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember the one for UTP. I just wrote it down.
Got it. All right. So I guess
hi,
that's.
sorry. This is an appeal. Just wanted to check if question 28 was confirmed.
Maybe that's a question.
20.
Okay, yeah, it was confirmed. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so.
Hey, drum roll. Come on.
I guess that's it for me. Cassandra, please take it away.
So UTP, we have 40 from the first round plus 30, so they got 70. And OU, we have 125 plus 10, so they have 135. OU is our champions for the 2020 PetroBowl, our first virtual PetroBowl. UTP, they made history as well. You guys placed second. Congratulations to both team. Thank you.
OU is the PetroBowl champion.
Congratulations, guys.
Very good.
That's amazing.
Very good work.
Yes, excellent.
Good game, both sides. Really, lots of competitive answers.
Amazing. Yeah. Congratulations, guys. This was awesome.
Yeah.
Somebody please call Carl and tell him the good news.
And then any of the judges want to add anything?
I definitely want to commend UTP. I know staying awake the whole night and trying to play a game where you need to be on top of your mental state. You guys did very good job. Kudos to you all. So definitely.
Absolutely.
And again, OU, you guys did what you thought you will do. So good job and kudos to you. Congratulations. You made history as well. So both team, really, you should be proud of yourself. So very good job. Yeah.
There are no losers today.
Irrespective of the outcome, both teams made history today, right? So OU just got its 4th win, and UTP was the first, Asia Pacific school to make it right to the finals. So congratulations, both teams. You guys are absolutely fantastic, and I really think, I mean, a lot of the questions that you guys even answered, I was like, wow. I would fail those over and over and over again. So congratulations to both teams. Excellent job.
Yeah, so from my end, incredible job, guys. I mean, of course, OU, so proud of the effort. I mean, it was exciting to see you guys perform. And UTP, I mean, definitely something you guys should be proud of. I mean, I'm sure you guys work very hard for this. Just don't let it slide. Just keep that momentum and keep training the younger generations at your schools to make sure that you keep that pipeline full. And we hope to see you as a contender for subsequent PetroBowls. Keep it up.
Great job.
I
want to say thanks to all the SPE folks. I mean, this has been, I would say this went off super, super well. I mean, the normal PetroBowl, we have all sorts of problems. And this is, I mean, really, I'm just being realistic, right? Like, it's a big deal normally. And putting this together online, sure, there was some tiny little hitches, but there were next to nothing compared to the mountain of work that had to be done to make this come together. So thanks to everybody.
Yes, big hugs to all the ladies who were running the show here. Judy.
Thanks, buddy.
Congratulations to you, TP. And I'm really amazed how well you play your game and impressed. Second half, you actually win the second half, which is a great achievement. And you are undergraduate students, so I really see how powerful your team will be on the future competitions. Well done, guys.
I want to give some credit here. Mohammed, you could not have done a better job as a moderator. Cassandra, I wasn't in your room, so I think you were moderating too. But I was in Mohammed's room the whole event last week and this week, and really wonderful job. Very impressive. So thanks for that too.
Victor's no slouch, I assure you.
No. So Cass,
well.
we have to say something about Cassandra. I mean, she made sure that we were polite and respectful to all the students. Whenever she saw that we were getting outside the lines, she would be like, "Hey guys, what are you doing?" So really appreciate Cassandra's efforts throughout all the weekends.
But seriously, Victor, one of the things I appreciated most about the way you handle things is you tried to congratulate both teams wherever you could, and offer some encouragement when they stumbled. You know, you were very compassionate about the way you judged.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add to what Victor just mentioned. Cassandra, I don't think PetroBowl 2020 would have been possible without you. So you should be proud, and really now you can take some break, I hope.
And I have regionals and nationals.
You were working 24/7.
I was actually going to chip in. I was just to pile on Cassandra, excellent job. And I know you didn't do it by yourself. So a lot of other people as well on the committee, each person doing their little part that made it all successful together. But I also just really wanted to give a lot of credit to the folks behind the scenes that we didn't see today. And that's the professors, right? You know, the universities that produce such smart and excellent students who are participating in these competitions. So, you know, big thank you to the schools. And I hope when you all go back, you know, you give your professors a big hug. They're doing an excellent job.
Well, it is
a lot of times
COVID
you don't
time.
always, you know,
a virtual hug. A virtual
You
hug.
got to do it like this.
But I feel like
Zoom hug.
sometimes they're not as appreciated, but they do so much for all of us. So thank you guys. Yeah, awesome.
And the
And then
judges
obviously,
play an excellent role. I'm really grateful for all your valuable knowledge you share during each evaluation. You stop in each question the student was needing to have deep knowledge in. So I really appreciate your time and your efforts to get with the students to learn and to transfer your knowledge to all of them. So well done.
High fives, judges. High fives.
High five.
And before I forget, I mean, just in the same spirit of those who's talking about behind the scenes, UN and James, I mean, these guys obviously have done an amazing job of kind of coordinating the whole effort from where they are. And I'm sure like doing it virtually is so much difficult. So again, I just wanted to take that moment to appreciate what you guys do. Thank you.
Somebody remind us of the awards for the top. You know, what are the numbers?
Yes, it's 5,000 for number one, 3,750 for number two, and 2,500 for third place. So
nice.
Yeah, great.
That buys a lot of beer.
I just want to add to it all. So for us, like ZODI Caesar, this was a dream come true. It's something we started regionals, and we didn't expect it to get to this level at championships. And even now, with ZOD having to use the software for all the regionals, as well as for the internationals in Latin America. So for us as a team, it was great. And then it was even better that we got to work with Ewing and James, because without Ewing and James' support, definitely we could not have done it. For the regionals, we did 16 teams, and for the championship, it was 32. So it was a lot more to manage, a lot more emails and communications. So James and Ewan definitely deserve a lot of credit for that. And then for the planning committee, I had like Mohammed, who was here, two Mohammeds, Annie, Amanda, who is not here today. I hope I don't forget any big names, they'll kill me after.
Philippe.
And I'm getting to
Miguel.
questions. So
Yeah.
for the questions, I have Philippe and Miguel, and you know, we go way back. Like Miguel and I don't do things separate, we're always together. So I'm grateful for Philippe and Miguel and their support, as well as for Zeoli has a whole team. I'm going to give it a chance after the tanker team. And then we also have communications, which has been Caesar. All the graphics you see on LinkedIn and Facebook, that's Caesar. The Bitmoji idea was all Caesar as well. Full credits to Caesar for that and his communication team for the support to ensure that the Zoom calls went as they were supposed to go and run it smoothly and the broadcasting. So it was definitely a team effort. We would not have been able to do this without every single person that was involved. And especially, again, the judges. The judges played a huge part in this. And then the students. Without those students, we wouldn't be here today. And I keep telling them they are the future of our industry. And they are the reasons why we do what we do. So I want to encourage the students to keep trying, keep excelling, don't give up. I know the industry is really tough at the moment. We are all feeling it, but it will pick up again. And always keep your mind open to new opportunities, open to new technical fields. And don't limit yourself to just petroleum engineering. It's more than just petroleum engineering. So that's all I have to say. Seodi?
Yeah. So
And a big thank you to our sponsors, Chevron, as well. We wouldn't be able to host this event without you. So thank you so much.
For all the
And
prizes.
Chevron,
We're
look at
moving
those.
to energy, from oil companies to energy companies. So it's we're having a lot of energy with all these young professionals and also with the students. I'm really proud. I mentioned on the previous Zoom group, I was congratulating Mohammed because as a young professional, we are really proud of seeing this generation of young professionals so committed with promote changes in their communities, in their countries around the world. So this is an example. I'm really proud to see all of you committed with this competition, which for sure has an impact on young generations, and you are an example for all of them.
And Chevron, you need to get us some new shirts. This one's getting old.
Yes.
Easy peasy, buddy.
Yeah, I think all of you must be aware, like, Chevron, we do say human energy, and this is the example of human energy that we are talking about, like all the passion, all the energy that you all are bringing here for, I think now it's 11 hours, 6 minutes stretch. So 11 hours, that's hard.
Wow.
Good job.
Good job, everybody.
I'm going to have some ice cream and watch Netflix.
Good plan.
Great plan.
And you know, we are having 2021 PetroBowl this same year. So we hopefully move to the real competition in ATC. Everyone is expecting to see each other in Dubai ATC, but we have to wait. Unfortunately, at this moment, we cannot say, see you on Dubai. But let's wait if that happens and we can see there.
But I guess the message will be, guys, start studying now. I guess you can take a break this afternoon, but tomorrow, let's get started studying those, reservoir engineering, data analytics. You never know they're going to come
hard. Get on it.
PetroBowl's around the corner. And I'd be very happy to have you all here in this part of the world, inshallah.
Guys, I have a question. Do you use applications on your smartphones to study? What is the best way you use to study?
Anki, definitely Anki. It's a flashcard program that makes use of something called active recall and spaced repetition. So cards that you're like very strong at will be, you see it less, and like cards that you're not that good at, you see more of. So at least for me, I've been using Anki for a long time to study for PetroBowl.
And of course, the Schlumberger petroleum glossary that everybody memorizes.
Oh, definitely. Yep.
Yeah, and PetroWiki as well. The Petroleum Engineering Handbook, the 5 volumes, they are essential for the preparation of PetroBowl. Schellenberger defining series, they are very good as well. Easy to read, they are fast. You can get a lot of information in a short time.
And for history, because UTP really did a great job on history questions. So I'm amazed how you did, all the answer for those questions as the judges mentioned. Oh my gosh, it was hard for us even to see you were as good as on answering those questions. I'm really impressed.
So, Judy, as you ask them, like, hey, how do they prepare and what do they do? I don't know if they want to share their secret sauce for the future generation. But
yeah,
if
that's
they,
what I was thinking.
Yeah, but if they are open to, I think it will be a very good LinkedIn event or SP event where these students can share their examples or their best practices so that others can learn and pick up as well. But again, I fully understand, like, hey, there are some secret sauce there too. So
yeah, and you folks, your next target should be try to match Brady's 5 rings, Super Bowl rings.
Victor, thanks for sharing the United Nations 17 goals. I mean, that was like epic today, of course, like name number 12 and name number 4.
I'm going to read those.
For sure. No, actually, as a closing thought, I felt like, honestly, we have to learn this. Next time we do PetroBowl, we shouldn't even have to read the answer. We would know them by that time. So at least
half
those
the time
17.
the judges weren't sure whether the answers were right. Today we got to get on our game here.
Exactly.
No, we're thinking about having a PetroBowl for the professionals. Since we drill the students, let's see what the professionals could do, right?
That's right.
I will not be a part of that competition.
Well, I will be part of that competition once the most negative point will be the winner, because
no, I'm super judge for that. Don't worry.
I'll be the moderator, but I'd like to see that contest. Sure.
That would be fun.
At the seniors versus the juniors.
I think maybe for HTC, that might be a good idea. Just for fun, we have like a long with the seniors versus YPs.
Oh, the
legends,
YPs will trash us so easy.
You're not a senior, you're Dozy, you're a YP like me.
No.
Come on,
Must be, I'm way past YP.
Okay, but you're not a senior.
You're not a senior, but you're not quite a legend, as some people are.
No, when it comes to legend, we got only one guy up there, my twin brother, right?
A legend.
That's the long-term goal for all of us.
Hi, Cassandra. Hi, everyone. We have been in the transmission room, but we now just join you here into the Zoom for the final match. We'd like to say thank you to all of you, because a dream come true. A dream to have this competition now for the world was something that we start around 7 years ago, Saudi. And
4 years ago.
4 years ago. Okay, 4 years ago. So with that, I really would like to say thank you to all of you that have been made this happen. Judges, planning, volunteer, communication, SPI staff, and every team, because I think all are winners. All the teams are really winners and deserves to have the champion. And congratulations, Oklahoma University and our first region Asia Pacific team that are making history. So proud of you. And as well, all the teams that with efforts are here. The only thing that we would like to have is bring the sponsors, bring everybody that collaborate with this initiative. So with that, thank you from the past Latin American Caribbean region, and thank you for all your support, like volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar. So I think that's a wrap. What do you guys think? Let's all go and take a nice shower and relax.
My family's trying to have a birthday party over here, so I gotta get out of here and let them have
yes.
Well, that's good. having a birthday party at home.
There you go.
Buddy, send me some
everybody.
cake, man.
So today is Saturday, guys. We have been 3 consecutive weeks having competitions. And the first, previous to these three weeks, we had a practice run. So we have a month. All weekends with PetroBowl. You know, unfortunately, my son is not here. He all the time he was asking to come to the camera, and of course for him was okay. Where is my mom? You know, a full Saturday just PetroBowl. He now and know the names of the teams, and he's researching about every university around the world. And I'm really glad, you know, at least the people who is sharing with us the experience, they get a little bit more knowledge about petroleum industry and, you know, what we do at PetroBowl competition.
Hey, Dozy, don't forget, you owe Amit and Victor and I that Nigerian restaurant.
Yes, the fufu and egusi soup.
Fufu,
all right.
We have to get it after pandemic. We need to go and get it.
You're picking up the check, man. You volunteered.
You can order, man. Come on, you can order.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
Oh, this was a lot of fun, guys. Yeah, really, it was multiple weekends, but you know, you look back and I would do it over again. So thank you, guys. It was a lot of fun with y'all.
Definitely.
Just a last request. Any of our team players or students, anybody has anything they want to add in the end? You all have been very patiently listening to us for last I don't know how many minutes.
Yeah, I can add. I can go first if Felipe is all right. It's actually 7:15 here, so I'll try to keep this short for the sake of my teammates as well. Thank you to all the judges. Thank you to the organizing team. I hope I really wanted to give to mention each of you by name, but I don't think I can do that right now. A bit dizzy, but you know. And also congratulations to Oklahoma University for winning PetroBowl 2020 and also being a 4-time PetroBowl champion. Really proud of you guys. I watched your matches, like the previous matches, and you know, you guys were tearing it. You know, you were what's the word? Like you were on a warpath. Same with this round as well. So really great performance, great sportsmanship as well. And we hope to set you as the golden standard for our future generations.
Well, actually, I think the gold standard should be the OU team that had XL on it. That's the gold standard for individual team performance, I think.
I think that this team killed it too. I mean, they did a great, like the last round. I mean, they were down in the first half and they, you know, crawled all the way back. You know,
yep,
so
they did.
Pretty resilient team. Yeah, kudos OU, and again, kudos to UTP for putting up a fight in that second half as well. So
for sure,
you know, excellent job, both teams. Excellent.
All right, let's go back to our real lives here, shall we?
Do you want to say any last words as the reigning champions now?
I can share some words really quickly. I just want to thank, first of all PetroBowl staff, judges, Cassandra, the moderators, people that work on the software. You really made this happen. You really made this happen. We faced a very complicated year in the last year, but you didn't stop working on this voluntary, because it's a voluntary activity, and you're here to help us, to teach us, and you have been helping us ever since I started playing the PetroBowl. I've learned a lot in the technical discussions, in the questions. I've learned a lot playing with different universities, how eager you are to prepare and to dedicate yourselves. And these kind of things, they really shape, they are still shaping who I am. And I also learned from you guys, from our opponent, how dedicated you are. I just want to say thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. And I want to say again, I hope to see everyone in Dubai, if we can make it, if the word let us make it. But if it happens online again, it will be good, because I'm pretty sure that you can make this work really well. Thank you, our professors at OU, Dr. Sondergel, Dr. Rai, the entire faculty, all the classes that you have taught us, a lot of information that you have provided. And I just wanna say Boomer Sooner. Can I go for Boomer Sooner here now?
Yeah, do a better job than you did last time.
I think we're gonna try to make a better job here.
Come on,
guys,
Sandra, jump in there with them.
Are you guys ready? My team, are you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
You have to unmute. You got to unmute.
You have to unmute yourselves. I want to hear you guys. So 1, 2, 3. Boomer!
Sooner!
Boomer!
Sooner!
No, I'm not so good. I think my team is
Not
tired
quite.
right now.
Still better, but
I think the first one was a little bit better.
I think we are better at PetroBowl. I think we are really better at PetroBowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, practice that next year before the next PetroBowl. So
Yeah, sleepy now.
It'll be a little sharper.
Yeah. But that's it. Like, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. I hope to see you again in the next ATC and in the regional qualifier as well. If it happens, I'm pretty sure it's gonna happen online. Is it right, Cassandra?
It's going to be online. The North America is in March, so the 27th and the 28th, I think. I may be wrong about the dates. I'm not too sure, but it's the last week in March for North America.
And
It is 26 and 27, I believe.
26 and 27.
just as a comment, both teams on this call won't have to worry about that because they'll be making it to the final of
You're right.
the World Championship straight away. So don't worry about that.
Yes.
So UN will be in contact with the top 3 teams about your prizes. And I think that's it for tonight or for this morning for UTP. Thank you all. See you all soon. Take care. Be safe. Bye, everyone.
Oh, when do
Bye.
the judges get our checks, by the way?
But
Buddy,
right
you'll
after
check
the
it in
birthday.
post. You'll check it in the post, buddy, but due to pandemic, it might take longer.
Yeah, slow mail, real slow.
Yeah,
That
snail
makes
mail.
sense.
Thank you all. Bye, everybody.
Thank
Bye,
you so
guys.
much.
Take care.
Bye.
Appreciate it.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Good
Bye.
job.
Okay.
All the best.
Bye, guys.
Cheers.
Bye. Thanks.